Hey everyone, welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get it. Um, let me know if you can hear me. Drop a one in the chat if you can hear me. Remember to like the stream. Um, I am supposed to be having a conversation with someone, but in all honesty, I have not heard from them all day. Um, Out of sort of courtesy, I've been emailing them. Just so you guys understand what's happening. I made sure to email twice today and yesterday to just confirm because I'm OCD like that. Um, but I haven't heard back. So I'm going to do some housekeeping matters up front. I did have a backup live stream because we know these things happen. So I do have a backup live stream. But um, hopefully we don't have to do the backup live stream and we can do this. It's really annoying planning two streams instead of one, but I did it because you guys deserve it. uh, I will start doing seminars again. When we did it last year and for January and February, there were a lot of people who signed up. I appreciate that. I just want to reiterate something about those seminars. It's for people who need it. Um, so when we post it, if it's something that you're interested in and that you think you might need ultimately, then obviously sign up for it. Come help, do whatever you want to do. If you have ideas about seminars, let me know. I will send out a format for how you guys should let me know about what you want the seminars to be about, and I will try to find the right people to help facilitate those seminars. So the moderators told me that they really loved those seminars and that I should continue to push forward with them. So just when I post it, think about it and then figure out if you really need it and then sign up, because it's going to be over Zoom and I can only let in 100 people. Um, and so just kind of think about that. Separately, I do appreciate the community and I appreciate just how much um, time and effort you guys spend with me. So I'm trying to spend that time and effort back with you all. And I think that's all of the housekeeping matter. Oh, so Black China and her mom and they're in DC and it's causing a whole lot of mess. So DC's ghetto today, if y'all want to know. Not because of Black China, but just because of the hoopla around them, and it's just a mess. Bubble tea. All right. It's fine. If you guys came for the conversation, I have to apologize up front. It does not look like the conversation is going to happen, but I do have a stream planned. And so we're going to get into this on the other side of our intro. All right. So the other day, Fresh and Fit, they won't stop, so we can do it. Um, hey, Mama LB. Hey, LB. I'm actually really, really, really taken aback because everything about this live stream was sort of planned and things happen. So I will have to change the thumbnail maybe. It's actually quite annoying. I don't like when, in all fairness, I don't like when there's an opportunity to like say, hey, I'm not going to do something. But he might be running late. So I will give that to him. Hopefully, it wasn't a matter of like me being mean or anything like that, because I was actually going to be very open and receptive and a student. I heard he was a pastor, and um, I'm deferential to pastors. I don't know why I shouldn't. I should have lost some respect based on what happens in general culture around pastors and their congregation and what happens. But I haven't. And so I really do like talking to pastors because I find them to be very entertaining and very knowledgeable as a sort of general matter. All right. That out of the way, Fresh and Fit had Destiny and some guy named Sneeko. I say some guy not to diminish his work because apparently he is huge and well known. I don't know the man. I know of him through my Discord and conversations I'm having with the Discord members, but I couldn't tell you what he believed outside of like Andrew Tate is God. I don't know what this man believes. So I don't know him like that. But he and Destiny were on Fresh and Fit like and last night or the night before, and I was watching some of it, and I said, no, absolutely not. If the stream doesn't go how I want it to go or go as planned, I'm going to just move forward into the discussion about Fresh and Fit. And so here we are. So let's watch it together. Someone said Sneeko is an incel. Is he? I wouldn't take him for an incel. I did not know that. Destiny must have read the book. Hopefully. So let's get to, I'm not watching all of this. I'm just going to go to the part that's interesting, put it on, speed this up a little, and by a little I mean a lot, and open. The Sneeko just sounds disgusting. Well, I heard him defending Andrew Tate, and that's all I needed to hear. But let's see. Are you all ready? Sorry, I'm messaging the Discord.
The thing. For Rumble. Yeah. Okay. Full we talk. Okay. Full we talk goes, just show support. Appreciate that. Mr. Medina goes, Destiny, you look very feminine from outside. In your opinion, what are your top 3 masculine traits? Yeah, man.
No, I want to know actually. Yeah, what are your top 3 masculine traits?
My top 3 masculine traits. I have a functional dick, so no snip snip. Let's see. I scream at people a lot. Is that masculine now, or did that become feminine for debating and shit?
Yeah, that's emotional. Yeah. Feminine.
Okay. I hate women. Does that count as masculine?
What?
Old me would have said W, but no, that's not masculine.
Yeah, we don't hate women over here.
I'm sorry.
We love women.
Damn, I don't know.
Okay.
I got a lot of money.
There you go. There you go.
My 3 top traits.
City Boy Farmer goes, RP without empathy is morality is empty. TradCon without RP is naivety. And then Alhamdulillah, W Sneeko W's. Shout out to my friend.
What does Alhamdulillah mean?
Oh shit.
That means praise God.
Your boy's here. Roll Tomasi, shots of Roll Tomasi in the fucking house.
Bro, why are you in the chat, bro? Like he's always in the chat.
What else? Hey, chill. He's probably doing his hair right now.
Bro, he's our homie, man. Destiny just
it's not just your stream. Like I see him in every show I go on. Just dude's like, are you always online?
He'll be here next week.
Are you serious, bro? Valuetainment. Yeah, Pearl show, everything.
Would you debate Rolo?
Of course I would.
He would body you.
Okay,
he would body you. All right.
Just sure. As long as his wife lets him do it, you know.
Bro.
Destiny just sends his week OF girls to debate me because he's too scared to come to Vegas and sit across the table for me. Offer's been open since November.
Damn.
If he wants to debate me on somebody else's podcast, that's fine. But I'm not going to go and like dig this guy up like fucking Lazarus from the underworld and try to resurrect his fucking career. That's not my job.
I'll be here next week.
Okay, I'll be here too.
So Rollo Tomasi, who is the grandfather of the Manosphere, made a tweet about what it takes to be a high-value man. They're about to talk about the tweet about what it takes to be a high-value man. Pause. I watched some of it. And what I will say is, I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud. I'm going to say it out loud because I said it in private, so I should be able to say it out loud. The fact that Kevin Samuels, like I understand now why Kevin Samuels was so big so quickly. Because compared to these people, he seemed like he was just the smartest person in the world. Just in comparison to, like, even when they define high value man, now Kevin Samuels' definition was like all over the place. And one of my first videos on the Manosphere was about Kevin Samuels and his idea for high value man and how he would not meet his own definition of a high value man. But he created one and he could explain his definition. And he had what the young people call swagger. That's all I'm going to say there. Because, like, in comparison, they're night and day. I'm just going to go there, say that, and leave that alone because this look a mess. This was a mess. Let me continue. And no, that was me giving props to Kevin Samuels. Not the high value conversation. Oh no, you are going to love this conversation. I promise you that. You will absolutely love this conversation. By the way, after 20 minutes, if he comes, we're not having the conversation. It's it's like a date. If you're 15 minutes late, it's not happening.
Roundtable.
Okay, right.
If he wants to, yeah.
And he should debate your ass.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I don't want him to get the debate-a-cron, though, and end up getting sick and, not able to show up if I'm here. So.
All right, that's fine. We'll moderate
Look
it.
it up.
We'll moderate it, and if y'all want to do it. We
John.
got here John 100. I get it now. Sneeko Shang Tsung, he transformed into liberal last panel so he could get ready for the Destiny debate.
Okay, so am I liberal or a sneak on? Is it conservative or liberal? So anything that's not red pill is like, yeah, you're not one of us, bro. They're calling me conservative and you're donating $100 to call me liberal. I don't understand. Like, does anyone have a clear ideology that isn't exactly lined up?
Well, no, it makes sense. Like, you're conservative because now you become sneak on, but you're liberal because you change your mind all the fucking time.
When have I changed my mind, like, on some liberal point of view? And what have I even changed my mind on? Tell me.
I'm just shitting on you with these guys.
You fucking grifter. I'm a grifter, right?
Asinine goes, how's Florida with them hard work's gone? Do you think it's going to affect Florida? Hard work's gone? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, thank you, Asinine.
Mr. McNasty.
$50
Why
to
you
ask
won't
that
debate
question.
Ryan Dawson?
He said he would.
Yeah,
Okay.
at some point, dude, I started listening to some shit on Ukraine. Holy fuck, this guy is like every single thing reported in the media he says is fake. So I have to dig through.
Because your only argument is source.
Yeah, and his argument is they lie. Actually, the Bucha massacre, that was all Ukrainians killing themselves.
So
like, all the
debate
missiles.
We got it right there. So this was a tweet, right? It goes, and this was from what, a week ago? About a week ago?
All right, let's read this tweet because this is some foolishness. So he says, the quickest path to being a high value man: 1, do not get married. 2, avoid family creation. 3, vasectomy in your 20s. 4, lift consistently. 5, eliminate all seditions. 6, learn game and networking. 7, play to your strengths, build wealth. And 8, resist easing up on your focus. So I don't care what anyone says. This is his advice for becoming a high value man. He said this is the quickest path to become a high value man. So let's get into it. Yeah.
So the quickest path to becoming a high value man: number 1, don't get married, avoid family creation, vasectomy in your 20s, lift consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus. And it's the quickest path to becoming a high value man. And I know that Sneeko had some point of contention specifically with number 3, which is get a vasectomy in your 20s.
Can I just ask,
Yeah,
why did he need 8? Did he need 8 points? Did he get contracted to write all 8 of these? Because I see some people here. So number 2, avoid family creation. Number 3, vasectomy in your 20s. Couldn't that be collapsed into 1 point? Did he need 8? Did he feel stupid with 6 or 7? Or
okay, I mean,
I'm just curious. But
I think he's clarifying it out. It's just 8 things. I mean, he could have put them together, I guess.
The best person to ask question to is Rollo directly.
That's true.
So we'll do it next week probably.
So, yeah.
But this list is concise because once again, he's just saying in general, faster way to get to that point.
Yeah.
What is high value man?
I think he means what he means in this context is being a guy that's desirable to women and being attractive to women, so that you'll be I guess a marketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right?
Oh, ew, why are you listening to Fool and Fat Face? Look, this, by the way, is this, by the way, I thought would just be them being able to explain themselves in some ways. They can't. This is one of the funniest videos that they have ever provided. And I think this is probably one of their best podcasts. because they were getting dragged. So I think it's fun.
Avoid family creation and get a vasectomy.
That's what
and,
women want.
Be attracted to men.
But well, no,
Like,
no. It's
or be attracted
because
to women, right?
again, like I said it before. I'll say it again because you're here. So he gave the instructions to retard proof it, right? Because when you give advice, typically you have to, appeal to the lowest common denominator. So like, there's guys out there, right, that could have been, I'm being honest here. There's guys out there that, could have played basketball back in the day, maybe football, whatever, and their career got smashed because they got a girl pregnant and they couldn't pursue what they wanted to do because they had to be a dad early.
True.
So what he's saying is, okay, this is how you mitigate risk so you could become a higher status guy. We're going to eliminate all the things that could fuck you up. Now, I want to make this very clear for some of y'all because some of you guys don't understand. I'm not saying I advocate for vasectomies or whatever. I don't have one. I've never gotten one. But what I am saying is that given the context of what he's tweeting for this specific situation, it makes sense because he's saying, hey, these are the ways so that you don't fuck yourself up to ensure that you're going to be successful. He's retard proofing it.
But that is...
It is so absolutely dumb. It is so absolutely idiotic for you to sit up there in front of a group of men announcing to them that they should get a vasectomy in their 20s. I don't care what anyone say. We can say it and laugh and joke about it, but it's not supposed to be reversible. And I am going to say this quickly, but I'm not even going to get into the vasectomy argument right now because they're going to do it. When he said it is our word proof, right? So basically, people who don't have common sense, right? So it's to protect them. What he is ultimately telling these men, and this is interesting for me, he does not think highly of them or their capacity to control themselves. That is it. And there is some truth to that. There is some truth to that. He is admitting that these men don't have self-control. When he called it our word proof, that's what he's saying. He's saying, I don't believe the men who are listening to me can I'm not going back and forth with anyone in the comments. Let me just be clear. Vasectomies are not supposed to be reversible. Can it be reversible? Yes, after a certain time period. I don't do science. I just know that it's not supposed to be. So if that's how you want to engage, that's how you want to engage. I'm not going back and forth with you about this.
Pretty retarded advice because you're saying do this so that you become more attractive to women. So what's even the point of having a relationship with a woman if you can't have kids with her? Then you're just having an empty relationship just to fuck her for your whole life. And
no, he's saying to become high value, which means you make the choice. Do I want to do that or not? So he's giving you the choice to do that, but once to become high value.
Myron just said that it's to become high value, to become attractive to a woman.
Yeah, if that's what you choose.
I feel like we're 2 months away from tweets of like, give your bro like the key to your fucking cock chastity cage to make sure that you guys are fucking around without permission or whatever. Like, I feel like we're...
That's
like, don't you guys tweet all the time about how like, oh, like women are fucking disgusting that are freezing their eggs at like 20 and they're never gonna find out. Yes. And now you've got like guys that go to sperm clinics like, here you go. I'm never gonna be able to impregnate my wife because there's like a 30% reversal rate on this fucking surgery, but maybe in the future I can
laugh at girls who want to freeze their eggs semen all the time.
Yeah, like it's like the same
but
shit.
But notice, right, he has 2 points.
Like a 90% reversal rate.
Yeah,
actually.
Well, depending on how quick it is. Wait, for vasectomies?
Yeah, to get it reversed and be able to actually...
After like 10 years, it's like 30 to 50%.
Yeah,
but your 20s is 10 years.
You're supposed to reverse it back within the 10 years.
Well, wait, hold on, wait.
Your
So you're
20s
gonna
is
get
10 years.
At like, yeah, you're gonna get a vasectomy at 20, become high value by 23, and then get it reversed. Like what?
I mean, I want to say 20.
These people are so dumb. This is, and you know they're not really thinking about what they're saying because they're just trying to jump on. The Grand Wizard, Rollo Tomasi, sent out a tweet, and they are bending themselves into pretzels to defend this tweet. It does not make any sense at all for you to say it is the likelihood of it being reversible is higher within 3 years' time. So you are telling people in their 20s to get a vasectomy so they can become a high-value man quickly, and before 3 years they can get it reversed, and the likelihood of it you having children still is there because you can reverse it within 3 years and be fine. Are you going to be a high-value man within 3 years' time? Are you? are you going to be a high value man within 3 years' time? Is this tweet like the steps to be a high value man before your vasectomy is irreversible? Is that like this? Like, I understand that a large part of this is entertainment, and probably I'm taking a lot of this too seriously, and I won't moving forward. I'll just start laughing. But it sucks that like people who are doing a lot of work to like educate men. And I do fundamentally believe that men are like just not knowing how to operate. They don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to talk to other men. They don't know how to like really connect and contribute outside of thinking of this like caveman approach to mating. And so maybe there is a conversation that needs to be had, but you have to be able to do that with some depth and meaning. They aren't used to getting checked for the stupid that comes out of their I think that's ultimately part of the problem too. I don't think they're used to getting checked. I don't think they're used to being held accountable, so they just say random things and move on, and it's just stupidity after stupidity after stupidity. And at some point it feels like if you repeat dumb ideas enough times, people start repeating it and start believing it, and this can have like an impact. And I don't feel bad for the men watching, because the men watching are there to watch women get dragged. That is my opinion. But it does suck that some idiot is what might be 20, 21 that go and get a vasectomy. I'm gonna move on.
You're being extreme as usual.
Well, he said your 20s. That's 10 years.
Yeah, but you can do it, but when you're 28, 29, at that point,
So 9 years. What is it? 45% chance of reversal, bro. You're not gonna have kids anymore.
You're sterilizing half your audience. That's just wild to me.
Hold on. Notice he had 2 points there. He said, one, create. Do apply.
Why does he talk? Like, I understand. That's mean.
He just saying you could do either or.
Okay.
No, he's
I'm
not.
just saying, I'm worried that Rolo's kids aren't going to have any customers to sell books to. Okay, that's what I'm worried about.
You guys are confusing it with. He's giving that advice. Those things are to mitigate fuck ups.
Yeah.
So that you get on your path to becoming higher status. That's to mitigate fuck ups. It's not about this is so you can fucking have a bunch of kids and have a family. That's not the advice. The advice is this is how you mitigate fuck ups in your 20s so that you can become attractive. Now, again, like I said before, am I telling guys go out there and get a vasectomy? No. But he's giving these points because if you follow those things, it's going to be very difficult for you to fuck your life up.
Here's a question on that.
It is very easy to mess your life up if you follow it, because if you have children, if you want to have children rather, and you can't because you took some dumb advice in your early 20s, that's the problem. But not only is this a problem, right? Not only is the advice a problem, part of my issue is how they know it's bad with this pushback, and they cannot concede of how idiotic they are. Like, they can't even concede this point, like say, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be getting vasectomies in your early 20s. Oh, forget about STDs or anything like that. Just the children, we don't want them. And this is, by the way, them telling women that they don't want children, but also them all confirming that they have no self-control. I'm going to continue, but I think I saw a super chat. What woman in her right mind is longing to carry any of those men's babies? Yeah, there is going to be an argument that came right out of his book. I should have gotten his book. But chapter 6 of his book points out something that he's going to try to use as a sword. He's going to use that as a talking point. And Destiny is going to push back, and he will not push back with his citation and source. And the fact that he doesn't do that highlights that he's a liar. He knows he's a liar, and the book, yes, is trash.
list.
Yeah, go
He's got 2 things, okay, about your dick, okay, about avoid family creation, get a vasectomy. Is there anything on that list about like just avoid women?
But
avoid temptation.
Hold on. We know as men, we want women no matter what. But whether we want to abstain or be monk mode, it doesn't matter. However, question for you guys on the panel. If you had a kid, be honest here, would you be where you're at right now?
Destiny had a kid at his early 20s.
He's so dumb. Destiny does have a child. And the fact that he doesn't know this, and he's like asking, Destiny, if you had a child, you too, would you be where you are? Well, yes, sir, because I actually do have a child. Now what? Now what? Look at you just looking dumb. Just looking dumb. Like why?
Yeah.
No. Well, you did?
Yeah, he had a
He's
kid in his early 20s.
Okay.
He's very successful.
But I mean, no, it was a lot of difficulty, of course. Yeah.
But be honest though, your kid is amazing, I bet. But at the same time, it did hold you back a little bit.
No, yeah, of course,
things. Seiko, for you, would you be in the same spot? Honestly.
If I had a kid, at what age are you talking about?
Earlier, like 20.
I mean,
no, you wouldn't be. That's the point here.
Yeah, who knows where I would have been? My life would have been a completely different life.
The point is you might not even be here. I'm just trying to say, he's saying mitigate risk and say, you know what? Avoid.
Well, I might not be on the Fresh and Fit podcast right now, but I would have been successful in different realms, and maybe I would have taken a different path.
How do you know?
Why not just like use protection?
Yeah, see, okay.
That's a good point. And he said avoid what? Family creation, which means use a condom too.
No, it doesn't. It says get a vasectomy. That was the advice.
That's
Stop trying
number
to.
3.
You're coping,
That's
bro.
number 3. Number 2 says avoid what? Creation.
So is it like this is like the list of 8 things to be successful? Pick 5.
That's the list.
Listen.
It's like a build your own lunchbox in Taco Bell. Like I thought you'd follow all the points of the list.
A faster way to be high value, which means, for example, mitigate risk. That's all he's saying here.
Hold on. Okay, but here's the part that I completely disagree with.
I mean,
and
in the context under what he's talking, I think
taking it.
But this is a whole other level.
I'm not.
We're taking it literally.
This is which you should take it literally if this is the godfather of the red pill, right? You guys all give this guy so much credit. I don't really know much about
like 5 books, supposedly,
the
right?
hypocritical part about it is that we make fun of.
They're pretending like, oh, this is not literal. Get a vasectomy. He literally put down a list for how you become a high value man. And y'all are just sitting up there looking as dumb as you look, trying to defend the foolishness. Like that's actually. And the funny thing is, like, people are watching that. I guess most people probably watch them for purely entertainment purposes and nothing else. I hope that's the case because this is really embarrassing. Like, because Rollo Tomasi is the one who tweeted it doesn't mean you cannot not go against it. I thought y'all were alpha males. The fact that y'all feel like you can't go against him is kind of ridiculous. It is kind of ridiculous. Where is it? I'm mad at you for making me laugh so hard today. Oh, it get worse. This is a crap show from the beginning to the end, and I'm here for every moment of it. They got dragged. I skipped through it. I didn't watch it in full, but I did skip through it because a mess.
Girls all the time for not controlling their sexual being all the time. Like, she belongs to the streets, all this stuff. You tell guys that they're losers if they don't go to the gym. They're losers if they play video games. You're a loser if you smoke weed. You're a loser if you watch sports. You need to exercise discipline. But when it comes to girls, oh shit, get a vasectomy because you can't control yourself, because you're not capable of exercising discipline. Why do you have to be disciplined in every single aspect of life? Networking, success, all this stuff, watching sports, playing video games. You need to be on your stuff. But for women, nut inside girls after getting a transgender surgery. That's the one thing you can't be disciplined in.
Nico, can you stop fucking girls?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Stop the cap.
Hold it to it right now. Don't fuck until you get married.
Well, no.
No.
Better advice.
You just said you can hold it. So don't fuck until you get.
He really thought he ate. That would not apply to me, sir, because I've been doing it and not getting anyone pregnant. So I can do this. It sounds like you are giving it advice to people who can't do that. I hate the fact, and I found out what his role is. He's attempting to do a soundbite or a gotcha moment, but he's not very good at it. When you're getting tongue-tied as you speak, it's not very good. When you're trying to do a read or a gotcha moment or be shady, it just doesn't work. when you can spit it out. When you're unable to speak, yeah, let me leave it alone. Fashion Fit don't do research on guests coming to their podcast. Well, obviously they don't. Because these men out here just a mess. Only Fashion Fit can make Sneaker look like he can debate and hang with Sinji, Themis, or Destiny. Look, I mean, I don't think he's doing that well, but at least he's consistent in rejecting vasectomies and he's pushing back against them, and they have no principle to really stand on. So it's going to be a mess. Like, they can't defend this position. They literally can't defend this position. This one over here trying to do a gotcha moment, sounding like he's eating food while he's talking. Like, girl, stop.
Get married.
Better advice is
No. I swear to God.
What,
Right now.
you're saying no.
Are you cool with that? Handshake.
Well, no, wait.
Such a stupid
Here's the real question. Here's the real question. Hold on. Has Seagull fucked a girl before?
Yes.
Has he had a vasectomy?
No. Did this man really just put out his hand to this other man talking about let's handshake over you not sleeping with anyone before marriage? Did he really just say handshake? Oh God. This feels high school. Pinky promise. Do you pinky promise?
To me?
No.
Does he have any kids?
No.
He's
Then boom, there you go.
So
He's
I know how to
He's
exercise
able to do
this
it.
Plan B. So he would have had a kid, which means he's gonna fuck up at some point.
Hey,
We're
listen,
human.
and they still
We're
sell
men.
they still sell Plan B.
No. But the point is,
That is the point. He's able to fuck girls, not have a vasectomy, and still not have kids. It's possible.
What did number 2 say? Avoid family creation. It could be condom or Plan B. But he's just saying to be
Yeah, it's
extra
another
careful.
form of contraception is what it is, basically.
But he didn't say that. And that's not a good form of contraception because it's not supposed to be reversed. That's what the doctor tells you when you get a vasectomy surgery. It's like, you cannot expect this to be reversed. That you shouldn't go into that thinking that you're going to reverse it. And also, a better advice, instead of saying never fuck again, maybe for the women that I do have sex with, prepare that she could be the mother of your children. Maybe don't spend time with hoes all the time thinking, I need to fuck 50 girls so I understand feminists and how retarded they are. Maybe just don't fuck them. Maybe fuck women that you can see yourself having a family with.
Okay, that was a read. Because and this is, at least they have confidence enough, right, to in your face say you're wrong. Because Myron put it out, him and the other Dusty one there, they put it out saying that you should sleep with at least 50 women before you settle down. This is a drag. This is a drag. I don't know this man. He don't sound that smart to me, but he's eating. So period. Give credit where credit is due. And right now it's due to this person right here.
When you first hold on, that's a very good
You
point.
won't be able to detect that though unless you have
Exactly.
experience.
You need experience.
You need experience, bro.
How
How
would
do
you
you
know?
wait? No. How do you need experience? What does that mean?
How would you know what's good for you if you never had it?
Wait. Wait. Did the fresh guy say, how would you know what's good for you if you never had it? Did he just say, how would you know what's good for you if you never have it? The jokes are literally writing themselves in my head, and I will not say them out loud, but like, period. Wait. Wait. Why am I getting hot? One of the boba, honey boba, almost killed me. Sorry. Whew. How would you know what's good for you if you've never tried it before? Period. I feel like he's not thinking about what he's saying. He's just talking at this. At this point, he's just talking. At this point, he's just talking, and that's fine.
The red pill advice is you need 50 bodies to understand women.
I want to open this one up.
Let's go.
Do you think you need to fuck a girl to tell if she's like family material?
No. We're saying experience-wise.
No. Why would you go? Oh my God, there were so many wonderful places you could have gone with that. There was so many wonderful. How would you know what's good for you if you never tried it? I feel like there are so many wonderful places you could have gone as opposed to the direct question at hand, which is about sleeping with women before you decide to start a family with that person. That's too safe for me. That is too safe. Petty is the worst.
What is experience?
No. Dating, courting, having that one-on-one experience. Okay, she likes this, she doesn't like this. This is weird. This doesn't work. I can tell from experience what works.
Wait,
now,
what does any of that have to do with fucking?
Hold on, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Now, adding in sex, you can understand. Okay, once this point has passed, I can see who she really is. Because remember, people put on front at the very beginning, but when you have sex with somebody, they're more often likely to show you who they really are.
That is absolutely not true.
Who is this man teaching? I have a serious question. Who is this man teaching how to be an alpha? Who is this? I feel like I'm going to start my own alpha podcast. Because if this man can sit up here looking like he does, speaking like he does, if he can sit up there and teach you how to be an alpha, I can too. I can. I definitely. After you sleep with them, then they will show you who they are. They'll show you who they're. What? What do you mean? Wait. After you sleep with them, then they'll show you. Girl, I can't.
True. How many stories do you hear of husbands who are like, my wife used to blow me every single day, and then as soon as we got married, all the sex stopped. Or we have dead bedrooms now. We were super active our first year, but that is absolutely not true. Sex can absolutely change after you've gotten married. And you can tell, regardless of experience, you can tell who's a 304 or who's like family material without fucking them first. For you guys, you can probably tell just by looking at their Instagrams. Isn't that what you guys are like professionals at? Is picking out hoes based on their Instagram pictures? You're telling me you have to fuck through like 30 women to find a good, like, how many conservative men, like if we brought in like real conservative men who have strong families, how many of them like,
I feel like I'm a broken record, but I don't care. A drag is a drag is a drag. Drag! These men literally stand for nothing in the face of someone who is semi-aware, in the face of someone who will push back meaningfully, even just a little bit, the entire world crumbles. That is sad. Your foundation is built on literally nothing, like absolutely nothing. All you do is talk to make other people feel good. You have no meaningful talking points that you can back up, and you're getting dragged. And a drag is a drag is a drag. I'm here. Destiny continue to drag, sir. You even wanting to say the N-word, so period. I'm going to remind y'all of that. But continue to drag.
yeah, I had to fuck 25 bitches when I was in college in order to find the love of my life right now that could take care of my kids. That's a wild statement. If you want to fuck, that's fine. But don't pretend you're doing it for this fucking altruistic purpose of finding a good mom.
But Destiny, can you admit that when you meet somebody for the first time, right? You're trying to see who they really are, the person, and ultimately you're going to have sex, right?
I mean, you don't have to.
I'm trying to find out if, like, you know how there are IQ levels? I feel like there should be something like that to test the brain to speech sort of level of intelligence. Like, I know for a fact that his brain does not keep up with his mouth. Like, the side of his brain that deals with comprehension cannot be as fast as the one that sort of mechanically lets him be able to talk. I'm sure of that. Like I am almost 100% sure that the analysis part of his brain, the critical thinking part of his brain, is not quick enough to keep up with the mechanical part. Like I feel like I can say that with like a 97.8725% certainty. I think I can say that with like 98.275% certainty. Like I am sure of it. This is how are you like this? And it's not his accent. I have an accent. It's cute. I have an accent. It's kill. It's kill. Oh my God, I'm now hot. This is why I don't like laughing. I hollered at your advising of an IQ. Look, I think so. I think something should be tested. Like this can't be right. Thank you. Jada says, my own brother said the same beer, shaking my head shallow. Look, they can say what they want, they can't back it up.
But I mean, having sex is like the least important part of seeing what kind of a person they are.
Actually, if you're compatible or not is very important.
If you're compatible, but in terms of like, would this be a good mom? Is it like, what, if she throws it back doggy, she'd probably take the kids like out to the park every day? Like, what does that even mean? Like, what, like, she doesn't swallow? I don't think she'd feed my kid if I didn't make it home in time? Like, what does that mean?
Okay,
like,
so
she shows up to blow me every night, so I know she'll be on time picking my kid up from school. Like, what is the correlation here?
The whole package itself, right, is going to include sex.
Yeah. This is why people don't like when you repeat back to them what they say. Because when you when you repeat back to them what they say, they get to hear what they say. Again, I don't think the function that tends to happen with most human being is happening for these people. It is you understand what it is that you're saying before you say it. You think about what it is that you're saying before you say it. So you know those people who hate hearing back what they said? I think that's the problem. That's the best way I can put it, because I promise you that's exactly what he said. What Destiny just said to him is what he said. And he's just looking confused. Just all kinds of just sorry. I think I'm going to lose my voice if I continue to laugh like this. So I'm going to try my best to not lean into my laugh and try to control it better.
I'm just saying that the process itself, going through the whole motions, you can see who the person really is. That's all I'm saying here.
I've heard you say that a lot. I'm not understanding the connection between.
So this is why. Right?
Okay.
Because I was the one.
Not he goes come in and save him. I didn't watch this part, but I'm assuming Myron is going to come in and say the complete opposite of whatever Fresh was talking about, because he looked dumb. I wonder what the chat is probably saying. I want to see the chat. No, I don't care. It's fine.
That basically said this, that guys need to, I think I should, bang at least 50 girls, if not more at bare minimum
What is
before
the
they get married.
average number of girls a guy fucks?
Very
a lot less
small.
than that.
It's small.
It's like
which is
fucking-
even
it's
weird
like-
advice. If
It's
you're
like
saying
8.
Hold on.
if you're saying get a vasectomy, 1 in 3 guys are virgins or haven't had sex in the past year, and you're telling these guys, yeah, you need to, they don't need that problem. They're not fucking that many girls that they need to worry about having a kid accidentally.
Bro, we're saying for what Rolo said in that specific tweet, it makes sense. Are we sitting here saying get vasectomies, guys? No, but in the context.
What is the context of the tweet that it would make sense to tell young men to get vasectomies? Now, look, if you want to do it, you do it. Because I think you know you more than anyone knows you. And if you cannot control yourself, then period. Do that. Don't bring a child into your mess. I'm here for that. But to pretend like that's not what you're telling people is ridiculous to me. Now, Rolo Tomasi is in the chat twerking. Not this chat, their chat, just twerking away. He's about to come up, and I did catch a part of this. So yeah.
Of what he said, becoming a high value man as quickly as possible and mitigating all risk. I see where he's coming
You
from.
guys
That's
aren't
my
really
point.
having a clear stance.
So that's tweet in that context, which we've said a million times that you don't want to accept, is that from what he's saying to become a high value man as quickly as possible in your 20s and mitigate fuck ups, because again, he's retard proofing it. Like I've said before, I see where he's coming from. Nowhere am I saying go get vasectomies, guys. I'm saying in that specific tweet, what he's saying, I understand. Now, going back to the whole thing with 50 girls, right? There's a bunch of reasons why I tell guys they need to get sexual experience with women. Number one, you need to get an abundance mindset, okay? A lot of guys get with girls out of necessity and a scarcity mindset. First girl that touches their pee-pee, oh, I want to commit to you. So that's a problem because you're not going ahead and getting with the girl from a position of choice. You're getting with her from a position of necessity and scarcity. That completely changes the dynamics of the relationship, and that's going to put her in a leverage position. That's number one. Number two, it'll help you understand female nature. A lot of the times, the mask comes off after you've had sex with a girl to a degree. Now, I know what you said. Oh, well, then you marry her, and then she goes.
That is the stupidest, the absolute stupidest ideas. If you're telling men to sleep with 50 women before, like if this is the advice you're giving to men generally, then yeah, you probably should tell them to get a vasectomy too. Yeah, like we're not even at the ST. You probably should. If that is your requirement, if that is what you're telling men to do, yeah, you probably should tell them to get a vasectomy. That makes sense. No, tell them to get a vasectomy. Tell your audience that they should sleep with 50 women, but they should also get vasectomy. If that is what you're telling them. That is ridiculous. That is disgusting. Like, how do you just tell someone that they need to do it because you want them to not have a scarcity mindset? I read this. Thank you, Jada. I'm going to get a stroke listening to him. Welcome to the membership, Red Passion. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, at this point they should membership dance. At this point they should all get a vasectomy. If that's what you're going to do, then yeah, that makes sense. To men you are saying can't get women. Like these are the men you are saying women don't want. All these women on Tinder keep swiping left and women don't want them because women are too picky, blah, blah, blah. But you are telling them to try to find 50 women to sleep with when one don't even want them. Good luck with that. Good luck.
Ahead and you're not getting sex anymore. That's why you don't get married, because when you marry, what ends up happening? The girl gets leverage. We tell guys, and even though people might not like this, me saying this, you need to always have the position of power and the position of leverage.
Would that completely change this? Well, every single fucking point. Okay, go for it.
So, because this is what I'm saying, like you need to have sex with a bunch of girls, right? You get abundance mindset, number one. So you're actually picking her versus, a necessity standpoint. Then helps you understand female nature because you understand female manipulation tactics. Because girls, right, will do whatever they can to withhold sex from you, so before you give enough resources, time, whatever it may be. It's a dance between the two genders to get what they want, and then you become you're able to better discern female nature. So those are the main
I think everyone else points is silly.
You are better able to discern female nature by sleeping with women. It's giving struggle. He couldn't even get through that himself. Out here. Yo, these men don't have much, but they have audacity. He literally wrote a book. He literally sat there and wrote a book about this nonsense. I don't like laughing now because it's giving me a headache. I'm convinced he never interacted with a woman. You want to know something? Thank you, 2Ls. I've considered this. And I'm like, I can understand why I can understand why Fresh, the darker one, right? I can understand why he would be upset with women. Like somewhere deep in my soul, I understand why he would be upset with women. I get it. They only want me for my money. I get it. I truly, I can truly understand why he would be upset. Myron, unless he doesn't actually know how to talk to women or he's not good. Got it. I got it. I can't say that here, but got it. Makes sense now. Frankie, welcome to the membership. Frankie, welcome to the membership. I appreciate you. Kiki, love your name. Welcome to the membership. There was another membership I saw. Mirror Sparkles. Welcome to the membership. Mirror Sparkles like whoa. I think that's it. Did I get that right? Mirror Sparkles like whoa. Welcome to the membership. I'm not gonna say it. Y'all asking me. No, I'm not saying it. It is what it is. Whatever is in my mind is in my mind. Myron, don't you dare settle for the first person that'll give you a chance and commit to you. That's a woman's job, right? They gonna have these men out here single forever. The one woman deciding to give you a chance, you go mess it up with, really. Period. That's the advice. Period. Meryl always remind me of King Julian from Madagascar. Now he sounds like it too. Right? Isn't he like a fitness person? It just seems odd. And I can only come up with two explanations for why he would believe this, if he truly believes this. But he might not actually believe this. This might actually be a grift for him. And I have two reasons in my head, none of which I can say out loud. How you doing? Oh, Wendy Williams say how you. That's one reason. That's not the full reason. And I'm not doing that. No, that's wrong. After listening to millions of men for decades, Rolla has decided we need to thin the herd. Hence, vasectomies for y'all. Period.
One, woman is going to have leverage over you as soon as you have a family, right? If you guys are the ones that are saying the family court's all rigged and bugged and she could fuck you with child, so that doesn't matter. Whether it's marriage or child support, the child support is scarier than the marriage part. Because child support is you're hooked for 18 years and you're always on child support, whereas alimony is like 10% of all marriages. So whatever you're talking about avoiding leverage in a relationship.
You're welcome, Destiny. You better be exciting to. I'm kidding. That just killed Myron's argument in his book. By the way, that was Myron's argument in his book getting destroyed. Myron keeps talking about how 97% of women get 97% of the time women get alimony, but what he does not say is 90% of 10% in 2010. Right? He does not do an updated statistic. He does not point to any meaningful statistic outside of a law firm in Florida that says 10% of the time alimony is involved. That's it. And it did say 10. It says about around 10% of the time, and that alimony calculation doesn't have anything to do with gender. Rather, it has to do with a calculation regarding who makes the most money, how long was the marriage, or whatever. And the feminists actually fought to the feminist fight also included them paying alimony. So period. Women can pay alimony. And there's over 400,000 men getting alimony. Now, which men are those men? I venture to guess, but I didn't look into it because I didn't care.
That goes immediately out the window as soon as you've nutted up on her, okay? And she's pregnant.
If you have kids.
Yeah.
Right?
So we're talking about shopping for a woman that can have kids. So that's one thing. Second thing, I'm trying to remember every point you made. Discerning female nature.
Getting an abundance mindset.
Yeah.
Was the other one.
Getting an abundance mindset in any healthy relationship, your partner is going to have some kind of leverage over you.
Of course. But you need to maintain
partner.
Most of the leverage is the man.
Even
Myron seems like the type who thinks I'm not. Y'all play. Y'all play too much. Yeah. Now y'all gonna have me choking.
Both people are going to have somewhat of like ultimate leverage over the other person. If you're in a healthy relationship, you don't want your wife to leave you. That would suck. She doesn't want you to leave her. That would suck.
Of course. But as the man, you need to have most of the leverage, and you need to care about the relationship less than she does, is my point.
Okay.
In every relationship, one person is needed more than the other.
No.
I'm saying the woman should need you more than you need her.
That's
my argument.
Horrible relationship advice. This
okay.
is because at some point you have to make the decision to say, I'm going to start investing a scary amount of emotional and physical and psychological resources into this relationship to make it work. Any good relationship is going to have that investment, such that if it ends, it's going to suck. If you go into a relationship with this thought process of like, I need to be able to leave this 304 at any fucking point I want to be fine or whatever, you're never going to get a good relationship. Those aren't good relationships. I feel like I can walk away at any point in time and I don't give a fuck.
Sunny Days, welcome to the membership. What Myron advice is a deep sense of insecurity. If the woman has too many options, if she has too much independence, if she is able to provide for herself, she will leave. Essentially is what Myron's advice boils down to. Yeah, that's it. That's all.
At some point, you're like, the whole point of like a relationship where you really love each other is some amount of like vulnerability and trust in each other to not like fuck up, right?
See, I see where you're coming from, right?
Yeah, that's coming from the trying to maintain a healthy relationship.
No, I get that. But that's why I'm saying, like, because I want guys to be in a position that even if they love a girl and they really like her, they could still walk away from her if she does some dumb shit. And you get that from having abundance
That's not
mindset.
love, though. You're not building like good relationships there.
You can absolutely love someone and still walk away from them when they do stupid shit.
100%.
If you can just walk away,
you have to.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Guys need to have that skill set, because most guys end up sitting in stupid ass relationships that they don't want to be in with girls that disrespect them, that treat them poorly, that do a bunch of fuck shit.
There's a difference
because
you
they have
can
a
say
scarcity mindset.
Sure, that's because they're fucking retarded, right? You can say maybe part of it might be a scarcity mindset. Some people stay in bad relationships for way too long. But if you go in trying to set it up, it's like, I can walk away from this whatever I want.
What is the reason that they stay? Why do guys stay in bad relationships so much? It's because of scarcity mindset. Why do girls get over relationships way faster than guys?
There could be, oh, my bad. There was probably an echo. Sneaker is sleeping. There's a whole bunch of reasons. I don't want to get into foolishness now and hypothesize, but I feel like this is a case-by-case basis to figure out why men stay in relationships that they don't like, but okay. So when the men announce no more women can birth them, look, I feel like the deep sense of hatred towards women is weird. It's weird to like be running around calling people fruitcakes and stuff. Meanwhile, you're over here literally not just hating women, but also hating on women. Like I could never. It's so ghetto. Thank you, Curry Up and Eat. If this is the mentality of most black men, this explains why they say we aren't marriage material and why they don't commit, because they don't know how to choose. Thank you, Kiki. But beyond that, so I actually wanted to ask about this marriage material and choose better and stuff. And so I kind of wish that guy, the gentleman who was supposed to come on today, I do wish we were having that conversation instead of listening to like I mean, I guess, I don't know if it would have been low frequency, but instead of listening to low frequency stuff. But you know what? We're already here in Degenerate, so let's continue. Thank you, Kiki.
Because girls don't have a natural scarcity mindset like men do.
Destiny, you mentioned love, right?
Hold on. I don't even think that's true that girls get over relationships way faster than guys. Because you guys on here are talking all the time about like, oh, well, the reason why I don't want to date a girl that's older is because she's got all this trauma from all these other relationships.
Hold on.
How is a woman simultaneously traumatized by every relationship she has, but also gets over them really quick?
All right, good point, Destiny. But that's not where I thought this would have gone then. The whole idea is that women are emotional, and when you sleep with them, they get super attached. That is the premise of all y'all's argument. So I need to calm down. The reason why they say men can go out and sleep with women is because men don't get attached. Women get attached. So it is odd to me to then say that women get over a relationship easier, which could be true. I'm not saying it's not. It's just the weird framework for which you are operating seems off, right? Women can easily leave after sleeping with you. No, they can't, based on your reality. I believe they can, and I believe men can do the same. But based on your reality, I don't know how to. I don't know really know how to take that. But what Destiny is about to do, I think, is also good. Probably a more fun argument to make.
No, but here's the thing. Then why do women break up most of the time? Because they have another guy lined up.
Hold on. If they break up most of the time, does that imply the other one is the one fucking up? Isn't that what the implication would be?
Because they want to leave.
Hold on. If I were to tell you, in business relationships, if this partner is left like 50, 60, 70% of the time, wouldn't you assume it's because the other one is fucking up?
That's on a normal case, but we know why women do it.
Why do women?
He's so useless. Demas, of course, he's going to hate his competition. It's Kitty out here. Now it all makes sense. Right? No. They're about to get dragged. If Myron is King Julian, then the other one is Maurice, and they look just like those. Let's hear what Fresh is saying.
Women do it.
They get bored. They don't feel like it anymore. They have other options.
Bored and don't feel like anymore are good reasons to leave a relationship. If you feel like you're bored in a relationship, you don't like the relationship, of course you should leave. Why should you stay there?
That's why, as for men, you said you mentioned earlier love, right? What is love? Love is freedom. So having the freedom to walk away is powerful.
Love is not.
Girl, who told this man to define love as freedom? Who told? Who told? I've heard many people define love, and I've rejected pretty much all of these definitions. But I have never rejected a definition of love more than this. I have never rejected a definition about love more than this. Because if you're telling me if you love someone, you sacrifice for them, I'm going to think love is like the opposite of freedom. Like, I don't mean that directly. Like, love is entrapment or anything like that. But love and freedom tend to not go hand in hand. I want to hear how, I didn't hear this, but I want to hear how he makes this make sense. I want to hear the explanation for this. Please give me the explanation for this because, girl, what?
The freedom to walk away from your partner.
It is.
That's not true. Love is an obligation to your partner that supersedes your personal freedom. That's the whole point of like, don't we say like fucking women and children first and like men dying for their family and their countries and like.
He says, if you love somebody, and I don't think he's going to get it out, I think this doofus is literally about to say, if you love someone, you can walk away. Man, it's giving It's giving Mariah Carey Butterfly. If it if you love someone, you love period. I mean, it's not completely wrong.
Like, I feel like this is some shit where, like, you know,
would
you take a bullet?
on one hand, the guy to stay if he loves her, but the girl
But that's not love is freedom. That's not, you're not defining freedom.
can leave because if it's
No, the woman shouldn't
she
leave.
can leave.
Well, hold on. If the woman loves her partner, whatever, you also should leave. But if people are getting bored, don't like the relationship anymore, for a guy or a girl, yeah, of course you should leave if you're not like feeling anymore. Of
But
course.
that's my point, bro. Here's
A
what I'm trying
woman
to say
won't
is
get
this.
bored if you have a scarcity mindset. And
Women have a natural abundance mindset, which is why they overwhelmingly initiate divorce and breakup. So what I'm saying is that guys need to also have an abundance mindset where they can walk away from the girl. So there's some semblance of
the idea that women have an abundance mindset is just, I don't, I feel like when these people talk, and that's the problem, they have a very specific group of women in their mind. That has to be the case. It cannot be the case that they're thinking about this from sort of a macro view, just like a bird's eye view. I think they are thinking about specific Instagram models in Miami. That has to be who they're talking about. Because I don't think people are just walking around jumping out of relationships that are good because they have a quote unquote abundance mindset. Period. You're just jumping in and out of relationship because of your abundance mindset. You're just pulling people into your vortex.
the power struggle isn't as I guess polarizing because most girls hold the leverage in most relationships and guys have no power in their relationship. And what I'm saying is that
I don't know how that's true. Like, women fare worse than men in almost every degree after divorces. So the idea of pretending.
Period. Drag them. Drag them, drag them, drag them, drag them, drag them. This is the book part that I'm talking about. But this is very important. This is great. Thank you. Now drag them. Women feel worse after marriage, but I must say women feel worse in marriage. And I do have stats on this that I'm not going to pull up because this is not the live stream. I have another stream planned because we need to talk. Myron operates in fear. Yeah, Myron is not actually. This doesn't feel like abundance. Abundance. This does not feel like he believes that there is plenty of fish in the sea. It feels like they're trying to accumulate as much as they can because they're so afraid that it will not all go away. It seems very fearful to me. It's giving fearful mindset. That's what it's giving.
What are you talking about?
They make more money. They have better dating strategies afterwards. Men just do better than women in almost every single metric post-divorce.
What, bro?
No. Source. Hold on.
Source.
Hold on.
What?
Source. You can fucking Google it. Financial.
You want to know something really disgusting? Myron has this in his book. And the fact that he's not citing to the citations that he put in his book is ridiculous. He knows he can't cite, well, I don't know what he knows, but he can't cite to his book. Because had I made that argument that Destiny just made, in my mind, I would only make it waiting for him to cite to his Dusty book. That's what I would wait for. So I can drag him that book and his stats. That's what I would wait for. Because at this point, they should jump into alimony, and Myron should say 97% of the time women get alimony. And I will say absolutely not. That's not true. Alimony is only awarded in 10% of the case, about 10%, so you don't actually know it from 2010. And also, it is not a calculation of like men versus women. It's just about who has more money. So if you were smart, you wouldn't be dating young, beautiful women who don't have anything going for them. You would be dating people in your socioeconomic bracket, because when you divorce at that point, you won't be sharing asset in a way that is disproportionate to the man or to the woman. But because you're up there telling men that they need to find younger and harder and dumber, you are going to have to fork up all that money. You might be of the 10% that get alimony. You might be one of those people. If you were dating in your socioeconomic bracket, you would not have to worry about alimony. But because you don't do that, you then complain about having to pay alimony that you obviously set the stage for you paying. If you don't, I feel like these people are just dumb. Like you advocate and create the world that you are complaining about. Alimony, because of feminism, women are now able to participate, thankfully, in the labor market, right? Because they're able to do that, they now have money and resource, and in a lot of people's mind, they're equal in a lot of ways to men. Because of this, people tend to marry within their socioeconomic bracket, right? When that happens in a divorce, you guys can split equally because you equally contributed to the development of the family. No one has to worry about alimony in that case. When you are telling men to become quote unquote high value and make all the money in the world and go get a woman who doesn't go to school, who doesn't have a job, who's young, when you do that and they spend their life being your wife and you break up, yes, you're going to have to pay for her lifestyle. You're going to have to pay for her. What do you mean? Of course, that's what you're going to do. What? You wanted to marry someone, don't send them to school, don't give them a career, don't engage with them anymore, just have them be destitute when you're done with them. So you want to take a young girl, prevent her from going to school, prevent her from getting a career, tell her that her role is to be at home and take care of you and your children, and you can go out and cheat. She gets fed up with this. She leaves. Oh, wait, you don't want her to leave because you wanted her to be able to stay and be dependent on you so you can go do whatever you want. That is called financial abuse. So if she gets up and leave, you want to say, oh, I'm not going to take care of you because you left. After you told her not to go to school, not to get a job, stay at home. Really? Oh no, you're going to have to pay all of that up. You're going to have to pay. Just disgusting and degenerate. Like, this is actually degenerate. And if women are out here signing prenups, if that prenup does not say you should get like $1 million per year, I don't know why you would be signing it. I'm very much for prenup, by the way, completely for prenups. But make sure it's fair. If you're going to take time out of your life to be a stay-at-home wife, please make sure you are taken care of in the event of a divorce. I know no one wants to talk about it. It's not romantic to think about the end of a beautiful relationship, but please think about it. Do not jump in there blind. One of the things that the Manosphere is good at is removing the veil. And the veil is a Disney princess happy ending foolishness that exists in a lot of women's mind, where you will throw away resources, throw away everything that you need to think about logistically to plan a family, and just jump into a relationship because you are in love and you want to be married and the white picket fence. That doesn't exist. And to the extent you think it exists, still think about what's going to happen at the end of that marriage. That I don't give advice, but that's the advice I would give if I were giving advice. Like, absolutely not. Like, this is so disgusting. Like, this right here is so absolutely disgusting. You are now married. You have a child. At the end of the marriage, who do you think is going to have the child? Oh, yeah, you. How easy is it for you to then enjoy your life, date, and do what you want to do with your life for the rest of it? When you have a child and this man is just paying child support, barely seeing the child, and able to go out there and live their best life and go find a younger girl to repeat the cycle with. Like, oh my God. Mm-mm. Why would a woman leave her loving marriage to be ridiculed by society? Right? These people talking about how women just file for divorce and women just do this and women just do that is absolutely ridiculous, because the stigma that comes with being divorced is kind of ridiculous. Get called single mom, use goods, and pass her prime. Make it make sense. Yes, women fear worse after a divorce, particularly when there are children involved. And I know you guys love your bundles of joy. I call them parasites. It is what it is, but go off.
Financial outcomes, divorce men versus women. You can look it up. But you guys know this on your podcast. If you were scrolling through Tinder and you see some dude is like, oh, single dad, that's like whatever. For some women, that might even be a plus. He's got a kid. He's a cool dude, whatever. If you see single mom, what are you assuming? That she lives in the fucking Hamptons? That she's in Beverly Hills?
So you're telling me
single mom, she's probably lit as fuck. No shot.
They get wiped up all the time, bro. Listen.
A divorced mother with a child is a single mother if the man is not there. I don't know what you mean. A woman with a child is a single mother, whether you were married. There are married people who are single mother because the man is nowhere to be found. I don't know what you mean. If you have children and you are divorced and the man is nowhere to be seen, you are a single. Like, I don't know what you mean. You have an absent father, you are single. Like, you have an absent father, you're a single mother. All right, well, a single mother is never married. No. Wait, why are you upset? Let's stop pretending marriage is irrelevant. I never said marriage was irrelevant. You heard what you want to hear. But if you are married and you are left to raise a child by yourself after a divorce, you're a single mother. I don't know why you're mad. I don't understand what is upsetting about that. A dad would be a single dad. There is an absent parent, you are a single parent. Like, what do you mean? I don't understand where the confusion lies. Where is this confusion? Oh, you said it's not. Well, I'm being factual. Let's look up the definition of single mother, because maybe I'm wrong. All right. A single mother is a mother who does not have a husband or partner. Do you have a husband when you are divorced? Do you have a husband when you're divorced? Because I thought you have an ex-husband when you're divorced. Now, you can define it some other way if you want. This is the definition I'm going to use. You're a single mother. It is what it is. Not you. I don't know your circumstance, but like this idea that somehow the whole reason is about whether or not you are the person taking care of the child, right? So one of the things I hate is the shaming of single mothers who never got married. The whole point is, are you the only person taking care of your child? If you are the only person taking care of your child, if you're the only one there, then yeah, you're a single mother. Like what? Like, I don't understand what the issue is. Like, do you think you're better than someone else when you both are doing the same thing? Like, I don't like it's not just about factual. It seems odd that people are pushing so heavily for that. It's, are you the only person taking care of this child? Oh, you are? Then you're a single mother. I don't know what there's like. I was married, I wasn't married, like I don't like that. And the weird thing is, like, even in some marriages, you're taking care of the child and the husband. Like, sorry, like, I'm just like, I am actually kind of projecting a little bit, so I will own this. I will own it. I remember this young lady. She got married, she got divorced. I don't know her personally. She got married, she got divorced, and she was talking all kinds of mess about single mothers. And I'm sitting there and I ask her, hey, is your ex-husband helping you at all? Because her ex-husband is Jamaican and he was in Jamaica with a new family. And the way she spoke down about single mother while she had two children, taking care of the two children by herself with literally no help. The single mothers had men who, not men, like, but they had their partners who they were never married. But at least those men were giving her money. And you were talking down about other people. Like, you who have to take care of the child by yourself, which is not, I don't wish that on anyone. But for you to sit there and just talk all that mess, talking about, oh, how could you have children before marriage? Well, you had it in marriage and now you're taking care of the child by yourself. I don't like it. It's usually done to shame. Society doesn't care about the definition. All they see is a woman that's not in a relationship and has children. Exactly. Welcome to the membership. Thank you so much. She wants to feel like marriage makes her better than never married. Yeah, I think that's what. In my experience, hey Sinji, I didn't even know you were in here. Um, um, in my experience, whenever it's brought up, I don't know why it's so triggering for me because it shouldn't be, because like it shouldn't be. But like in my experience, when it's brought up, it's usually done to shame other people. And I don't like that. I don't like that. My definition is if you're the person doing it by yourself. Like I don't even think of women who are with men, even if they're not married or a single mother, because again, they have a partner who is helping them take care of the child. Like I don't. Look, if you think marriage is going to save you and you don't care about the person you're marrying, then go marry any random person then. Period. I don't care because I know there are people in marriages taking care of both the child and the husband. Like I'm not about to go back and forth with anyone on that. I love marriage. I think it's important, beautiful. I will never tell you not to do it. Do what you will. But don't come here and try to shame other people. I'm not about it. No. Let them feel distinguished by being a divorced mom than a single mother, although a divorced woman who is a mom is now legally single, right? Thank you. They want their marriage recognized even if there's been a divorce, just to say they're not a single mom, a baby mom. Okay, right, the extent to which they would go. All right, let's move on. We've spent too much time here doing irrelevant stuff. Um, I apologize because I just don't like that. I hate when people are like, oh,
Single moms get wiped up all the time.
Come on.
Wait, then what are the single? Hold on, okay? I don't want to make it racial, okay? But like, we're black community here, right? We're like single moms are getting wiped up all the time by other men. That's not true. Single motherhood in a lot of communities is like one of the most destructive aspects to families, and it's really hard for single moms to find another guy because guys would rather not raise another kid than a woman be willing to jump into the guy with his own kid.
Bro, are you saying a divorce absolutely impacts men more?
They don't want to talk about race. They don't want to talk about race. So you want to know the really sad part about this? Everything they say is wrong generally, but it's definitely wrong if you focus on the black community. So they have to completely ignore that the black community exists and it's from which they came to continue their argument. And they still have no argument. And they still have no argument.
Negatively than women. Absolutely. It's not even debatable at this
Look at
point.
outcomes.
The fact that Destiny brought it up is like you have to you have to give him his G credit. It's like why am I making stuff up? I don't feel like there's a like G credit. I'm gonna say I'm giving him some G credit for that, even though he want to say the N word.
Afterwards.
It's night and
It's not
day.
even debatable, bro.
Like night and day difference.
Like, yo,
Yeah, no shit. I know this.
If
Tell them.
if divorce didn't destroy
You guys are arguing it, but it's so funny because this is the one time where we can just use our feelings and your intuitions are right. You're using your brain right now to try to think, I think single moms actually do really well. We all know that's not true.
No,
single moms get fucked.
Women fare.
If you think it's easier for a single mother after a divorce to get in another relationship than it is for the man, you are lying. You are absolutely lying. And we know you're lying because you say it all the time that no one wants a single mother. But actually, people do. But it's easier for the man to move on with his life because he doesn't generally have a child that he needs to take care of. Destiny came to take out the trash, right? What was it? Was it Louis Vuitton or Balenciaga that came out with trash bags? I don't remember. One of them. I saw it on the Shade Room. I'm not looking for designer trash bag. Absolutely not.
A lot better post-divorce than men do, bro. And the reason why is because they get the resource, they get the money, they get the children, they get put in a better situation.
They get the resource. Absolutely lie. An absolute lie.
Financially.
No, they don't.
Yeah, dude, they get the house.
Moms don't live good on child support. That's not true.
What?
Have you ever seen a bitch on child support? She's not living the greatest fucking life. She's not pulling in with her BMW like, oh yeah, I got my $350 child support this month. I'm ready to tear it up. This doesn't happen.
Well,
wait. They said Google it. So I hope, because I Googled this, and I know this not because of Destiny, but because I was reading his book, and we already broke down how trash his book was. So he's now Googling and reading it. This is actually funny. So we get to see his response in real time, period. Watch Myron. He's reading something on Google about divorced women. So let's see if his worldview is shooketh.
we're assuming that they never got married, one, and two, they were poor from the very beginning. I'm just saying, in an average marriage, for the most part, the guy's making more money on some level, right? Let's say they divorce and the woman leaves. She's getting probably the house and money. So it's kind of like she's winning. He is, on the other hand, in a car or, for example, in a friggin' one-bedroom apartment. He's done for.
You're talking about like the 1% of the 1% situations where a woman is like getting a whole house and child support. And this is like a fantasy story. Like, I'm sure it's happened, but this is incredibly rare most of the time. And everybody knows this. You're fighting really hard in your brain to try to think like single moms do well. Everybody knows that's not true. You guys even say single moms are used and abused.
Okay. So he's not going to acknowledge the research he just read. He was down in his phone right now, and he's not going to acknowledge that. He's just not going to acknowledge that. Literally, what Destiny just said is something that I said a couple videos ago in response to Myron's book. Because he lied in his book because the lie was a complete misrepresentation of facts. So he intentionally misrepresent, he's a liar. That's what I meant. Someone was like, oh my God, even if it's 97% of 10, what do you mean lie? I mean, he intentionally misrepresented the truth. He's a liar. That is that. That is all. So when I look at him here and Destiny saying to him in his face that most marriages, when they end, there is nothing to be shared. And when they're sharing, the women don't come out on top and gain so much more than the man. And the fact that he's not pushing back is annoying me. The fact that he's not pushing back, you have a chapter in your book that is talking about how marriage sucks for men because women gain too much financially from men when they marry. How are you not pushing back? You have to push back right now because this is what your book is predicated on, specifically as it relates to marriage. You have to push back so I can drag you on these stats. Let's go.
Look, one time use only for fun only. You guys all say that shit. We all know this.
We're not saying single women, okay, single moms do better than single dads. What I'm saying is that I'm saying that single women, divorce hurts men more than it hurts women. That's my argument. It definitely hurts men way more because men have
All right, he's there, but I was pausing him to say how, but let's hear the how.
more to lose. And if it didn't, why are women initiating 80% of the divorces?
Okay, so he definitely did nothing with it. He just didn't say anything. Oh my God, why is there 1,300 people in here? Oh, you guys, I feel loved. Oh, I was sad because let me stop. I was actually really annoyed that that gentleman didn't show up, and I was like, no one is gonna come in here because this is like now clickbait. This is now clickbait. But oh, you guys, that warmed my heart.
Because I must really hate the relationship.
No, because they stand to benefit from it way more than men do.
They don't benefit from the divorce more than staying married.
I mean, that statistic that I saw, of course, it fares immediately. It seems like the women are doing better financially. That's because usually women are not as earning as much as the men. But at the same time, there's also, if you look at the mental health rates, men are 8 times more likely to commit deletion, self-deletion after divorce.
True.
8 times more.
Marriage is a good controlling factor for men.
8 times more. You're going to say that women do so much, are in a...
Are we
8 times more for less than 1%. Like, I mean, it's bad and it needs to be addressed. Less than 1% doesn't make it like insignificant. That's not what I'm saying. But like when you keep saying 8 times more, I'm just gonna bring up that this is less than like 1%. Like I think, all right, let me stop because I don't want to. It's a big problem. We should fix it. I take back everything that I just said because the percentage doesn't matter. 1 is too many.
going to use suicide as the defining factor? What percentage of people commit suicide?
No, but it is a
8
factor.
times more?
It is a factor to it to show who actually suffers more from divorce.
Hold on.
No. Answer the man question. The man definitely ask. The man, by the way, is definitely Destiny. Destiny just asked what percent of men do this. He definitely asked that.
Suicide is affecting like point whatever percent of all men divorced. Income is affecting.
Okay, I think it's less than 1, but I'm not gonna do no point nothing. But the last time I checked, it was like close to 1%. So wait, I probably should look this up now because I don't care.
Everybody. And in income, men fare better. In future relationships, men tend to pair up more often than single moms do. Like these are just 2 stats that are
okay.
true.
Maybe it's 1%, but still, the fact that it's 8 times more reflects the mental health too. Just because only a small percentage of them are actually pulling the trigger.
All right, Sneeko. We saw some level of intellect now. Because that would have been, if I was on the opposite team, I would have said the same thing. I would have said, Sneeko is a snake, though, by the way. Whose side is Sneeko on? Whose side? Wait, whose side? Not y'all don't do this to me. If I ever carry someone with me and we're on the same team debating, it's gonna look real messy and I'm gonna be thrown off a little bit if in the middle of me dragging these men by their frontal follicles. Actually, Myron has hair plugs now, so the bald spot is like filled in, so period. But Sneeko is like coming in, just stabbing in the back right now, talking about some 1% is a lot. It is. Look, it is. There shouldn't be any self-deletion, period. So I will say Sneeko is correct, but in the largest scope right now, I'm not about to get into it. It's actually refreshing to have a real educated black man on the mic. Oh, thank you. I'm assuming you're talking about me and not Sneeko. Because what is Sneeko? I think Sneeko is mixed. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. Suicide, self-deletion stats for men aren't always explained fully. Women attempt more in general, but men are more successful. I wonder if that's the scenario post-divorce. I didn't look into the stat. I know it was like less than 1% because I was reading. I shouldn't have said it with so much confidence either, because I was reading something else and I saw it, and it just stuck in my mind for some reason, and that was a while ago. So I shouldn't have said it with so much confidence. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know why though. I have my husband take these kids somewhere anywhere to watch you on Friday. The love is real. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate. Myron filled in his he definitely filled in his follicles.
The rest of them must be way unhappier compared to the women.
I mean, they fare better by the numbers. If we want to say they're unhappy, right, we can find some way to measure that. But I don't know if I would say
women just stand to gain more post divorce than men do, which is why they overwhelmingly initiate their breakups.
I think they overwhelmingly initiate their breakups because they're unhappy.
What do you mean? That is such a dumb take. They know they're going to gain more. That's why they end the marriage. No, they're just unhappy in the marriage. Y'all can't keep people happy. Y'all can't keep people happy, and that's just not bad. It is not your duty to keep people happy, but it is your duty to not bring misery to people. And all you do is bring misery. You literally stand here and advocate for men to cheat. Like, you literally advocate every day for men to cheat. And then you're surprised when women are filing divorces. Like, when? You advocate for men to cheat, and then you're surprised that women file for divorce. How does that make sense? How are you confused?
Happy with their relationships.
So then why get into it in the first place?
Because they're probably good in the beginning, like every relationship.
They're rewarded.
That is such a dumb question. If you're going to divorce when I make you unhappy or make your life uncomfortable and miserable, why would you get into it in the first place? I didn't know you were going to make my life miserable. Like, what?
Because they know once they get into it, they can break it and get away with whatever they want.
You will never find a woman. Okay, you might find one or two, but overwhelmingly, you're not going to find women that are like, oh yeah, like I got with this guy and I figure like, if it goes bad, at least I get divorced, I get like child support and shit. Nobody thinks like that.
They're going to attorneys before they even get married.
Nope, no. That's overwhelming.
So you think middle-class people getting married are just going to divorce attorney before they get married? I'm talking about getting a prenup now. I know a lot of people aren't about to do that. You think they're going to the divorce attorney to say, "Hey, we're thinking about getting out. We're thinking we're thinking about getting out." So like a period.
Not the case. Nobody thinks like this. Like real women do not think like this. Oh yeah, like I can give this guy and like at least I know my divorce, I'll get like alimony and child support. Nobody, except for like the ultra rare 0.1% crazy people
point,
that like.
Let's say they're not aware of it, right? The moment they say, you know what, mom, I'm thinking about divorce. Guess what happens? They get flooded. Oh, daughter, go here, do this, do that. They're gonna find out what they can do after the fact, and then they do it.
How is he so useless? I'm thinking about something. Maybe he is maybe he's on the podcast to reflect back to the man their own image. So the men who watch, they can identify with him, maybe, because it doesn't make sense for him to be, how are you this useless? Like, just act like you add absolutely nothing. Like nothing at all. Oh, when they're in the marriage, they might not know, but then they go to their mom and their mom will say, come here, daughter. I don't know. I don't know. This don't make sense. This does not make sense. Like, I don't think Myron is smart because we definitely read that book. In the same way, I don't think Kevin Samuels was smart. But just in comparison, it just looks like they look like genius. Whatever. There should be a minimum IQ before you get a. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you there. Mm-mm. Are they counting family deletion in that stat? No.
So either way, they can find out and still do it.
Bro,
if your wife is asking, how can I get a divorce? Then the relationship's already fucked.
If women didn't stand to benefit, why are so many women so hell-bent on getting married? The whole, women want to get married, right? And if it doesn't work out, they can divorce to get the money. Like, bro,
women probably want to get married because if you're going to have a family.
My stance is simply this. Divorce hurts men.
Are they counting family deletion in that? No, they're not. They're not. Myron just sounded just as dumb as the other one. Just now, Myron sounded just as dumb as the other one. Like I need an Advil. Do I have Advils? I'm gonna get an Advil. I can't.
Men more than it hurts women overwhelmingly. From all aspects, whether it's money, whether it's paying alimony, whether it's finding another partner, because a single mom still will be able to find a guy to replace the dude to a degree.
Single mom dating sucks.
He might not marry her, but he'll still get
she'll get more options.
Benefits.
Still.
Yeah,
single moms get a bunch of options
on Tinder. They're booming, bro. No, we say don't do it, but they can still get options.
Yeah, there's a lot of simps out there that'll still take them on.
Yeah, you watch any of the dating shows like on TV or any of these, like, bro, single mom dating sucks. It's like the worst fucking thing in the world.
They have more options than an average guy.
They'll find someone.
I don't know.
And you pull this stat that women do, men pay 85% of child support after divorce. 85% of the people paying child support are men.
There you go.
That's because most of the time the women are the caretakers of the kids and they take the kid. Of course they're going to.
Point. So
because men aren't taking care of their kids, the man just leaves.
But hold on, what are the courts based on? The child's best interests.
Note to self: do not take a pill with boba tea. That was one of the dumbest things that I've ever done in my entire life. Do not do that. I don't know what these men were talking about just now, because I definitely went to go get a painkiller. Wait, I need a moment. Oh, there were some super chats. Are they count? Oh, I read that. Thank you to whoever is saving the super chats. Every village has an idiot. This one has two. I just added myself in there too when I just got that boba tea to take my. Hey, Heathen Queen, welcome to the member. Well, thank you for your super sticker. Sophia says, love from Stockholm. I can't believe I caught a live Themis, but I have to sleep now. It's almost 2 a.m. Oh, have a wonderful night. Thank you.
So who does that align to?
The mother. It aligns with the primary caretaker.
Which is the mother, which means...
Sure, but if the mother's taking care of the kid, then of course she's going to be the primary caretaker.
So by default, they win in divorce, which means they have a better option.
But the average child...
Men are masculine, blah, blah, blah. Women need to be at home taking care of the kids. At the divorce court, the woman gets the kid because she was the primary caretaker. See, women win. Women, you tell to stay home and raise children. The court system says the person raising the children or child will probably be the one awarded custody. You tell women to stay home and raise children. Y'all divorce, you go to the court, and she's the one who gets the children. I'm confused how you didn't see that coming. Like, I don't think you need any kind of foresight. I don't think you need, like, any kind of foresight at all to see where that was going. And to think, look, I love kids. I really, really do. I really, really do. Let me put this a better way then. To think that you being the one getting the child is a win, Girl, where? Where is that a win? Period. I don't know where that's a win, but period.
Child support payment in the United States is like it's like $400 a month or $450 a month. And like 50% of women don't even get child support. And $450 a month is not a lot of money. You're not living a life of luxury with $450 a month of child support. And you got a fucking kid to take care of.
That's if they're marrying an average man, though. If the guy's successful, even better. We're just saying.
This is dumb. That's if he's marrying the average man. Who do you think most of these women are marrying? Do you think all these people getting married, even though the number has declined, do you think they're all marrying high-value 1%ers? Because the stat shows there is no alimony, really. 90% of the time, there is zero alimony, right? So if there is no alimony 90% of the cases, 3% of the time alimony goes to the man, right? So of all the case, only 7% of alimony goes to women. All right, fine. What do you think is happening? Who do you think these women are marrying? You are thinking it's the average man. Yes, it is. The average men are getting married. Yes, Fresh. That is what is happening. That is what is happening. I'm so confused. I'm confused and concerned.
The odds are not for men.
I'm just saying, I don't care about the odds. If we don't argue about that, that's fine. It's this idea that women are going into relationships like already planning out their divorce timeline. That's insane. Nobody wants to be divorced. It sucks. It's embarrassing. It's humiliating.
It sucks for men, not for women.
No, it sucks for everybody.
So explain why did Steven Crowder's wife leave?
What? Steven Crowder got a divorce attorney.
That is a snake of a man. This is woe to whoever this man's friends are. Woe to whoever. It's not even just that he's attacking on like meaningful points where he's saying, oh, you are a person that I'm friends with and you're saying something that is wrong and ill-informed, right? It's not that. He picks these very weird time to like sneak attack Destiny. I don't know how close they are if they're friends, but like it would have been a no for me. This is someone who is gonna backbite you. He's gonna lie. Let me stop. I don't know these people. Let me stop projecting. You know those friends. Sorry, this has nothing to do with them. Let me remove them from the screen because I don't want it to sound like I'm talking about Sneaker person because I don't know him and that's super unfair. But before we get back to the video, have you ever had those friends who they take every opportunity to like attack or not even attack? They'll seem to be with you, but they'll do underhanded jabs. Like it's almost like they're jealous. Let's use intelligence. They want to be around you because they want to be like you, but like they're just not that smart. So they're always looking for a moment to attack. Right? Like it's a weird thing. He's done it like multiple times already. And someone said sneak this thing. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Where is it? So I am out of line because I'm making judgments on people's character and I shouldn't. And so I'm divorcing this. I'm saying I don't know this about Sneaker. I don't know if he would lie about Destiny, misrepresent facts. I don't know that. I'm sure someone sent me some video about something the other day. I don't really care. I didn't watch it. But the way he interacts, like I'm not defending Destiny either because I also don't know him. But like the way he interacts, he's looking for his moment to one up Destiny. And I don't know how I feel about friends like that. Like, don't look for your moment to one up me. Like, don't do it. Like, don't do it. That's not cute. Like, no. Because I don't even know what side he's on. I know he's pushing back against Fresh and Fit, but it feels like he doesn't want to rock the boat too much with them specifically. And he has a problem with the tweet that Rollo Tomaso sent. My own audience see themselves in him regardless of their socioeconomic status, because they're all on the same plane intellectually, Dan says. Period. All right, so that was my tangent that had nothing to do with the video that we are watching at all. Let's go back to the video on a completely separate note.
Attorney before she even divorced him. What do you mean?
He wanted to keep the marriage going.
He might have, but their relationship was obviously fucked. If you watch the
Didn't Steven Crowder go to a divorce attorney and bought like a condo before the marriage was the divorce was announced? Before the woman filed, wasn't he like in the process? I'm not even talking about that video that came out because that's enough for me.
Okay, but ultimately, it was probably her. She was the one who leaked that video out to the press. She was the one who initiated it.
It was probably her. So you're just making stuff up. Like, it was probably her fault, really?
From 2 years after. But that's
so what was the reason?
Crowder had already publicly started talking about the divorce as well.
Okay, well, they got married when they were virgins. Everything seemed to go on fine. He didn't hit her. He didn't cheat on her. Why did she want to leave?
Do you think that hitting...
Oh my God, that's literally what I was going to say. I don't have to say because Destiny is saying it. The fact that you just think hitting and cheating are the only reason.
Hitting somebody and cheating them is the only reason.
That's why I'm asking you. What do you think is a valid reason?
I don't know what their relationship looked like. There could have been a million.
You did. She sent the worst clip that she could possibly find from the footage, and it didn't even look bad at all. It's a small argument. He said, watch it. Why? That's it.
No. Big deal. It looked bad. The relationship looked fucking miserable. If any of your relationships look like that, you're probably...
If that was the worst clip you could find, if that was the worst thing you could find, that's a...
That is such a stupid argument. The woman is not going around filming every single interaction with her husband. So maybe that is the worst clip she could find because she's not going around filming every interaction with her husband. And that clip looks really, really bad to me. The fact that they only have one car is... Oh, I don't know what this man is doing now. He's annoying me too. B. Sinclair, welcome to the membership. And no, I'm not just annoyed because he and I are having differing opinion. I'm annoyed because he can't back up his opinion, and that's annoying.
Happy relationship, and that's not a good enough reason to leave a marriage. That actually proves that women are incentivized.
First of all, they've already probably been to therapy for counseling. Okay, this probably wasn't their first fight. If they're having regular fights,
that was the worst fight you could find on camera.
On a Ring camera on their porch.
There's probably other cameras in the house. I mean, if that's the worst thing she can cover up, then that marriage is not
you
bad.
Said that
we don't.
She had that clip from 2 years ago. Women definitely planned.
She was sitting on that.
She had it from 2 years ago because they were getting fucking divorced. They probably saved all the Ring camera footage. No shit.
No, she did.
It disappears out the well.
No, but they 2 years ago, it was like a month or two later where they were already like getting divorce attorneys and shit. So I'm sure they were probably backing all that shit.
And it was edited.
No, it was not edited.
It was. She cut out a certain part of it.
There was none of it was edited.
And it was cut off at the very end.
Edited, bro.
None of it was edited.
You can look at. You can literally.
I saw the
timestamp.
We saw the timestamp. She literally cut out 40 seconds of the conversation.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, if you watch the way that Ring cameras record. Okay, what a Ring camera does is as soon as it begins to record, it records for 60 seconds.
Yes.
And then after those 60 seconds end, it looks for movement. And if there's no movement, it'll cut. If you look at the Ring camera footage, and we can bring in the video now if you want, it'll be like at 30 seconds, there'll be like a little itty bitty cut because people stop moving. And then as soon as somebody talks, it starts recording again. Then after 1 minute and 2 seconds, it cuts again. Then after 1 minute and 2 seconds, it cuts again. It wasn't edited. It was just because there was no movement in the video. You were later on, if you want to watch it, you can go and watch it. Because initially I thought it was edited. And then I had some autistic fans.
The fact that he's having to explain this to them is very annoying to me. So y'all just said it was edited and didn't know anything, got it. Like, oh my God. I know nothing about ring lights, by the way, so I have no clue what he's talking about or any of them are talking about this ring light. I don't care. The fact that he knows this is actually kind of impressive. These men just admitted they think abuse is so, yeah, essentially.
And that came out and he drew all the shit for me. But like the video footage was not edited.
Regardless, whether it's edited or not, there was a significant part of the conversation not put in there for about 45 seconds that we did not see what was said.
I don't think...
and at the very end, we didn't see that last part either.
Well, because they went inside and it wasn't being recorded. I'm just saying, hold on. I just want to see your opinions on this. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be cheating or physical abuse to want to leave a relationship. Do you guys agree with that? Or do you think
what's the valid reason? What do you think?
It could be that they fought all the fucking time. It could be they didn't love each other much anymore. It could be that they stopped fucking. It could be that they couldn't figure out house chores. It could be that she didn't like that he worked all the time and traveled all the time. It could be that he didn't like her friends and she was talking shit. It could be that like...
I would have stopped rattling things off. I would not have started rattling anything off. Because I would think you all are dumb. Like, I promise you, if you think cheating and physical abuse are the only two reasons for leaving a marriage, it, like, what? Like, randomly, he just decided to go rob a bank. I feel like that's legitimate to leave. I am not responding to what other things that there could be. Like, what? No, I'm not doing that. Nope. Use your imagination.
Her hygiene got bad or she got fat. I don't know. There's like a million reasons.
Those don't seem like valid reasons.
Nobody's
to break a marriage.
arguing that. We're arguing that if it happens and they get divorced, men are going to lose.
Well, hold on. No. This is pushing back on the initial point that women go into relationships looking to get divorced. And then he brought up Stephen Crowder's situation. Like, they were married for 9 years. Do you think she planned that out? Do you think her life is going to be better now as a single mom with twins saying, I got fucking divorced? Do you guys think women like wear divorce with pride?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes they can.
Yeah.
But
Okay, that's wild.
but
Look at
I get
Tom
your
Brady's
point.
wife.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, you're going to bring up a billionaire fucking white? Come on. These are your go-to examples. Do you think the average
Well,
woman
that-
tells her family?
Women
like,
look
I got
up to these
divorced?
girls. Women always compare themselves to the famous celebrities they see on the magazines. Like, I'm a divorce queen now. I'm having my new
So
awakening
we need a
in my
women's
40s.
show for
Okay,
these
so look,
types, okay?
you might
I'm
be
feeling
right
crazy
where
here.
no party likes divorce,
Yeah.
but ultimately, who's going to win? The woman. We're just saying that.
Women will get more money from the man at the end because
then-
the man is usually earning more. But
So you
post-divorce,
agree
men...
that- well, then-
Post-divorce, men fare better than the women. That's why the women get a little bit more money.
They fare better in what regard then? Specifically?
Financially and in future relationships.
I still think a single mom has more prospects than a single dad, dude. 100%. Like,
These men are useless. Next debate. Let's continue. These men are useless. Like, as intellectuals, as debaters, whatever they are, just completely useless. The fact that I don't believe any of this and I can make better arguments than them is like kind of annoying. Like, this is annoying. Alimony is awarded in 18 to 15% of divorces, varies by state. Typically, both spouses have comparable income. See family law. Alimony, what social science and pop culture tell? I don't have to look up that because I definitely did a video on this. And these people are just annoying and lying. They're just liars. Like, it is what it is. Thank you, by the way, Ill Doctoring. I appreciate that. All these men going to hell for defending Stephen. I couldn't wait for one of these Insta baddies to text at Pandem. I hope Brittany Renner is No, she's not plotting. She's plotting on them insofar as she is like grifting. She's planning to grift in the manosphere. They're using Neanderthal man logic. If it's not physical, it didn't happen. Yeah. Saving my super chat for the Crypt Keeper's arrival. Oh yeah, I forgot he has to wait. Ugh, I have to pace myself. I can't be getting worked up right now. I can't be feminine. I have to control my emotion like a true alpha. Where is Danae Jackson when you need her? Yeah, we need the helmet of salvation now.
women have more, bro. An average girl has more prospects than some of the top tier guys.
Prospects to fuck.
But still, here's the thing:
Prospects to fuck and prospects to date are two totally different
men
things.
will
You're
still
right. You're 100% right about
do
that.
it.
But they at least get the opportunities.
Yeah.
To put themselves out.
This is so dumb. You know this, and you admit to pacing myself. You know this, and you've already admitted to it. What you've admitted to is that men will sleep with women, so women have more prospects when it comes to sleeping around. But men have more prospect when it comes to relationship because it's easier for a man to get in a relationship, right? After marriage. If you're admitting that, you saying, oh, but they still have more prospect, you're using what you want as a man to define what the woman gets, even if that's not what she wants. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Sure, they have more prospect. They don't want those prospects. if women want the prospects of sleeping with these men, there wouldn't be a bunch of incels in your chat currently crying about how no woman want to sleep with them. Women would be sleeping with them. They don't want them. That's what y'all want. And because you want that doesn't mean she wants that. And because she doesn't want that, you don't get to judge her prospects by your standards. Her prospect is based on her prospect, which is maybe another relationship, another marriage, whatever. If she can't get that, then she don't have prospects in the way that you have, if you can get into a relationship. It's just so narrow-minded. Like, it's so dumb.
Out there in front of a guy. Because yes, there's a lot of prospects to fuck, yes. But in that, all those prospects are some guys that will definitely court them and take them seriously as well.
No, I mean, like, no, fuck. I don't want to shit on single moms, but there aren't a lot of like ultra high value guys that are looking to wife up a single mom who's like
we
32.
didn't say high value guys.
Yeah, but I'm saying they just have more options.
Sure, no, but I'm saying that like it's not like her dating options are vast. And if you look at the research, men afterwards will fare better in getting into relationships better than women do who are single dads versus single moms.
But they're still broke though.
They're not. Why are they broke?
Divorce.
They hurt.
Divorce doesn't break you all the time. That's not true. You guys are looking at the most extreme example.
Well, also 85% of men have to pay child support after divorce.
Again,
that is so dumb because, like, oh my God,
average child support is like $450.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for the average.
$400 is a lot of money for the average man. Where would if 400? This is why Sneeko is dumb. This is why he's dumb. You literally just talked about how Sneeko and Myron put together conversing on the same thing is kind of idiotic. We just pointed out, based on Fresh, right, that we are not talking about the average. Because he was like, Destiny, you're talking about the average. We're talking about the high earners, right? How is 400? The fact is, $400 would not be what the super high earner is paying, right? So this idea is being conflated. If $400 is too much for you, you are probably also not paying alimony. To simplify, if $400 every 2 weeks for a child is too much money for you, you're probably not paying alimony. And I don't know why we're talking about this. I won't go into the stats about Black women particularly not putting men on child support as a general matter, because it doesn't matter here, because apparently there are no Black men at this table and they don't want to talk. I wish that song was here to play, because tonight would be the night that I will fall for you. I won't sing it right now. Coco the attorney, what you got us watching? What are these men talking about? I'm so angry and confused. I don't know what to do or where to begin. This is so problematic. This can't be our kings. Look, the truth is, my head, I'm waiting for this painkiller to kick in.
Guy.
If I'm making only $1,000 a month, every 2 weeks, bro, that's a lot of money.
If you're making $1,000 every 2 weeks, you're not paying $450 in child support.
Well, you said that's the average.
That's the average.
I said that's the average, and you're giving me like the lower end of like what men are making.
That's a lot of money for a lot of guys who are watching the show right now.
Probably, but a lot of guys watch the show right now have never touched a girl in their life, so I'm sure they're fine.
Okay, and then you're also going to say
child support. Okay,
and then you're
that's
such a stupid point.
First person going to touch your dick is a doctor to the vasectomy.
What a dumb point. Don't take that from him, bro. You are a stud, bro.
How are you going to say that there's no guys that are going to take a single mom seriously and then also make fun of 20,000 people watching and say that these guys aren't fucking? Of course they're going to go settle down with the single mom if they got the chance. If you're calling these loser guys who can't get a girl, if they find a hot girl who has a kid, they're going to go and settle according to your logic.
Yeah. Guys, like the video,
I mean, the numbers don't lie, but
20K watching.
Yeah, like it. How many likes do we have on this video?
I don't know. But
this is the kind of audacity I like to see. Just drag them. Just drag. I don't care. Just drag the chat, drag the host, drag your friend that you dragged up there with you, drag everyone, period. Brookings, $308 for 18 years equals 17,000. Oh no. Nope. We'll have to fix that later. At this point, these people don't care. And I wish like women were like okay with like giving the child to them. Just give them the child, because apparently they want to raise the children. Apparently these men really want the children, and they're losing when they don't get the children.
Some probably went. Some dislikes probably came after that.
Okay, and there are divorce parties. I've seen a lot of them on social media. Women celebrate that. They have their new thing in their 40s. I'm 21 forever. They celebrate this thing. It's actually encouraged a lot of women like that.
It's just simple because, like I said, as feminism has gotten stronger and stronger, women are able to, leave relationships, etc. And things have changed. The sexual marketplace has changed. Women have initiated more and more divorces, bro. Like women are incentivized nowadays.
The idea that women like divorce and like to initiate it, and it's like fun. It's
they
just
like being single.
Wild. No, they like getting out of a bad relationship, but they don't like divorce. Somebody goes in wanting to get divorced. It's humiliating to say you got divorced
because here.
The reason why they're fighting so hard on this point is that they want to continue to convince their followers that women don't want them, women don't care about a relationship, women are just trying to be transactional, and therefore these men are going to lose and continue to lose. So, because of that, they have to keep burying that down deep in the psyche of absolutely all of these men listening, because they need to continue to have a platform, and they need to continue to sell men all these classes and courses about women and how to navigate the women mentality. So they can't have that. I swear the red pill community's Bible is movies, TV, and emotion. Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the thing: women don't marry for duty like they used to anymore. They marry for I want to be
feelings.
Happy. They marry for happiness. And let's be honest here: happiness and emotions fluctuates all the time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of building a relationship.
But a lot of girls don't want to stand that.
Break, though.
But that's what I'm trying to
the
say.
whole point of building a
Girls
real relationship is building it past the honeymoon phase. Like, oh, I love you. That's
So
part of building a good relationship.
You know what, Destiny?
Yeah.
You better never get divorced.
What? I've already been divorced.
So what are you saying?
Wait, who initiated that one?
We both kind of did.
I know what that means.
We got him.
I got married when I was 19. We both got married for financial aid.
She initiated it, bro.
What is we both initiate? I mean, we don't need to get personal.
Move on, bro.
We can go as personal as you want. We broke up.
Nah,
no, you were personal about the
We're
grape
going
at the
there.
dinner table story, so you're not going to get personal.
We're going to move on, man.
Yeah, I'll move on. All right, we got here Cam from TMR Radio. Stop the cap. Statistically, abstinence preaching doesn't work. The whole point of his post was risk mitigation. Sneeko is being obtuse for clicks. This is actual female-ish arguing like this.
Well, it doesn't have to be abstinence, but also just realize the risk. Like when you go and have sex with a girl, understand that you could get her pregnant and then take responsibility.
I'm not going to do it. But
I'm not asking about you. Same thing for men.
But Sneeko, what are they going to do? Do whatever they want to do.
And so I'm looking for your advice. I'm coming in as a viewer, as a fresh and fit viewer, 20,000 people watching. What is your opinion on this?
All right, so I kind of skipped through, but he's asking Fresh, what is his advice about the vasectomy? Does he think that the men listening that are 20 should be getting it? And so this is where we are at.
I just told you. Personally, I will not do it, but the individual might want to do it.
Okay, if a girl came in and asking if she should freeze her eggs, yes or no, what would you say? Oh, it's up to you?
I would say, personally speaking, if I were you, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
But it's up to you. And guess what? What happens on the show? We give advice all the time. They still go out and do the same shit. So it's kind of like, bro, I can give people advice, but they're going to do what they want to do anyway. So your point's mute. Let's move on, man.
You just like destroy the whole format of like YouTube shows. If you're just gonna say you're gonna do what you're gonna do anyway, it's like, okay, here's the financial advice show for rental properties. You guys are gonna do what you're gonna do anyway. Good luck.
No. I'm answering his question, but I'm just saying in general, right? As a man, that's your choice to make.
So is being fat. So is being fat.
So is playing video games. So is smoking
weed.
That is
a life-altering choice.
So is being fat.
And
the stance from the show is being fat is unacceptable.
No.
Most guys are going to be fat anyway. They're actually getting fatter and fatter.
This is external to having kids. That's the life-changing choice for having kids, not being fat.
Being fat is life-changing, very life-changing.
Not for kids though, bro.
Damn, it's even worse for kids being fat.
I mean, having kids in general.
Okay, but if you could have a hard stance on a life choice, being fat, why can't you have a hard stance on a vasectomy and having children?
I just told you what it was.
Oh, men marry for a lifelong companion. Is that why they cheat so often? I mean, I feel like women can cheat too, and y'all can still be lifelong companion. Look how great it's going for Will and Jada. Period. Look, I'm not opposed to it. Y'all marry for lifelong companion and go find companionship outside of that companion. Period. Period.
Myron, do you have a hard stance on this? Like, because you've had controversial opinions on sports, video games, porn, everything that distracts you from becoming high value.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a hard stance on this? Like, would you advocate yes or no towards getting a vasectomy?
Or we can say, guy comes up, he's 19. Okay, first year in trade school, because college is for losers. Okay, he's on his way to becoming an electrician. He's like, I think I want to start my electrician company. Hopefully I'll find a woman in the next 4 or 5 years, but I want to focus my career for the next 3 or 4 years. Find a woman maybe when I'm 25, 26, and maybe have kids when I'm late 20s. Do you think I should get a vasectomy? What would you tell that guy?
In that particular situation,
yeah,
I would tell him, no, just wear a condom and don't be an idiot and focus on, obviously, your business, everything else. But,
okay,
right, you guys got to understand that for this particular situation, it's not black and white because every man is in a different point in his life and it varies wildly depending on their age, their income level, their sexual experience with women. So you can't give one, piece of blanket advice. And you guys trying to say, oh, well, for real estate or for fitness, well, that's objective because to make money on real estate, you have to do X, Y, Z. Typically, that's going to work for a majority of people. But this is not black and white like that. Or fitness, for example, go to the gym and exercise because it's pretty much irrefutable that going to the gym and exercising is going to give you a healthier life. So that's not up for debate. But when it comes to vasectomy,
I would ask again, because that was a non-answer. They know the answer is no. They should not be telling young 20-year-old men to go get vasectomies. They know they shouldn't be doing that, but they're not going to go against the grandfather of the Manosphere. So they're twisting and turning themselves into pretzel in an effort to explain his point when they should just say absolutely not. I'm not doing that. Your points mute. The lesser of the fresh and fits. Period. Like I don't understand how, and these are supposed to be like alphas. I don't know why I keep saying alphas, right? These are supposed to be like the men who says it like it is. How are you sitting up here and unable to just say what the truth is? Like, I don't understand that. That's annoying me.
That varies wildly between each man and their life choices, what they want to do, where they are in life, their sexual experience, how much money they make, etc. It depends on.
I feel like vasectomy, the advice is very easy. If you are at a stage in your life and you're done wanting to have kids, get a vasectomy.
And also, I don't think
that's
it really
one situation where it would be valid.
That'd be like my blanket advice.
That's one example where it'd be valid.
It is, but once again, what if I change my mind 10 years later and it's
fucked.
harder?
You're fucked.
That's the point. It can change.
There's a difference between I'm 36, I've got 3 kids, I'm done having kids, I'm going to get a vasectomy, versus I'm going to get a vasectomy when I'm 19 because I don't think I want to have kids. Those are two wildly different situations.
And that's your demographic for the most part.
Snicko, you said yourself, right, that you change as a person.
With the,
right.
with the
A vasectomy is a permanent surgery, so I wouldn't recommend someone get a permanent surgery if you're going to grow and continue maturing throughout your 20s.
Okay, that's great. Once
Actually,
again,
it's not permanent. It could be reversed.
Maybe.
I mean, there's a high likelihood that it could be reversed.
And also, I disagree with you saying that you're saying that it varies man to man about what they want in life.
Yeah.
I don't think it really varies as much as you're saying it does. Our purpose here, the reason that we're here is to have a family. The reason that we exist is to procreate. It does not vary as much as you think. The reason
it absolutely varies. One guy that has children is different than a guy that might not have children. The guy that has children already has a family, just like Destiny said. He would be a good candidate for vasectomy. Go ahead and do it. Another guy, right, that's younger in his life, might not be a good option.
But the advice wasn't targeted at that guy. You know who that advice was targeted at. It's targeted at like the young guy in his early 20s or teens, because he's saying vasectomy in your 20s. So this must be advice for people who are just starting their male adulthood.
Again, bro, it's again out of context.
Like,
that's
So he acknowledged that things aren't black and white for men and you can't apply one scenario to all, but he can't understand that same concept for women. No, because to do that would be to give nuance to women and personhood to women. And why would he do that? Right? I'm with you, Maya, by the way.
That's exactly what the context was.
You're taking what he's saying and like applying it to the general masses. He's saying in this specific instance,
high value.
if you want to get your value up as quickly as possible.
And who is that advice for? Young men, not the guy who's already had 3 kids, who's 36. He's not going to decide I'm going to become a high value man like after having a family. You're targeting towards young men who are navigating life, taking advice from an older guy on the internet.
Look, he's saying for this particular situation, you want to become as high value as possible, like quickly. Do all these things and it'll mitigate your risk. Okay. He can also stand there, work 150 hours a week. Obviously, that's not practical for a lot of people.
I saw that. He said he wants to call in and tell us what he actually meant.
I guess. Here's a novel idea. How about you tell me? Let me call in to tell you what I actually meant.
You know what? Let's do it, bro.
Yeah, we gotta fire up the phone lines though.
Okay,
Mo, you know how to do
Chris,
that?
Is Chris not here?
Chris is not here.
Elbow.
Yeah.
Sleeping, dude.
Oh, Chris.
Okay.
He's currently pursuing a career in federal law enforcement now.
I'm sorry, I'm skipping to where he comes up because this roller guy is I've heard about him. I've seen like 1 or 2 clips, but I've never watched a full length of his thing. I did start reading his book and I couldn't. I just couldn't. Because after reading Myron, I went to see who the books he was talking about or whatever. And I'm like, all right, so y'all just all wrong. Got it. Y'all just all wrong. I don't think Kevin Samuels is, this man is even comparable to Kevin Samuels. I recognize he's like one of the first people to start the Manosphere or whatever. And then like black men came in and took it over, I guess. I don't know. I made their version of it. But I would be lying if I said that Kevin Samuels wasn't a better presenter than most of these people. And he was trash to me. Like, he wasn't good. I don't think he was smart. I don't think he had much to say. But comparatively, he just seemed like he was a lot better than all of these people. So now I understand it.
Will make it my mission to find a way to put Sneeko in federal prison when I get that badge.
You're not going to catch me, bro.
Okay.
You're not going to catch me.
Great combo. Just want to say,
for what though? What did I do?
Sex, I don't know. In relation, our
Muslim,
different
right?
2023 relationship starts with sex now. So if you have more opportunities to have sex, you have opportunities for dating. But for women, it probably won't be their first choice. Okay, I get what you're saying. They get more opportunities significantly, which means they have more ability to find a guy in all those opportunities for a real relationship. Okay, we'll bring Rillo in right now. Shout out to Rillo Tomassi.
Shout out to Rillo in the building.
And then, guys, from this point forward, I'm only going to read 15 up because we already got 22K watching right now. So, number one, before we bring Rillo in, go subscribe to Sneeko on Rumble, rumble.com/Sneeko. Go subscribe to Destiny also on Rumble, and he's on YouTube.
Get the book.
Why Women Deserve Less? And go get the Rational Mail too, man.
And join the CEO Network, man. That's the value.
I just want to say, if you guys are serious about selling the book, you really should have did the audiobook version with Fresh reading it. You would have sold.
Listen, man.
And it has to be a special edition, filmed in one take.
Oh, but that would be
one
really
take,
bad.
no edits.
Oh, okay, let's go ahead and bring Rollo Tomassi on. Shout out to Rollo. Shout out to you.
Can you hear me okay?
What up, man?
Yeah.
Y'all know that emoji.
We got you.
Okay. So let me explain a few things here. I wasn't able to do this the last time you guys were talking about this, but so about gosh, is it now 2 weeks ago? I think it was Tuesday of last week. You guys had Brandon Carter on. Is that with Derek Moneyberg? Or was that Monday? Monday. Sorry, let me get my camera back up there. So Monday, you guys were talking to Brandon Carter. One of the things that Brandon was talking about was you got to love money. You got to be on top of your game. And I love Brandon Carter, by the way. I think he should be a stand-up comedian. I mean, the guy is that funny. He's a great guy, right? But when you guys are on that show and you're talking to him and he's talking about how he doesn't go to he doesn't go to Publix, doesn't go grocery shopping for himself. He doesn't go do his own laundry. He doesn't have a car. I mean, it's Brickle White, but he doesn't have like some basic stuff because his philosophy in life is that anything that takes him away from his grind, anything that takes him away from anything that would distract him or that would be financially or mathematically not a pragmatic choice for him to make, as far as like if he's spending time going grocery shopping or going and getting food for himself or whatever else. I'm sure he's like into meal prep and everything else, but pretty much everything in his life is outsourced, because anything that he would be spending that time himself to go do, he could be losing money doing that at that time. So when I was listening to this, and I was thinking about this myself, because I was actually at the same time, I'm like, helping a friend move and all this. And I'm thinking about this. I'm going, you know what? If you want to be a high value man, if you want to get to that apex level as fast as you can, that's it. How is that not the best way to go about it? Okay. So the point of that whole tweet, which was basically a throwaway tweet that everyone started like snowballing into something else. I've got Ben Shapiro coming at me. I got Matt Walsh coming at me. I got Lauren Chen coming at me. I got all these people off of Daily Wire, because it was just easy, low-hanging fruit for these guys, because they think that that's what the fucking manosphere is all about. And it's not, okay? That was not fucking advice. Everything that is on Twitter is not advice, okay?
Was that a joke?
No, it was not necessarily a joke, but it's like, let's just say it's a hypothetical, okay? It's showing you. Now, listen, shut fuck up for just fucking 5 seconds, okay? This is no fucking joke here, because everything that's come out of both of you guys' mouth has been nothing but distraction and misdirection, because it's easy fucking clicks for you. So here's the whole thing. When I'm talking about get a vasectomy, or don't be.
This man is called the quote-unquote rational male. They talk a lot about stoicism in one of the clips that I saw, but just generally the manosphere and how you need to not show emotion. Why is this man crying all over my screen? Why is this man crying all over my screen? I want to know why this man is crying. Who told you to write that tweet? I don't know why you're mad at everyone coming after you for writing some dumb tweet that you wrote. Like, why are you crying? Sir, I'm not about to hear that blah, 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 blah. Talking about it's not advice. You literally said, let me pull this up. The first couple words in the tweet, he says, the quickest path to becoming a high value man. 1 blah, 2 blah, 3 blah blah blah, 4 blah, 5 blah, 6 blah, 7 blah, 8 blah. How are you sitting up there talking about, oh, this wasn't advice? This was a hypothetical. So now these other people look dumb standing up there defending you and talking about how smart it is and he meant this and yes, they agree with it because it's advice to this and that. How dumb do they look now defending a tweet? You now back out of talking about it wasn't advice. It was. It, I don't understand you, sir. I don't understand you. I'm not doing what I was about to do because that's wrong. I can see I can't even drag these men right after the Chris Brown show. Y'all wore me right? Right. This man is up here crying, talking about he's a rational male. Isn't he like married? I read somewhere that he was married, but I don't know. I didn't look into it. He comes my headache, right? Concern says, Fit didn't like Destiny giving Fresh that backhanded comment. There's loyalty or love amongst thieves. No, Myron be dragging Fresh too. Mm-mm. Him threw a tantrum like a little toddler, him mad. An emotional walker. Y'all dead wrong. What you mean an emotional? I'm removing that. How do I get this on? The emotional male should be his name. You can't tuck those juices. Oh, stop! Why? That's not what I was doing. I was biting my lip. It was getting dry. That's what. That's not what.
or don't be concerned with.
I like how when he's mad, his glasses get uneven on his nose. You see?
Here, let him finish.
Okay.
I'm really mad about this, bro.
Shall we keep going? Are we just gonna have jokes thrown in here?
Really heated about this.
Is that what I get to? Is that what I get to do it? Okay. So here's the deal. When I'm talking about this, when I'm throwing this out there, why wouldn't you do that? Would you not have been more successful, Sneeko, had you not had to go through certain things? If you had a kid right now,
advice or not?
You would be playing the game with a handicap. You would be playing the game with your fucking hands tied behind your back.
Okay, so
there are guys right now who I have a lot of respect for, and I'm sure you have a lot of respect for as well, who all have kids, but you know what they try to do? Try to keep it under wraps.
Okay,
try
so
to make sure nobody knows about the fucking kids. Okay.
What is advice?
So here's okay. First off, this is not fucking advice. Everything that is on my show or is on Twitter is not automatically advice. Now, but here's the thing. You know what you're gonna say, because here's the deal. When I was on whatever podcast I was telling this, I was saying exactly the same thing here. Is that everything that comes out of somebody's mouth on Instagram or on Twitter or on a YouTube, there's no way you can't go on there without somebody going, this is what these guys are saying to do. Because if you have this set automatically, that if it comes out of your mouth, it's automatically advice. It can't just be data. It can't just be statistics. Nothing can be just delivered sort of like.
Sir, you said in a tweet, the quickest path to becoming a high value man, and then you list 8 things, including getting a vasectomy in your 20s. How is this not advice? Maybe we need to do another definition. Let me look up the word advice, because I might be thinking about it improperly. Advice, guidance or recommendation offered with regard to a prudent future. A formal notice of whatever. That's not important. But it's a guidance or recommendation. That's the part that we're looking at. Let's go to Merriam. Recommendation regarding a decision or course of conduct. All right. It's feeling very much like advice. Like it's giving very much advice. When you say, here are the quickest ways to become a high value man, I am going to say, I mean, you could say it's bad advice. Like, you could say it's bad advice, but it's advice nonetheless. To sit up here and pretend like you weren't giving advice is kind of ridiculous. Like, to pretend like you weren't giving advice.
Here's some data for you to look at. Okay, nothing can be set. Nothing can be given to you without somebody going, well, the reason why you're telling me this is because you're telling me that this is the best way to live my life. So
he said it is a hypothetical. He he said it's not advice, it's a hypothetical. It's not advice, it's a hypothetical. What does that mean? Literally, what does that mean? And you literally said, if you want to be a high value man, here's what you do. Like, literally, that's what you did. So, like, and then you list 8 things. What do you mean it's not advice? Let me go to the super chat page. Welcome to the membership. B. Sinclair. I like your name. Line them all up and snip, snip. We don't need any more of this in the world. Look, Roller Tomas might have been onto something telling men to get a vasectomy. Thank you.
When I'm watching Brendan Carter and I'm watching all this going on, and I'm looking at like guys that I know and guys that you know as well, and
you know what I'm confused about? I'm very confused as to why you would come on. Like, if I am in the chat and I said some foolishness, unless I have a strong defense, I'm not coming up. He literally came up there throwing a tantrum, blabbering, and I don't know, is he leaning into him being the biggest, the man of the manosphere? Like, is he like, they won't reject me because I am the guy who created this, like all of this? Is that why? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Like it it does not make sense to me that you came up there not prepared to defend us. Like, I'm not. I would sit in let Fresh and Fit defend the indefensible and see if they come up with anything before you go up. So he doesn't want to claim it's advice to avoid responsibility when the data ruins other people. Yeah, talking about it's a hypothetical. Girl, what? What are you talking about? This is not law school. This is not law school where you are like, oh, let me give you a hypothetical scenario so I can get what. No, absolutely not, sir. Man, I'm sorry. I've been unwell today, but I can still come up. I really, really wanted to talk to you, and I really do want to talk to you. The thing is, I don't know if you saw my emails, but I was emailing you today and yesterday, because I wanted to confirm. But if you are sick, I oh, there you go. If you can do it, I don't mind, because my head is hurting from this a lot, actually. My head is hurting. And so I don't know how long you're going to be up. I want to watch some more of this because I don't want to like stop halfway in. Because I didn't know you were sick. So being sick, I think, is a like good excuse. So I'm fine with that. So yeah, we can have the conversation in the after show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this up. I won't watch all of it. We'll find a good point to stop this video. And then I'll do the after show, and then you can come up in like hopefully the next 15 to 30 minutes. So my Discord is dragging me. So let me see what they're saying. You hear that noise? That's my Discord.
When these are the guys who are like saying, be on your game, do this, do that. They're the ones that are giving this advice. All I'm doing is saying, hey, look, maybe you should not focus on family. Maybe you should not get married. I mean, I don't know why that's big.
Maybe advice.
I'm not saying it's advice. What I'm saying is that this is so over the fucking top that everybody wants to take it out of context, which is exactly what you guys have been doing.
So what is it? Can you tell me what that tweet was if it wasn't advice?
Not y'all taking it. Why do people do this? Why do people talk about context so much? No one took you out of context, sir. No, absolutely no. My head is like exploding. This did not help me at all. This weak painkiller.
It's not advice. What it is it's okay. It's saying that this is the most extreme way to do things. Okay, here's the quickest path to. If I told you this, look, if I said the quickest way for you to make $1 million,
that sounds like advice.
Is to go steal it from the bank.
That is advice. It is a bad advice. Yes. If I tell a young person, any person, if I go, hey, young person, the quickest way to make $1 million, because they came to me and asked me how to make $1 million, the quickest way to do that is to go rob the bank. That is advice. That is advice. It's terrible advice. Advice does not have to be good, sir.
Or goes to steal it. Does that mean I'm telling you to go steal it? If I tell you to go fucking jump off a cliff, are you going to go jump off a cliff? Right, by the way, here's the other thing is I'm also responding to Dr. Richard Reeves in this as well.
Okay, there's a lot of context about it, sure. But all the rest of the list, you're equating vasectomy to lifting, game, play to your strength, resisting up on easing your focus. The rest of it sounds like general advice.
Okay, well let's say so. So let me ask you. So is it the vasectomy part that's throwing you off?
Really genuine good advice, right? The rest of it.
So is it the vasectomy part?
Yeah.
Do you agree with pretty much everything else except for the vasectomy part?
The first three is weird because then I don't even know what the red pill idea of a high value man is. Is it just being rich? Like, what's the point of having all this money and not having a family? Why be that rich? The guy who's always grinding. Whoa, Brandon Carter doesn't have to do his laundry. Sick. What else are you going to do with your life?
Right. Maybe this is actually meant so that you'll get it. You'll have a freaking epiphany about how all the shit that you have to sacrifice to get to that in the first place. What are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to live the kind of life, let's say like a Brandon Carter is, where you're going to outsource your entire life? Or are you going to actually have kids? Is that something that's a priority for you? Because I will tell you right now that if you follow this kind, if you were to actually follow this list right here, that is the fastest way for you to get to a point where you are more high value, right? But here's the thing. So when I say that, people go, well, that's not what a high value man is. A high value man is what I define it as, which is he's got to have a good, loving, devoted wife. He's got to have 3 or 4 kids or 10 kids, depending on whatever culture you're talking about. All of this stuff that makes up whatever that person who happens to have that is, then that's suddenly the definition of what a high value man is. So what I'm saying this is the best way to become a high value man. I'm not saying this is the only way to become a high value man. I'm just saying that this is the fastest way to go and do something.
I've been talking a lot for 5 minutes. What is your definition of a high value man?
It doesn't matter. That's not what I was talking about in this.
It doesn't matter.
I have what you're talking about. That's what the first part of the tweet is: how to become a high value man.
The fastest way to become a high value man is to recognize the fact that you've got sacrifices to make. Okay.
So what is that? Telling like stories from Vietnam. Like, just say, what is a high?
The fact that this man cannot define what a high value man is and beating around the bush like this. Oh, it's whatever everyone defines it as. Sir, no. You guys talk about what everyone else can be and the standard, and you can't tell us what a high value man is. At least Kevin Samuels, in all his degeneracy, said soft, sweet, and submissive. At least he gave us a definition that we were mad about. At least it was a definition. So what are you? Wait, where's the camera on? Wait.
High value man. It's the first part of the tweet. What does that mean?
You tell me what a high value man is. Because here's the thing: it doesn't matter what I'm going to say is a high value man. You guys are fucking
because it's your fucking tweet.
It doesn't matter what I say is a fucking high value man because everybody takes this. The point of the fucking tweet is that everybody is going to take this and then insert their own definition of what a fucking high value man is.
What if a high value man is 12 kids when you're 16?
I don't get what none of these people talking about. You literally put out a tweet saying how to these are the 8 ways. Where is it? Let me read it again. Because I don't want to misquote you and take you out of context. Your tweet, sir, says the quickest path to becoming a high value man. And then you list 8 things. If you don't know what an high value man is, and if everyone gets to define it for themselves, how can you lay out the steps? How are you telling them how to become the thing that you think what if I want to just be at home and do nothing for the rest of my life and live off my mother? Am I a high value man if I believe that's the best I got? Why is his brain malfunctioning? Is this the thought leader? I'm not defending him, I promise. I'm not. I will say, I'm not being gracious either, because I will continue to drag and laugh. But it is important to note that even the smartest people have bad days. I don't know if this is a bad day for him, so he's unable to articulate himself. I'm having a bad day today because, like, my head is just not giving what needs to be gave, and it hurts a lot. So, benefit of doubt, I guess. But like, is this what he sounds like a lot? Because I don't watch him, so I wouldn't know. Is this how? Is this like? Is this it? Like, is this the thought leader? Like, is this all of it? God, absolutely not.
Then your tweet doesn't work, does it? What if your definition of a high value man is being getting into a trade and having 5 kids by the time you're 22? Then it also high value man is being an esports professional.
You're absolutely making my point for me right here. Okay, this is what I'm saying.
My point is it high value man?
This is a high value man. Like, y'all playing in our face, pretending like we don't know what the top G is. This like. Y'all not gonna pretend that it's not the high value man. So like, let's stop. Like, we all know how to define high value man. Y'all are welcome. Y'all welcome. Like it how we do it this time. I go for mine. I got to shine. Not me quoting Kanye, guy.
Yeah, you gave a list of 8 things. Do these 8 things high value man. Do 1 through 8 to become A, and you're not defining what A is.
The fastest way to becoming a high value man is these things.
What is that?
Okay. So here's the thing. So if we're talking about family creation, we already talked. Okay, so you want to go? Okay, let's go one by one. You want to go one by one? Okay,
no,
so
I want to go before one by one. What is a high value man?
We can't have an argument if I don't even know what your
definition is. The very fact that you're even asking me this in the first place is the actual point of the fucking tweet. Okay, so if you're going to be a high value man with the fucking hands tied behind your back, then what is that? What does that mean to you? That's the point. This whole discussion is the point of the fucking tweet. You guys,
the tweet was, you've got some conception of a high value man. Here are 8 points that you think you need to do to get to it. And now you're getting blown the fuck up on the vasectomy thing, which you probably realize is fucking retarded, but you're too old and stubborn to walk back from it. That's the point of this conversation.
I'm not too stubborn to fucking walk back from it, because the point of it was to get douche nozzles like yourself to fucking have this conversation in the first place.
How old are you, bro? Douche nozzles?
Yes. You guys are fucking idiots. Why do you guys come in here from fucking Twitch stream? Like, how you guys are legitimate in all of this? I don't know, because everything I've heard come out of you guys' mouth is just fucking confident ignorance.
I'm asking no, Myron. Okay, I'm not asking you like in terms of the debate. You call yourself the godfather of the red pill.
I call myself the godfather of the manosphere, okay? Other people have called me that.
Okay, great.
Do you understand?
Okay, so as
godfather or grandfather of the man, which one is it?
Whatever it is, the old guy of the manosphere. What is your definition of high value man? This is the #1 talked about topic on all of these shows. So I want to get a clear definition from you.
I don't like, you have to have some level of respect for your elders, so I'm not here for this. Let this man, let the grandfather of the manosphere speak, not a douche nozzle. This is very emotional. I couldn't do this. If the minute someone start yelling, I'm done. I can't.
What is it?
You tell, again, it depends on the person. It depends on the culture. It depends on the fucking. So here's the thing. Let me tell you, maybe I can explain this to you, Sneeko, because at least you got your ears open here. The thing is that when we're talking about what's the top G, what's a high value guy, you probably haven't heard this because you don't read my stuff and you don't watch my shit. No. But I've also said this is like, the red pill has to be for everybody or it's for nobody. So if we're looking at a guy who's draped across a Lamborghini and he's got hot chicks with him, and we say, that's what I'm aspiring to, but I'll never make that because I live in a fucking fishing village on the coast of Chile, right? That means I can never match that high apex of a high value guy.
The guy in the car?
But the guy who happens to live in those villages or happens to be in a different culture or in a different country or whatever else, he can still benefit from that because however he's defining himself as a high value man in his fishing village, maybe that's what he can aspire to.
It has nothing to do with Chile and the village in the car.
See, here's the thing.
You want to know something really odd and funny? I am not going to finish all of this. I'm going to end soon, but and not end, but go to the conversation with JD in a minute, or the pastor. I don't know how to be. I think past. Can you type in the private chat if I can call you like pastor? Because I think that's like respectful, particularly if you're a pastor. Because I like showing respect, or whatever I should call you. The fact that he went all the way to Chile to have this conversation is weird to me. So we just want to know what you think a high value man is. That's it. That's all. Like that's it. I don't know why we're going around and around in circles. I don't know. Like just say it, because you were giving advice. Oh, JD, thank you.
Is you guys want me to say, okay, a high value man makes $100,000 a year. He's fucked 50 chicks. He's got like that's the thing.
That's not what I want you to say. I disagree with that. I'm asking you because I come on this all the time.
Disagree with it. What I'm saying is the point of the tweet is so you will ask that question.
I'm past the tweet. I'm past that. Look, I'm asking as somebody who's really interested in the red pill. I listen to a lot of this content. I want to know what your definition is, because if you have a definition that's completely off of what I think it is, then I guess I'm not red pill.
Well, here's what I think guys ought to do. Would you like me to give you some prescriptions? Is that what we're trying for here?
No, I want to know your opinion of a high value man. What is it?
I think
we have to come back to this because my head is hurting a lot, actually. And I don't know how you're going to give me suggestion on how to become a high value man if you're not going to define for me what a high value man is. Like that don't make no sense to me. That does not make sense. I don't know why you're running from it. Do you think if a woman went on the podcast and say, oh, I believe I'm a 10 or whatever they do, the number system that y'all are adhering to, and I don't know why, if they did that and say, oh, I believe I'm a 10, do you think they're just going to sit there and say, yeah, you're a 10? Or are they going to try to change, give them a hard, concrete sort of definition? It's kind of ridiculous. They don't even adhere to their own ideas, and that's the problem. But I'm going to stop this now. I'm going to go into the after show, and when I come back, JD will be joining me on the screen, and we will be talking about the Black community. Specifically, we will be talking about the issues in the Black community. And while we are here, I would say let's try to keep this civil and respectful, everyone in the chat. JD, I would advise not to read the chat. Please don't read the chat. And when you come on, we'll talk a little bit more about sort of how I see this operating so that we can both talk and it's not sort of confrontational, just like sharing ideas. I can't stand y'all chat, right? The chat be chatting. All right, so I will play the outro, but we're not leaving. We're going to come back to what the live stream was supposed to be about. So see you guys on the other side. And I'm excited for this conversation. I was very excited for this conversation. I was very disappointed in the beginning, but now I'm good, and we can talk. My head is hurting a little, so I apologize if I'm off. Not the chat be lit. Hey, JD. You're muted.
Oh, there we go. Struggle streaming already. How you doing, my friend? Thamus, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. Are you feeling better?
No, not really. I feel like, did you ever watch Looney Tunes growing up? I feel like one of those Acme dynamite sticks blew up in my stomach, man. That's what I feel like, along with a headache, man. So I hope you're feeling well too. But before we get started, man, let me just rush to apologize to you and your audience for not being on time. I didn't see the email on time. I got off work early and I laid down just so because I wasn't feeling well. So I just started moving around and I told my wife, I'm like, oh snap, I forgot I'm supposed to be here. So please, if you can find it in your heart to forgive me,
Yeah, no.
Please do. I extremely apologize. This is not the way I do business.
No, I appreciate that. I'm grateful for you, first, to accept the invite, second, for you to actually show up, and third, hopefully we get into the conversation and it's not, well, I don't expect it's going to be any rah or whatever.
Right.
But I will ask that I kind of lead the conversation, but I will lead more so with questions. You can obviously answer. And if you feel like I'm taking up too much time or cutting you off, please politely let me know. And so that I want to give you the space to talk.
Absolutely.
All right. I want to ask who you are and what you do, to the extent you disclose any of that. If you don't disclose some, that's fine.
Now, are you asking just in regards to YouTube or everyday life or both?
Both.
Okay, well, for YouTube, I talk about everything love and relationships, and the goal is to get men to be the best versions of themselves at the same time while getting what they want and deserve out of life as well. Um, More on the personal side, I work in acquisitions and logistics. Um, I am a pastor. I've been pastoring for just a little over 5 years now. I've been in the ministry for over 7 years. Yeah, 7 years this year. And I come from a strong black family, working class family. I did grow up in a two-family household, but my father died when I was young. And the reason why I started my channel and started this journey is because these conversations that we have in a lot of these spaces, these are conversations that my friends and I had back when we were 18, 19 years old, trying to figure out, how marriages operate, how women operate, how men operate, because all of these years throughout our whole lives, we've been hearing black men get bashed for uh, this, that, and the third, everything. But that was not our experience. Our experience was not that black men are deadbeat dads. Our experience was not that black men cannot produce. So I wanted to bring some of that to light, that there are good black men out there and there are good black women out there. And the majority of black men, 83%, want to date or marry black women. If we look at the statistics, only 83% of black men marry outside of their race.
Wait,
So
that's the reverse, you mean?
I'm sorry.
That's the reverse. Only
Yeah. I'm sorry. Only 83% of black men date their race, right? So that's well over the majority. So this notion that most black men date outside of their race is just not true, right? So I want to try to bridge the gap, because it seems like we have extremes on one side, which the male side, we have extremes on the female side. We need to get back together as a community and really build communities. And that's my goal, and that's the message that I want to get out.
all right. So I appreciate that. So you are in logistics. I'm assuming you went to uni undergrad.
Yes.
You then you were a pastor, you said, for 7 years. So in most ways you've kind of made it. Like you're good.
Yeah,
And then you
there's
came,
always room for improvement,
yeah,
right?
no,
But
for everyone, hopefully. And then you came online because your personal experience, in your personal experience, you have other good black men around you, and you saw black men being bashed online. And so you are kind of here to defend our image.
right.
All right. So there's a couple of things that I want to talk about, and I'll get into some stats too, because you brought up black men dating. mostly marrying Black women. And I think a lot of people bring these kinds of stats up. And I don't want to like get into like a raw fight or anything like that. So I want to start with I started going through your channel, and last night while I was watching a video, you came live, I think. And you were talking about welfare, and I thought it was interesting, insightful, and I wanted you to sort of, if you could, and if you can't, for word, it's fine. Can you take us through the issues with welfare and how that affected the Black family?
Yeah, absolutely. The number one thing about welfare is that it was supposed to be something temporary to help, right? However, I think that our community made a temporary solution a permanent solution, and it ultimately ended up ruining our communities because prior to 1965, 1964, Black people were married at an 80% or higher rate. 1965, that's when you see the marriage rate start to go down, right? So it was because it was definitely systematic. So the government, the system made it hard. They gave people a very hard choice. Either you can get the resources from the government, or you cannot get the resources and stay in poverty or whatever. But either or, we ended up staying in poverty, and ultimately, women made the decision to take the assistance over the family. And then men, on the other hand, having to make a hard decision, being a protector and provider for their family. A lot of men said, hey, well, is it better for me to be here, or is it better for my family to be taken care of? Because let's just be honest, there were jobs back then, but the jobs were disproportionate to Black people. Black people were not able to get the same kind of jobs that white families were, right? And if you notice, the assistance that the white people got in the 1930s, it didn't tear up their family. Their requirements were different than the requirements that they gave us. Their requirements, they didn't have to have the man outside of the home. But the key is, to get the assistance, the Black man had to be pushed out of the home. There could be, even if the father left the home, the biological father left the home, it was a thing in there about substitute fathers, meaning the grandfather couldn't come in, an uncle couldn't come in, a stepfather couldn't come in, a cousin could not live in the house and could not frequent the house. So this is what ultimately caused fatherless homes. Moving all the way to the 80s and the 90s, when they added child support to the welfare program, right? Crime started to go up because not only were Black men outside of the home, but now they had to either pay the child support or go to jail, right? So
No, go ahead. Sorry, I
no,
apologize.
no, no, you good. So the crime rate started to go up because men were doing things such as money laundering, robbery, to try to get the resources to pay the child support to stay out of jail. So now, not only were you pushed out of the home, but now you're pushed out of the home and trying to stay out of jail. So that's just a little bit in a nutshell of the video that we were reviewing about the welfare system last night.
All right. So it sounds like you're saying that the man out of the house rule was the sort of cornerstone of what was disruptive to the Black family. So you're not, would you agree with that? Sorry.
Yes, absolutely.
And would you be okay with welfare if the man out of the house rule wasn't a part of it? So you're not opposed to welfare, essentially.
No, no, absolutely not. Because just like I was saying last night, people fall on hard times, and sometimes people need help. You
Yeah.
understand? And there's nothing wrong with needing help, right? However, my issue with it is it's supposed to be temporary. And while you're getting the temporary assistance, start moving in a direction to where you could come out of that situation. That's what the young lady that came on last night was talking about with her situation. She was ultimately able to come out of that after a while because she had the mindset to work toward it and knew that that was only temporary, right? And
Yeah.
you'll also, if you go back and look at the video, you'll also find that women were refusing to get married because they wanted to keep the resources in. And not only were they refusing to get married to keep the resources, but they wanted men to get them pregnant so they could qualify for the resources, right? It was for single mothers. That's what it was for.
All right. So when we take a step back, welfare began, you pointed out, in the 1930s, right? And we're going to roughly call it welfare, as opposed to TANF or anything like that. Just welfare is fine. And we Black people, Black Americans, got welfare. Do you know why or how?
Do I know why or how? It was the same reason the white people started getting assistance, even though we didn't get it until years later. It started because of the Great Recession, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but then we had a period of time, and then in the 1960s, early 1960s, what was happening? Like the civil rights movement
hmm
said we wanted all of this too,
hmm Equal
right?
rights, right? We wanted
Yeah.
the same rights that everybody else had.
So it seems odd then that, led by Black men, at least in the civil rights movement, there were feminists involved in pushing, but MLK even talked about universal income, which was born out of the welfare debate. And so the idea that Black men fought for integration and also welfare, but then say, oh, it took us out of the home. Would you then say it was a lack of foresight, or was it sort of, well, what would you say? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, I would definitely say that it was a lack of foresight. Um, I would also say that with the welfare system, that Black people got duped. You understand? They pulled the wool over our eyes, thinking that they were going to do something to help us, while they were changing the laws for Black people. Right?
Mhm.
They said, "Okay, you can get this right here, but in order for y'all to get it, there can be no man in the house." I believe, and I said this last night as well, I believe that the government knew that this would destroy Black families. I don't think they knew that it would be that successful.
All right. So we fought for welfare to be applied. The government changed it and made it so that the men couldn't be in the home. How do you grapple with the Moynihan report that these women were abandoned before they went on welfare? A lot of these women didn't actually have men in the home.
Well, that's not true, because if you look at the marriage rate prior to 1965, we were married at more than an 80% rate.
Do you know what the poor man's divorce is?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
The Moynihan report describes this as abandonment. So
hmm
legally you were married, but there was no one. The man wasn't there.
hmm Now that did happen in some cases, but that was not the majority. It was not the majority. Again, prior to 1965, we were married at an 80% rate.
Yeah, but the marriage on paper would reflect an 80% rate, but it doesn't mean that they weren't abandoned. So, like, what I'm saying is, it was enough for it to be cited in the Moynihan report, but we don't know how much it is. So, I wouldn't confidently say it was most, but I can't confidently say it wasn't most either. So, I just don't know. But if you know, how would you know?
Well, I think now is the time that we start getting our elders involved in the conversation. You understand? Because if you look at the data and the statistics, it says that they couldn't be in the home.
Yeah, well, that's what
A
I'm
lot of
saying.
black men had to make the decision to even leave the home.
No, well, we'll get to the man out of the home rule because I think that was a decision by the government, and we should actually talk about that because that's super
Mm.
important. But there's a report that framed legislation that point out that black women were left to carry the bag of the family, and even though they were not divorced, he called it the poor man divorce, where women, a lot of black women were being abandoned by their partners. And so my question is, if I don't know how many were was enough, how do you know that it was a minority when it was included?
Mhm. Well, if it was included, then it had to have definitely been a significant minority, but still a minority. So,
I feel like you're saying minority, but can we concede that neither of us know if it's a majority or minority, but it was enough to be included?
yes, absolutely, I can agree with that.
All right. So now we get to the man out of the home rule. First of all, do you think that the government should be providing for the family with both men and women there? I feel like that's an easy question. I don't know.
It depends on what the assistance is, what the assistance is, and how long the assistance is for. Right? I don't see a problem with getting assistance from the government as long as there's something in place to get you to a level to where you don't know to where you no longer need the assistance. Right? My point of view is that the assistance never was supposed to be used as a crutch, right?
Gotcha.
Because even though the assistance was there, I mean, we still have people to this day, and I've witnessed this firsthand. People do not want to and will not get a higher paying job, even though they have the ability to, because they don't want to cut off the resources. They don't want to cut off the government assistance, right? So,
Gotcha.
my argument is that we need to switch our mindset because,
Is it
again,
our is it our mindset or is the system fundamentally flawed?
I think it's both.
All right.
I think it's
So
both because
so wait. On the piece regarding the man out of the home rule, do you know if this was state by state or if it was a federal mandate?
uh, I don't think that I think it was a federal mandate, and each state tweaked it the way they wanted to. Kind of the way that we do it now. So it was a federal mandate, and the video that we were reviewing last night, right? Alabama was one of the first states to start to tweak it, right, to where the man could not be
Wait.
in the household.
I ask because I do know, but I am not testing, but I just want it to be good faith. So if you
Mm.
don't know, I don't know. This feels condescending, so I don't want to like. I'm not saying if you don't know, just say you don't know, but like kind of because the federal government created the fund, send it down to the state, and then the
Mm.
states would decide
Right,
how
right,
to sort of allocate it. And
right.
so the next question that I have is, do you know how many states would had the sort of man out of the home rule, or do you know like generally how many states had that, or it was, in your mind, it was enough for it to be significant.
Right. I don't know the exact number.
Gotcha. And so if Black men were opposed, wait, no, that's not a fair question. I'm sorry. Because you're not in the home, are you no longer obligated to being a father?
Oh no, you're still obligated to be a father in my mind, in theory. However, if you notice, it would no man could live in the home, no man could frequent the home, right? So if I decided, let's just say it was me, and I decided, okay, look, I'm going to leave the home so that my family could get the resources 12 months out of the year. But I'm still going to come around every day, visit, and spend time with my kids, provide structure, leadership, all of that good stuff. The men were not allowed to do that. If they did that, then the assistance would get cut off. So that's why I say the government knew what they were doing. I don't think that they knew that it would work this well.
Could it be a separate theory? Because I don't put anything past the U.S. government. We know about the trials they did with Black people and using their bodies for experiments. So, but could there be an alternative hypothesis that says the government did not want to pay for men?
Yes, that very well could be. Yes, that is very possible.
All right, but so back to the original question about sort of, if men left the home so that they were being altruistic in some way, so that women could have the children and the money from the federal government to take care of the children, is that a bad thing? Like, I want your qualification on this, because I'm thinking, like, if neither party can provide adequately and the government is going to do it, would you rather the government pay for it and have them create more children possibly in the home, or would it be better to just not engage at all, and not create more children? How do you, I want, it's not a very fair question, but I want to hear how you think through this. What would be best for family to live in poverty, for families to not live in poverty, or maybe still live in poverty because it's not a lot of money,
Right.
and to be the children to have roof and clothes and food? Like, how do you think about this? I just want to, I don't, and there's going to be no pushback. This is not a culture. I just want to hear how you think about that.
My thought process is that it was a very hard decision for women to make and for men to make at the beginning of it, right? Oh, well, we want our father here. I want my husband here. I want to be here with my wife and kids. However, I'm not able to provide at the level that you all need me to provide, right? So let me just step aside and get the government assistance, right? But it would have been better, in my opinion, to not have more children,
All right.
because if you're already in a bad situation and you're already having to make decisions like these, the decision to make more children should not be made until you are in a better position.
Right. And so the decision to make the first child in the position seemed to suggest, maybe not fully, that they people weren't that good at sort of thinking about their position in relation to children, creating families, right? And maybe they are. Maybe we shouldn't care about how poor you are or rich you are to create families, but the government should step in and take care of it if you're poor. Like, is that where you're at? Or are you more of like, the government can say, okay, if I'm helping you, I am not going to also pay for the man and pay for y'all to be together to potentially create more children in an already bad situation?
I see where you're going with this. I see what your point is. So to not pay for the man, I think I think the whole thing was unfair, because again, my channel is
Wait. You said to not pay for the man. You think that was unfair? Why?
Because the black men were struggling as well, right? So why make the whole family suffer by not having the father there? We already see what not having fathers in the home has done to our community, right?
Is it
So that's why
wait,
that's
it's not just having a father, right? It's having good fathers. So like just having a father isn't good. Like if you have Ti in the home, for example, I don't know if you like Ti. I apologize if you do, but we saw the result with King, for example. Like having a man and any random man isn't in and of itself good.
let me put it like this. Everybody has their choice of free will, right?
Hmm.
I know several men, women for that matter, who had two parent households, who come from good fathers and good mothers, but still end up in the prison system. No matter how much they try to lead them, no matter how much they try to guide them, help them, support them, they just won't do right. The Ti situation, I absolutely think that Ti has part to do with it because his music portrays one lifestyle, but he's trying to teach his children another lifestyle. And for King, it didn't work. So in that aspect, I blame both. But it's better to have uh, a father, your father, in the home. Nobody's perfect, right?
Wait,
If he's not a good father, if he's not a good husband, then no, right? But it would be people that would disagree with some of my thinking and say, "Oh, well, he can't be a good husband and a good father," but I am. You
yeah,
understand what I'm
no,
saying?
but you can agree then that just having a man isn't enough. Like if the man is abusive, for example, like it would be better for the woman to be a single mother raising the child as opposed to being with an abusive husband.
Right. But I don't want to paint the picture that the majority of men are abusive.
You
That's
don't
just
have
not
to. No,
that's
you
not
don't have
true.
to. Okay, the majority aren't abusive, or
Right.
I don't know. But what I'm saying is the blanket statement that just having a man in the home is somehow the answer should be qualified into having good men in the home.
Now you said that you skimmed through my channel, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if have you ever seen me do this
Hmm.
and this.
Yeah, it's a separation.
Right. So I speak to the men that are up here and to the men down here. We want to get them up here. I don't condone abuse in any way, shape, form, or fashion just for people just to say, "Oh, I got a man at home." That's not good for anybody. We mentioned earlier that I'm a pastor, right? And here's one thing that I feel strongly about marriage and relationships. I would never tell any male or female that I'm counseling to stay in a marriage or a relationship that is abusive no matter what. Some people will argue, oh, well, if you're married, you need to stay married no matter what. I don't agree with that because I'm of the belief that God wants us to have an abundant life. He doesn't want us to have a life to where we're beaten down, beaten up every day of our lives. That's just not what he wants for the sake of a man being there, right? If the man is abusive, he doesn't need to be there. If and that means not just physically, but it also means emotionally, mentally, financially. That's not what a real man is. That's not what a good man is to me.
So you would agree then that just having a man isn't enough. Having a good man is.
You're right.
All right. So then we move to the next question. These men were altruistic in their leaving the home so that, in your opinion, so that these women could get the welfare, but that shouldn't have stopped them from being fathers. Separate question, why didn't they go to the courts and the Supreme Court to challenge the man out of the home rule?
Why didn't the men do it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that in 1965, black men were able to go up to the courthouse and make demands?
Yep, they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did together in the civil rights movement. But do you think that with how the civil rights movement was, this was 1960, late 60s, early 70s, right? Do you think that the black men knew that this effect was going to be the way it was? Do you think that?
So you don't think a black man or a black woman could go up to the Supreme Court and fight it at the time?
No, at least not effectively, right?
You don't.
Look. So this is what I'm saying. The civil rights movement, it was a movement, right? If that be the case, then it would have been better for black people not to get the assistance at all and say, hey, well, if our men can't be in the house, we don't want it.
So I'm trying to grapple with this because I'm going to talk about something, and this feels like a trap that I'm leading you into, and I don't mean for it to be like, I honestly don't. But before I talk about this, I want to understand why you think that black men and black women couldn't go to the Supreme Court for this.
Probably because I live in the South. It wasn't the same back in those days. The North and the South. I'm from the South, and I don't know where you're from, and I don't know if you know.
Amazing accent, by the way.
Thanks so much. I don't know where you're from, but in the South, that wasn't going to happen because if you look at even segregation, are you familiar with Ruby Bridges?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what they did to that little girl?
Yep.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Ruby Bridges is my mother's age. Now. So to say that black men would have been able to go to the Supreme Court and ask for fair treatment no, absolutely not.
I don't know how to do this because it's not funny because I understand why you have that inclination, but black women did go to the Supreme Court.
In what manner? What do you mean?
Black women did fight against the man out of the home rule, and they won in 1960s.
Are you talking about white women or black women?
Black women. A black woman, when she could not be with the man that she wanted to be with, a man who, by the way, had like 9 children and she had like 3, and they couldn't afford to take care of the children. The black woman said, yeah, no, I want men in the home. So she went to the Supreme Court and fought in King versus Smith. It was actually out of the South, Alabama, in 1968. Don't quote me on the year. Do not quote me. In 1968, and won. And the man out of the home rule was ruled unconstitutional. So it existed in America I'll give it 5 years. So it existed for 5 years. And so when I hear that the man out of the home rule is the catalyst for the breakdown in the black family, it doesn't make sense to me because today black men and men can get welfare in the form of food stamp, for example.
Yeah, only if you have custody of the children.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but see that's what I'm saying. Only if you have custody of the children. How many black men have custody of the children?
Do you think black men want custody of their children?
If they're up here, yeah. But the courts usually default custody to the mother, regardless if the father wants custody or not.
Do you know when custody is challenged by men, what happens? Because the likelihood of getting the child tremendously increases to over 60% when men challenge for custody.
Yeah, but the men have to strike first.
The men have to challenge for custody. So how do you know men want their children if they're not challenging or fighting for their children?
So here's the thing. It is a known fact that the court system in regards to child support is totally stacked against men. And I don't know if you've ever heard of the lead attorney, but he's a 20-year divorce attorney out of
And
Atlanta.
still as ignorant as they come. He is telling people not to get married. Is he telling men not to
That's
sleep?
not true.
He
That
literally, no, he said it. I've played it multiple times on this channel. He was in a debate with Ruslan, and he said he advised men not to get married. He said
so
verbatim.
yeah, he said that verbatim then. So here's the thing. It's not in men's best interest these days in some cases to fight for the custody because the courts are absolutely stacked against them.
Why would you say that? Why would
And
you continue to wait? Why would you continue to say that after I told you that the stat says that when they do, they win? In most custody cases, women get custody, men do not challenge, and it's not an award of the case. 90% of the time, the judge is not involved. There's a settlement agreement where the man agrees to give custody to the woman.
right, most of the time, because a lot of the times when you got to look at what it costs, what it takes to fight for custody in a system that's stacked against you already. You understand? So in instead of men uh running the bank account dry, running up their credit cards to pay for an attorney, and they still might not win, it's a good chance that they don't win custody. They just rather say, you know what, well, I'll just give custody and I'll take my 50-50 or visitations or whatever. Now, what the
So
leader,
wait, I have a question on that. How can women afford it but men can't?
because most of the time, depending on the situation, a lot of the times the man has to pay for the women's attorney.
That's not true, and that's not most of the time.
Mm, it happens more than what you think,
Nope,
right?
nope, it
And
doesn't
then
actually.
and
No, no,
then
no, it doesn't. The lead attorney has been running with this narrative, and he's lying. I know this as a fact that he's lying about this. He used what's that guy's name? The case that just Tyree's case. What he
mhm,
failed to tell you all, or maybe he did and people didn't hear, is that the agreement that the attorney's bill would be included was in their agreement about whether or not there would be a contested sort of divorce. And that was a mistake they claim on the arbitration part. I don't think that was a mistake, but that's not for me to say. So they had an agreement. So when we are talking about children and who should get custody, my question is, do, I don't want a stat or anything. I just want your opinion on this. Do you think men really want custody of their children by and large?
yes,
You think men want custody of their children?
yes, I do.
Are there a majority of the men at the top or at the bottom?
Say that question again.
When you just did that, you separated men. What
Mhm.
group have the most?
What?
And you think most men want their children.
Yes, I do.
And why do most men not fight for their children?
Because the court system is absolutely stacked against them.
The stats
Now, are there men that don't want custody of their children? Absolutely. I'm not saying that because most men want custody of their children. I'm not saying that there aren't any men that don't want their children. There are absolutely some deadbeat men out there that should not be procreating. And see that's the thing. I'm fair on both sides,
No,
right?
but you can be fair on both sides, and that's fine. I'm just trying to understand when. All right, before we get back to the custody, because I think I went too far. So the man out of the home rule was 4 years. Why do you think it is so prevalent in the psyche of people today regarding what is happening? And in fact, when people say black women chose welfare, it sounds to me like black women chose to fight the system and won to get men back in the home. So even after that win, how is it that the out of wedlock rate is so high? And I mean, we have the lead attorney who you seem to be okay with, or at least a fan of, is advocating for less marriages. I'm trying to figure out how you reconcile those two things.
The way I reconcile it is I watch a lot of his content, right? And you in that clip, I'm unfamiliar with the clip with what's his name, Ruslan? Am I saying that
So,
right?
yeah, Ruslan.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar with that clip. Um, However, the lead attorney also advocates for marriage. He said marriage can be a beautiful thing. It is.
No, no, he said, no, you're coping right now.
No, no,
He
no, no, no,
said
no. I'm
he
wait.
looked in the camera and he's been on other platforms, larger platform, where he looked in the camera and said he does not advocate for marriage. And in fact, he advocates for men not to get married. And the fact that it feels like you're saying either you don't know he said this or
No,
you're,
I know. I'm very familiar with his content.
but earlier when I said he said that, you said he didn't.
No, well, again, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me
No,
finish.
earlier when I said he said that, you said he didn't. Like, is that a lie? Like, did
No,
I
no, no, no,
mistake?
no, 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 no. Let me clarify. I'm very familiar with that clip, and there are reasons why he says that it's not that he's against marriage, but in 2023, it's not in the best interest of a lot of men. Let me explain. The reason why he says it's not in the best interest of men is because you can get married today, right? And you can take care of all of the bills. You can be the best dad that you can. You can do everything right. But then, um, the woman, I've seen this several times, can just come up one day and say, you know what, I'm not happy. I'm leaving. I'm taking the kids and I'm taking half of your stuff with me
Okay,
because
but
of
you see how
no fault
faulty,
divorce.
yeah, you see how faulty that logic is, though? In today's society, we're talking about the black community. How many black men can lead a household on their own?
Several. I know
No, no,
several.
you
I
can
know
know several.
several. I know several. There
No,
are a lot of black men that can lead the
wait,
household on
wait.
their own.
I don't talk over you. Please don't do that to me. I begging. Um, how many black men statistically can lead a household on a one income?
Mm. You mean okay? I see what you're saying. You mean in regards of having the wife to stay home? Not many.
Yeah.
Not many. Not many.
And so this
It's I think it's like um I think it's maybe like 10% or something like that.
And so this idea that men can come and do all of this and the woman leave and take all of it doesn't make sense when they're both contributing. So the premise for
Mm.
which he's saying don't get married is faulty. But as a pastor, I don't think you should be saying don't get married or even
I'm not telling it.
defending.
I'm for marriage. I'm not telling
Right.
anybody not to get married.
So do you not see the inconsistency with your own belief?
No, 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 no. That's the lead attorney's belief, right?
Yeah.
But that's what you're saying his belief is.
No,
Again,
that's what he said his belief is. Did he not say that's his belief?
he again, I watch a lot of his
Wait,
content.
I feel like
I
you're skirting around the point, and
no,
I don't
I'm
understand why.
I'm not skirting around the point. What I'm trying to tell you is that I watch a lot of his content, and he is not against marriage. That's what I'm telling you.
Even though he said he's against marriage.
He did not say he is against marriage.
He said he does not advise for people to get married. Do you advise for people to get married?
Yes, if the two people, yes, I'm all for marriage. We need more two-parent households, right?
Okay, so how is
However, men need to know what they need to know what they need to be responsible for, and they need to know what kind of women they need to marry.
I will get to the responsibility in a minute because I think that's probably better in your wheelhouse, particularly as a pastor. I think that would be a good learning opportunity for me. But I don't understand how you don't see the inconsistency. You need men to marry. This is what you should do. From a Christian perspective, you're the head of your home, you have children, and you lead, and you provide, and you care, and you protect. And then on the other hand, we have the lead attorney being against marriage. Like he can say what you're saying, pick the right women, choose better, all of that, and protect yourself and your assets, if you will, if you have assets. But over here, he's saying, I don't tell men to get married. In fact, I tell men do not get married. And so it seems inconsistent, and yet you are marrying the two, pardon that. Why? Because I feel like you can stand on your own in this.
No, I absolutely can. So we were talking about men being in the home. I forget now how we even brought up the lead attorney, but I am an advocate for marriage, right? And I'm an advocate for marriage the right way. I wouldn't tell men not to get married. What I would tell men is not to get married if you're not ready, and not to get married if you're not marrying the right woman. Matter of fact, I tell men to not even date a woman longer than 6 months or a year if you don't intend to marry her.
So do you think it's a meaningful or meaningless difference that exists between you and the lead attorney? Because the lead attorney's promotion isn't don't sleep with women, it's don't get married. So it sounds like more children out of wedlock, all of that stuff is going to happen if lead attorney wins. Well, if you're advocating for marriage, it sounds like you would have more marriages. Hopefully they're good marriages, right? But you're advocating for marriage. It seems like one world is better than the other, but also one world is more godly than the other. And so I don't understand why there's not an outright sort of rebuke. I'm just going back to church, so I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Now, here's the thing. Two things can't be true at one time, right? Now, while I agree with some of his points, let's just say I've heard the lead attorney say that he's not against marriage. I've heard him say that. I've heard these conversations. That's why I say that. It's more behind what he's saying in regards to no, men absolutely should not get married. That's not what he's saying. If you listen to a whole stream,
I did.
I don't know.
He said he does not like the marriage laws as they exist. They don't affect men properly. In fact, they disproportionately affect men negatively. And he said, he gave an example about a fish. If you put it in the wrong environment, it cannot survive. On the moon, it can't survive. So I heard him. But ultimately, it boils down to, in today's society, he would not advise men to get married. In today's society, you would advise men to get married to the right woman. And so it is still inconsistent.
So, okay, let me break this down. Okay. In today's society, he would not advise men to get married.
Under the current laws, unless
under the current laws, and under the way society is today. Okay.
Mhm.
It is a fact that women file for divorce 70% of the time. That's part of the reason why.
I don't
And
understand how that could be part of the reason why. I don't understand that.
because women can leave the marriage with a no fault divorce, man and woman. There's not, men are able to leave too, but women file at a higher rate than men, at about 70%, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. If you are not seeking God and seeking to have a godly marriage, you shouldn't be getting married.
But if you are, you should be getting marriage.
If you are, you should get married. You should want to create a family, right?
All right. So I don't.
Let me say one more thing, if you don't mind. Let me say one more thing. Do you think that most people today would follow what the Bible lays out for marriage?
No, not men or women.
Exactly. That's why, in my opinion, some marriages don't work. Men have to be men. Men need to be the leaders. Too many times we see men taking the back seat and the woman wearing the pants. That
All right.
should
Well,
not
before
be.
we get there,
That throws things out of balance. That should not be.
all right, before we get there, though, are you saying that you are against marriage in the current form? Then, so would you be with the lead attorney then?
In the current form, elaborate. You
You just
mean?
explained that most people, I would actually say there are zero people who are living precisely a godly marriage. So would you say that you are against marriage in the now in its current form? Because that's kind of what you just explained, but I might have interpreted it wrong.
I'm not really sure about your interpretation,
That's
but
what I'm
yeah,
asking.
okay. Let me put it to you like this: if you are a man and you cannot lead your household properly, you should not get married.
What does leading entail?
Leading entails the finances, taking care of the home, making sure that
Wait,
everybody.
that would contradict your statement about the 1960s. Then those women,
We're talking about now.
yeah, but if you're saying to get married, are you saying the general principle only applies now? So you could get married even if you can't take care of your home in the 1960s?
No. Back then, men were men. More men were
No, they
leading
weren't
their
men. If wealthier
men were leading their household back
if
then.
men
More.
could take, if wealthier took you out of the home, then you could not financially provide at the level of wealthier. I don't understand that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of living below your means?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a smart brother, right? When this wave of, and I really don't want to get into this, but when this wave of feminism came in, a lot of women wanted this fairy tale life that feminism gave, right? They wanted something, they wanted more, what the white women were getting. Men were able to provide at a level, but it wasn't enough.
I thought you said the men left because they couldn't provide and they were being altruistic when they left so that the
Yes,
government would.
some of them were. Some of
So
them
those
were.
men
Yeah.
weren't, then the men weren't providers.
No, that's not true. That's not true either. Provider means that I'm providing all of your needs, right? We might not be able to go on vacation 3 times a year, but
In the
everybody's taking.
1960s, you're
I'm
telling
talking
me.
about now. I'm talking about now. Period. Now, back in that time period, this time period. I mean, some men. What? Hold on. Let me finish.
Apologies. Go ahead. Sorry.
Some men were of the opinion that, hey, well, maybe it's better for them to get that's a hard decision to make. Some men, right, wanted to be there for their family and wanted to provide what they could provide for their family, but some women, well, not all, some women wanted more. Well, we can get more with this over here.
Earlier, you said that because of the system and racism, Black men in particular weren't able to have certain kinds of jobs. And then you said some of them weren't able to provide. You said a lot of them weren't able to provide at the level they should. And so women had a hard choice. You even explained that it was tough for women. But now it seems like you're going back and you're saying maybe it wasn't tough for women. They just chose welfare because they wanted more money, because the men couldn't provide as much, but they could provide. So was it a tough decision for women because they were? It sounds to me now. Earlier, it sounded like you were sympathetic to women and their plight and the decision that they had to make. Now it sounds like you're saying because women couldn't get vacation 3 times a year, they chose welfare over the man, and those are very inconsistent statements.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Let me clarify. Neither one of these statements are absolute. You can't blanket and say all. You understand what I'm saying?
But you can't generalize when you.
Yeah. You absolutely. You can't absolutely generalize. That's what we do. That's how we get data and statistics. Now, here's the thing. In today's society, I think that's what we were talking about. I know several instances where marriages ended simply because the husband did not afford the amount of travel that the wife wanted every year. I don't think that's a good reason to get divorced. I think that a lot of people in general need to get back to the point to where I'm not saying to settle for less, but would you agree that most people are average and live an average life?
Yep.
Okay. Do you think that average is a negative?
No.
So why is it that we hear so many women that don't want to live an average life? If you ask most women, well, maybe not most, if you ask a lot of women and tell them they should get an average man, they'll take that as an insult.
So, question. Well, was that a question?
No, that was a statement.
Oh,
But if you got
no, I didn't want to answer your question.
No. If you got another question, please come on with it, man.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Same. So if we're thinking about sort of average and how people engage, it seems to me that if I asked you what is the optimal life for yourself, you would not give me something average. Right?
No, I don't think so.
So do you see the issue with asking the question? Because there is a question of what would you want versus what have you done and what will you do? And average people date and marry average people. Now, the city girls are all over and they can say whatever they want, but the truth is, average people date and marry average people.
That's
In
true.
fact,
Absolutely.
yeah, in fact, like every other race of women marry up and all whatever hypergamy and all of that, but Black women statistically don't. And so when I hear like the red pill talking point where it's like women just want to marry up, I'm like, okay, I don't care about women. I only care about my community. I do care about other community, but like my focus is on like the people who need it the most, which are people who look like me. And so it just doesn't apply in the same way. So when we hear that women don't want average men, it's not true statistically. There's so many super chat. If at any point we can read some of them together, let me know. But go ahead. How do you respond?
No, you can. Your show, man. You can read your super chats whenever you get ready.
How do you respond to that before? Do you agree then that this is a farce? Like, it's not, average people aren't shooting out of their league in terms of marriage and dating?
Here's the thing, and this is going to sting a little bit. I think that men are more realistic about the standard that they can date at than women are.
If you do that, I'm going to have to do something that I don't want to do, because that's not true. Are you talking about women generally or black women?
I'm talking about women generally.
All right, I don't read stats on women generally, so that might be true. I don't know, but black women specifically, that's not true.
You don't think that you don't think that some black women are not realistic in their dating standards?
I said women generally.
Black women.
Black women generally they are not dating up. They're not dating out of their league at all. In fact, the reverse is happening in the black community.
Okay. I can dig that. I can dig that. You don't think they're dating out of their league, but do you think that do you think they have a higher sense of self than some of them should? Do you think some of them might have a big head a little bit?
No, actually, I wish they had more of a big head.
Explain. Tell me what you mean about that.
So I think that black women are the ish. I think the ability. I believe racism exists, and I think this is something that a lot of people hate me for, because I will bring it up and be like, "What do you mean racism?" I don't care what they have to say. Racism exists, and sexism exists, and people will admit racism exists, but they'll say, "Oh, but sexism doesn't exist." And to see black women move up the socioeconomic ladder, not all of them, and it's not completely significant, we're still doing poorly, but to see them try and to see them fight and to see them care about their image, at least to some extent, because if Cardi B is out there in City Girls, then no, right? And whatever those other people are, but to see it and to be in like the corporate world and to look around and unfortunately see not a lot of black men, but see like a lot of black women, a few, not a lot, like 5, and me. It's encouraging, because I am thinking these women are like overcoming the odds. Like, that's spectacular. Like, if I were a black woman, I probably would like think I'm the ish. Like, I probably would, more so than what black women do now. And so I think there's no too humble, and I think people shouldn't brag. Generally, I don't. So maybe I wouldn't as a black woman, but I think there should be more celebration around what they've accomplished. Like, there's a study out of Harvard and Stanford that highlight that black women, even with racism, when compared to white women, if they start at the same economic level, do the exact same, with black women inching ahead of white women when they start at the same. And they started in like the 1980s to 2015. So it's a longitudinal study out of Harvard. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. Like,
it is. That's awesome.
Yeah, that like. So when I think about this, I'm like, yeah, they're doing it. So no, I don't think they have a big head. I think that there is a move to humble black women, and I think black men want help and need help and should be getting help. But oddly, when I see black men online, it's like always kind of dragging black women, as opposed to like, I don't know, talking about themselves. Like, one thing that I wish black men talk about, men generally, is in Georgia, paternity does not give you a right to your child as a father if you're not married. And I was like, why aren't black men talking about this, or men talking about this and fighting to get their children? So that's where I come out on there. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely amazing, right? That the black women are overcoming the odds and everything like that. However, I don't think that that's a license to dump on black men. You know what I'm saying? Because, and the reason I say that is women have always been more into education than men. More men work with their
That's not
hands.
true.
Yeah, well,
That's not
see,
true.
let,
But
let,
the
let-
data we have around education is very, very limited, because for most of not just American history, but world history, women could not engage in academia.
yeah, but when I'm speaking of from the time that they were allowed, women took an interest in education, right?
Yeah.
As soon as they were, it was like boom, women took off with it. Women
Yeah.
have it's a known fact that women are more into education than men are, right? I'm not
It's
talking
not,
about them not being back then when they weren't able
no,
to
no,
engage get
there is
education.
I don't agree fully, because the theory is that women are biologically predisposed to be able to sit in a classroom and take instructions. This was defined as a masculine trait in the time of Socrates, right? And so the idea of masculinity and femininity, I don't want to get into this, but has shifted over time, where women were considered unable. And what we see now could be like the newness of access that allow women to do it, or it could just mean women are actually trying to compete. Because the truth is, there is a steady level of, I think, what I call anti-intellectualism in the manosphere around school and the importance of school. And it's not just the black manosphere, by the way. I think men generally have turned away from school and the church. Like, part of the one of the biggest
I agree
factors of
100%.
black men in particular get into the middle class, you can track it by seeing, did they go to church? Marriage is a big one, but also higher education. And the idea that we are just going to like push against education, which we have done. There is a huge push for women to go to school by other women. Like the media is filled with messages telling women to go to school because women found it important and have decided to do it in the capitalist system. Men are making the opposite declaration. And then we're saying the reason is because of a biological difference. I think testosterone and activity, but men have consistently been able to go to school and learn, but now they can't. And we're just looking at now they can't, as opposed to what is happening now around ADHD diagnosis, around the messages that we're getting that school is feminine, being articulate is feminine. Like, we push very specific kind of imagery, and to pretend like we don't, and maybe the media, actually, I'm not going to say we, but when we have microphones, we continue to push these kinds of messages. And I don't know how beneficial it is going to be to young men, broadly speaking, because I've seen men do well. And so I just don't understand why it is that we're just succumbing to the base nature and we're just feeding ourselves the easy stuff. No, the hard stuff is go to school, get an education, do what you must, and be the best version of yourself. The women will do the same and then marry at your level, date at your level, or whatever, and figure out life together. I don't understand how that's not the message.
Yeah, I mean, and that very well should be part of the message. The other part of the message, I think that um, I'm like you, man. I'm trying to be careful with how I say
No,
this.
I will be respectful because you're in my house. You don't have to be. It's
So,
fine.
so I mean, let's just be honest. Everybody's not able to go to college. And and what I mean by that is some people struggled all through high school. And then, when they got done with high school, that's it for me. I can't do college. I barely made it out of high school. Some people do exist like that. Now, in 2023, there are more ways to get to a six-figure income than just going to college. You can go get you a trade, be a plumber, and make six figures, or an electrician and do it. You understand what I'm saying? If I want to, and I do encourage men that if college is not for you, don't just go get a job, which is nothing wrong with that. Go get a trade, because at one point, maybe 20 years or so ago, I don't know if you remember or not, but the idea that you are only going to be able to make a good income is if you go to college. You know what I'm saying? That's just not. I mean, it's just not true anymore. You can get on your computer and make six figures from your computer from home now. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that, and I know you heard about the interview with Iyanla Van Zant and Ebony K. Williams. You heard about that?
I feel like we're gonna fight on this, so I feel like we shouldn't bring it up. But yeah, I heard about it.
But my point is, a bus driver that's a good man, that's earning a living, I don't think he should be looked down on. That's
Oh
a good
no,
man.
I
That's a
don't
good
think
man, honest man,
I
making a
don't
good
think
living.
any human being should be looked down on. Now,
Right.
should you date them is a separate question.
So, I mean, is it a question of should they be able to date, or who they
That's
should
not
be
a
able to date?
question. That is
Should
not a question at all. Everyone is able to date, but you don't have a right to someone because of your occupation. So, because you're a bus driver and you're a good, great, kind man, does not give you a right to anyone.
True. I agree with that.
So, when you look at Ebony and you ask, would you date a bus driver? And she goes, if he owns the bus, condescending as it might sound, it's like, oh, that's your dating preference. And your retort is like, we don't want you anyways. Fine. But yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, but my point being is that there are good men out there that good women overlook because of their occupation.
All right. So here's where we pause because I think that is generally true. Um, and I feel like we need to define good because part of the problem is every man shows up and say, I'm a good man. And so it's difficult to decipher who is a good man, particularly when people change, when circumstances change, and the vetting process is not, I don't think, as easy as we want to say. But within our community, a bus driver is doing pretty well in comparison to other people. Sometimes, I don't know, they're making less than the average. So it's not better than other men, actually, but whatever. They would be dating. A lot of bus driver came out and said, I'm married. I don't know what she's talking about. So the idea that women in the black community are just looking over these men is not, it's not true.
I would beg to differ. I think.
I mean, if you don't look good, you can't expect someone to just want to be with you.
Yeah, well, yeah. I agree, man. And just like I said, man, men need to do better too. I'm fair on both sides. If you're a man showing up with dirty fingernails and your clothes aren't clean, you don't smell good, what your teeth are dirty, what makes you think that you're even what makes you think that you even have a leg to stand on to argue that, oh, women are looking over me? No, you need to fix yourself up. You need to do some work on yourself first. You understand what I'm saying? And my thing is that men need to be the best version of themselves, be a man that the women say that they want. And then in return, when the man works to build himself up, then the women need to be what that kind of man wants.
The what did First Timothy say? I think it's First Timothy verse 5:8. I don't know. I don't know why I'm thinking I can pull this out of my head, but it calls men who do not provide worse than an infidel or non-believer. I forgot the verbiage used. And I think I not to, I don't think there should be a blanket disparaging of people, because if you can provide, then just don't have families, right? Like, not yet. You can build yourself up first. Don't expect that women are going to provide for you. Like,
Right,
you should
right.
be able to take care of yourself. And the messaging seems to come from a place where I think other men don't believe in other men. Like, I believe in the capacity of Black men to do better, and I refuse to take mediocrity. Like, no, because if I can do it, I know you can. Now, my circumstances might have been different, and I accept that, but it feels like we are just babying each other and we're saying, oh, that's your best. No, that's not your best. I know you
Mhm.
can do better.
I
I
agree. I agree.
so I worry that we keep focusing on women's accomplishment, and like, in my mind, if the women can do it with people don't like this because they don't believe in sexism, but with racism and sexism, we can do it. Now, we have our obstacles that are very different, and maybe we probably should talk about, like, how do we navigate those kinds of obstacles.
Mhm. Yeah, that would be more of a conversation that we need to have, because for whatever reason, I don't want people to get the misconception that I hate women or whatever
Aren't you
people.
married? You're married, right?
Yeah, yes, yes. I'm married, and I have a God has blessed me with a great family, and I want other men to experience this too. I want other women to experience this too. I like being at home at night when my kids go to bed. You understand what I'm saying? We need more of that in our communities, because what we have now is not working. It's not working. So, we bring these things up and we have these conversations to try to bring out things that we could do better. I just think that men have been getting bashed so much for the last 30 years, 30, 40 years or whatever in mainstream media, and women have work to do too.
All right. So, a couple of things. Two things. I think both genders in the Black community have work to do.
Mm.
The issue, though, well, not the issue. I'll think about that first. When you say men have been bashed, um, is that the primary focus, or was men being bashed a reaction to women being bashed, or to something else? Because the way I conceptualize this is, women, what was it, like 60% of Black women by the age of 18 or 19 uh, experience abuse, right?
Well, I'm
And
sorry, say that again.
60% of women by the age of 18 or 19 experience some kind of abuse. And then the number exponentially increase with age. And then on the other hand, most men say they don't know anyone who have abused someone, right? And so we have these very weird silos where the experience of women as reported and documented are being rejected. And then we get music, hip hop music in particular, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, like that time frame, speaking very specifically about womanhood. We had Oprah, which everyone points to, who talks about men and then we talk about the color purpling of Kevin Samuels calls it the color purpling of the Black community, but the color purple was fiction that other stories affirmed were real. And so the ideas around what is happening feels like men are saying, why are people bashing me? And if you've not done anything, I can understand why you would say that. But in an attempt to defend ourselves, we deny the experience of women. And people call me a feminist, but I'm not. But how do you react to that? And what is the bashing, do you think, around Black men?
I think the bashing comes in to the fact that um, it's painted as if most Black men were Mister from The Color Purple. That's not been my experience. That's not been the experience of a lot of people. Most of the people that I know, that I've come across, that are in my circle. Does it happen? Absolutely. I'm not negating that, right?
Yeah, but part of it
It's a problem. But I said it the other night. I don't consider myself red pill. I don't consider myself Manosphere or anything like that. I'm trying to get us together. You understand what I'm saying? That's my main focus. I think that because I point out things about women that people think that I'm women bashing. But here's the thing. Let me go ahead and answer your question. We've had Oprah, like you said, pointed to a lot of times, Oprah, Ricky Lake, all of this stuff. It's only been now in the last 10 or so years that men have even had a platform to raise some of their grievances. And
no, men have Arsenio Hall was a thing. Like men have always had platforms, but I feel
not like that. I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, but and Arsenio Hall was a comedic late night show. I mean, I know they talked about some deep things on there, but it was nowhere near the same level that men have the voice to speak now.
yeah,
Now,
but you guys have the voice. We have the voice to speak, and I'm trying to speak truth, but it feels like men are in defense mode. Um, I won't go through Martell Williams. I could go name a bunch of like Black talk show hosts, but I won't. The reason I won't is because we're doing a tit for tat thing, and I think there's a bigger picture. Um, and I don't know if this is true, but I think the bigger picture here is that part of the research that I just pointed out says that most men don't know an abuser, even though most women have been abused, right? And so it begs the question about sort of how do we engage with women who have real experiences when we are in defense mode?
well, I think first that we need to talk from a place of healing, because um, a lot of men hear this, and you're right, go into defense mode about abuse because a lot of men have been falsely accused of abuse.
You want to know something really? It's not funny, but it's like really sad. A study was done in a university, forgot which university. All of this, by the way, if ever you need something, I can send it to you later. But it asked men specific question about grape, which is what I'm not trying to say, the word grape.
Mm.
And they were like, yeah, I would do that. Yeah, I would do that. And so it was always over 60%. And they asked them questions that were specifically grape. When they did, the man said, yes, they'll do, all of them, a majority. When they say, would you grape someone? They all said no. And so what that highlighted was they'll describe the behavior, they will engage in the behavior, but once we name the behavior as that, then they say they wouldn't do it, even though they've already confirmed that they would do all of the behavior. Crude study, but to point out the fact that I think one, men don't hold each other accountable, but two, we don't confess to each other things that we do. And when we talk about what we do, we all kind of accept it as truth. This is my hypothesis, by the way. We accept it as true, but we're saying, oh, but it wasn't great, but it might have been. It might have been sexual assault. It might have been all kinds of other things. And so I think my justification is that we know people, we just don't add the language to what we know. And I went through my life actually after I figured this out, and I can name a bunch of people that I think engage in bad behavior towards women.
I like how you put that, bad behavior towards women. Yeah, and that's true, and it's very unfortunate that some don't know the difference. I would rather not get into that so much because a lot of it is subjective, and the reason, part of the reason why is because number one, you're looking at somebody that was falsely accused of something years and years ago. Thank God nothing ever came out of it, and it got squashed,
Wait,
quickly.
no, wait. You just said we're looking at someone who is falsely accused, but we don't know that.
But I know that. I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. So all you can do is take my word for it. You understand what I'm saying?
You're saying from your personal experience. I thought you were
Yes.
saying generally. Gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm talking about, I'm talking about me. And then I have a friend that I used to work with in my former job that was falsely accused, and it was proven. This man almost lost his career, his retirement, almost lost his family behind it, and it was proven that he was falsely accused. The whole story was made up, and he got punished still. So that's why sometimes these things are personal to me, and I'm not discrediting anybody's experience that has been abused, raped, or anything like that. It's absolutely horrible. But like you said, with this tit for tat thing, it's two sides to this coin. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I do. And this is why I speak in generalities about stats and like my theories about things based on some kind of research or another, because personal stories and anecdotes are not that great in these conversations because one, they can't be verified. I'm trusting that what you say is true. But two, it might not be representative, right? Because then we're going to say, well, most women don't even report SA, and it's highly unlikely that they lie when they do. Most women don't lie about it statistically, but I'm not going to discredit your experience with your friends and your people regarding how that happened. The issue still remains, though, that women are experiencing all of this and they're not, their reality is being invalidated by anecdotes.
In which, again, I don't think that their experience should be invalidated at all. But what I am saying is that there's another side to the coin, and I don't advocate for that at all. But I think you're a disgusting human being if you engage in that kind of behavior. You understand? But I'll just say this. In 2023, and you mentioned the music too. In 2023, we should not support anything that is, oh wow, we should not support anything that is not conducive to our community. And I mean the music too.
Yeah.
I mean the music. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. If can you help me with some of these super chats? I was saving all of them, and it looked like a lot came in, and there might be questions.
How do you want me to do it? You want me to look on YouTube or the
No, I can
comments?
read them. I can read them. I'll put them up if you want to read our answer.
Okay.
Just these Finji, these bandits are so redundant and it's annoying. They are all loud and wrong. Jocelyn says Idiocracy was supposed to just be a movie, but it looks like we are literally living in it. I told you all that we were being nice today because I'm trying to start like a series where I like talk to men and I don't know, figure out where people are, but I won't just accept as truth. I'll be pushing back, but hopefully respectfully pushing back. It should be a mass exit from the manosphere since they know their granddaddy leader doesn't have a clear definition on the high value man, blind leading.
Can I say something to that, please?
Yeah, you can. She's talking about Rolo Tomasi.
Yeah, I know.
I know
I know exactly who she's talking
because
about.
he's a mess and it was terrible. But go ahead.
Yeah, because once I woke up, I clicked on your stream and I saw what you were talking about. I have no idea why any black man would be taking any advice from Rolo Tomasi. I don't agree with that. If he couldn't even give a definition of what a high value man is, but yet he has so many people following him. I don't. If black men want to know what it is to be a high value man that women won't, come talk to another black man and we'll show you the way.
Do you? But you like Kevin Samuels, right?
Yeah, I do. I do like Kevin Samuels. Rolo Tomasi, I don't. I can't.
Do you believe black people are ugly?
I need you to repeat that.
Kevin Samuels believes black people are ugly, and he said black women are essentially the least attractive women in the world.
I don't agree with that statement at all. I do not think that black people are ugly. I think black people are beautiful in every sense of the word. I do not think that black people are ugly at all. Now, just because you like somebody, I eat the meat and spit out the bones. I don't know. I don't.
Well, maybe that's what they're saying about Rolo Tomasi. I agree with you that Rolo Tomasi is a hot mess, like just
yeah,
dumb. But it, like when you say chew the meat and spit out the bone, I'm not going to get into Kevin Samuels because I don't speak generally ill of the dead, so I just leave that alone. But it seems odd though because that's a fundamental thing. Like part of the issue is that people are like, oh, he's trying to bring black people together, but you believe on some fundamental level that black women are the least desirable based on beauty. Like it's not even like men just aren't attractive. Like you're saying you're not beautiful, your face is asymmetric and you're masculine, and you're not physically beautiful. Outside of masculinity, you are not physically beautiful. I think I don't know. I feel like that would give me pause and I would not ever engage. Like I couldn't get past that.
yeah.
But
I don't think. I don't. I think there's more context around that statement, but no, I absolutely don't
I
think.
mean, I can play the statement for you.
I absolutely don't think that black people are ugly whatsoever.
Yeah. Do you want the statement or you're fine?
Yes, send it to me in an email because hopefully we can do this again, man.
Yeah. The noise for the Discord is annoying. I just turned it off. I apologize. I got so used to it. With as long as child support has been a thing, riddle me why men are still hitting women raw if they know they don't want kids. Answer that directly.
They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. It's reckless behavior.
Not us calling for Sinji. I think Sinji was in the chat. The man out of the house who lasted for less than a decade. Yeah, we got there. So being taken out of the home led to the life of crime for the man. They resorted to destroying the community. Oh, there was something you said about your video. that I went to read the paper on. You said that welfare, child support caused men to commit crimes. Was that what you said?
Yes, it ultimately led to an increase in the crime rate in the black community.
You know that's not what the video said, right?
That is what the video said.
That's
It
not what
led
the
to a
video.
dis. It led to a dis. It did lead to. Are we talking about the same video?
From your video, I was watching your video. I'm gonna pull up your video and see if we can get there quickly. It didn't say welfare. It didn't say child support. Sorry, it said welfare. The video that we let's see. Do you want to let me show? Because what wait, sorry. So when you said it says welfare, child support, you're saying that because men, and you explained it earlier, because men had to pay child support, they went out and engaged in criminal activity to pay their child support. But that's not what the video said.
I'll go back to the video.
I can play it if I can find the part. Yeah, I got it.
But what I don't think is
as an extension of the government while breaking the law, all played a role on how government assistance would affect Black people. The need for assistance is obvious, especially in the present as a recession looms over society. Nevertheless, it is clear that there are major issues with government assistance that have plagued Black families for decades. If assistance is given to elevate a person in order to make it impossible for them to get the money needed. This action, unsurprisingly, would lead to an uptick in crimes committed by many Black men of the time. In a published paper,
because if you don't have the resources, what are you going to do? If they say, oh, you got to come up with this money, or we're going to lock you up, put you behind bars, what you going to do?
So this is where I think you probably misheard, because they weren't talking about. She's going to explain it now. I read the paper today. I read the entire paper, but I'll show you where in the paper it says it. But let me play this.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Men that want their freedom, that care about their families, they're willing to do what they have to do. I'm not condoning crime, right? But they had to do what they had to do in order to try to keep their freedom.
By Harvard alum Fritz Foley, one can see the correlation between crime and welfare payments as the text reads. Analysis of daily reported incidents of major crimes in 12 U.S. cities revealed
that was crimes and welfare payments. So
right. And if I'm wrong, I have no problem standing corrected, to be standard corrected. But from what I'm here, from what I heard was when the child support came, that was a result of the welfare. So it was the welfare that that led to an uptick in crime in the Black community. That was my understanding of it.
Yeah, but that wasn't what. So what happened is welfare was given, and when welfare was given, this is in the 90s, crime was down. But if they didn't do it when it was staggered, if you read this, I'll send this to you. They didn't do it when it was staggered. What happened is, well, crime went up and crime increased after welfare ran out. So if welfare was given at the beginning of the month, crime was good. Men weren't committing crime. So that also indicates that men were benefiting from welfare in the 90s. But when welfare check ran out, men engaged in crime in criminal conduct to make up for the lack of money from the welfare. So in actuality, the conclusion of this paper says that the suggestion is for more welfare, essentially, because it would alleviate crime in the community.
Okay. And again, if I'm wrong, I have absolutely no problem saying I'm wrong. Please send that to me. I would love to read it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Da-da-dum.
I'm definitely going to take a more in depth look at that. But
Oh, sorry, this is my research. I will send it to you in 2 seconds.
So, but from my understanding of the situation, that was my understanding of it. If I was wrong, then I'll stand corrected.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate you. By the way, we do have a ton of super chats. I think are you I know you were sick, but would you like to are you done? Do you think it's like time to like end this?
I was just looking at the time. I see you've been streaming for about 4.5 hours,
Yeah.
but do you usually go this long?
It depends. If the conversation is interesting, I
Mm,
will
I got
continue.
you.
But
Um,
yeah,
and
no,
and
go ahead.
it was one super chat that you brought up that I did want to mention, and I do have to go, but it was the one that said why why are men still hitting women raw or whatever if they can't take care of. I mean, y'all do understand that it takes two. If women hold access to sex, don't let a man have sex with you unprotected. Not saying I'm not putting blame on the women, and men shouldn't want to have shouldn't want to be making kids they don't want to take care of anyway. All I'm saying is it takes two. If a woman says stop, we're not doing this unless you protect yourself, then that would help.
Sorry, I'm trying to send you the link to this. But in your video, I'm sorry I wasn't fully listening because I was trying to send something and it kept failing. But in the video that in your video, you do recognize that it does say welfare and not um, child support, right?
Yes, yes, yes,
Uh,
yes.
Good, good. And that's because when welfare ran out, men supplemented that, or people supplemented that by going to crime, and it was like crime for money. But yeah, I do appreciate you coming. There is a ton of super chats. I will go through them. You don't have to stay for that. Is there anything final? Do you have any questions for me? Did he explain why Black women could go to the Supreme Court to get men back into the home, but Black men couldn't? Do you want to address this?
Yeah, I'll address that. Here's the thing. If Black women wanted Black men in the home, then why is it that too many women elected to have children out of wedlock, and men elected to agreed to it, right, without being in the home?
I
Now,
thought I thought they were in the home. The Moynihan report indicated that they
no, no,
were
no. I'm
somewhere.
talking about afterwards. I'm talking about afterwards.
Wait, can you ask the question again?
Why is it that when the Black women that you say went to court, right, to fight to get the Black man back in the home, why was it that a lot of Black women still didn't want men in the home?
You're presupposing that Black women were kicking men out of the home. I don't know why. I don't
That
understand
that
why.
that was some of the issue. That was some of the issue. You can't
From
you
where?
can't you can't negate. I have more. I have several more videos that I need to reference and that we need to look at.
Okay, wait, sorry. I just realized that is actually not the question. The question was black women.
Thank you so much.
Oh, the question was black women. See, was that your wife giving you water? Black women.
Yes, my lovely, beautiful black wife bringing me some water. She was peeking in on me. She's calling me for to spend some time with the family. It's Friday night, man. So yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much, darling.
So, do you want to respond to Sinji's question? I think I saw the lead attorney in the chat.
I'm not sure. Well, I'm not looking at the chat. I don't. And I rock with lead. I support lead 100% wholeheartedly. But did he explain why a black woman could go to the Supreme Court to get men back into the home, but black men couldn't? I don't know why that is. I don't have a good answer for that, to be honest.
When you say you support the lead attorney 100%, are you like actually saying you support him 100%?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is I support lead. Do I agree with everything? No, but I agree with a
Not
lot of what
100%.
I agree with a lot of what he says. Then, well, maybe 90%. Then,
All right.
but yeah,
Thank you
I
so
do
much.
support the lead.
Thank you. I hope it wasn't hostile. I'm trying to be like better at being deferential to the guests and talking. So I appreciate you for coming on. As you leave, I will open the panel up and I will have some people on. So
I do have one question.
go ahead.
Do you support Cynthia G?
Do I support Cynthia G? I disagree with some of her message, but yes.
Okay,
Very
very
Are
good.
you going to ask me what I disagree with?
No,
Oh.
not here. But I would love to invite you over to my channel to have more engaging conversation, man. I enjoyed this a lot. I really did. And again, before I jump off, let me extend my deepest apologies again to you for being late. Um, that was totally my fault. I apologize to you. I apologize to your audience, the chat. That's not how I do business, and I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
No, you're forgiven.
Thank you so much.
You
Thank you so
you
much.
said you were sick, so
Yeah, I'm
if
still
you're
not
sick, you're
feeling
sick.
well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Have
so
a good
much.
one.
All right, you too, man. Take care. God
Bye.
bless you.
You too. All right. I will go through some of the super chats. I think I put on the screen the wrong paper, but I will definitely send him the actual paper because I think that's important. And I do want us to be accurate when we're like citing. But so I'm going to open the panel, and whoever comes up, you will read a super chat, and then we will talk. I'll try to get through as many of the super chats as I can because they're like a lot. Like there's like a lot of them, and I don't know. I was trying to ignore the chat. Petty has been like saving all the super chats, but I've been like ignoring the chat because I wanted to like keep it calm and cordial, and you know how you guys do it. So I'm gonna post the link. Please be respectful. By when I say respectful, I only mean that you don't be derogatory, but like you have the right to say your true feelings, but just please don't be disrespectful. All right. So we're gonna go through the super chats together. Um, Thank you, Sinji. He said he doesn't know. I know I am not debating these men in the manosphere. I'm only talking to them when they come on. Well, he's not in the manosphere, but talking to them. The reason is I don't have to put the hammer down. I just want us to get to a place where we're being honest, and that's it. So I don't like, I'm not putting a hammer down on any of that. Someone said they're not going to be respectful. Please throw the chat. I would have. I'm so sorry. All right. So, how are you, Petty LaBelle?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing well. Can you read a super chat when it comes up and then make your comment?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see Mean BZK. What's keeping a man out of the home in 2023?
Those were separate questions that I was going to go to, but I asked the initial questions because I wanted to like see if we were operating in good faith. Short answer. Go ahead.
You know,
30.
I was as I was listening to this pastor, it just became very clear to me that there is this huge investment in keeping Black women down. The fact that this a pastor, could fix his mouth to say that Black women think that they're more than what they are. Like, oh, they think they're better than Black guys because they went and got an education we totally could have gotten but refused to, you know. Um, the failure to acknowledge that Black women have race and sex slash gender that we have to navigate, besides the white supremacist systems we live under, plus the violence inflicted upon us directly by Black males in the communities we live in with them. And we're still able to climb ourselves out of these things to be better. And his only excuse is that Black women are looking down at them, instead of addressing why Black men cannot do these things. And then I was reading one of your chats, and someone said, "Oh, the pastor, he's a red pill pastor." What he said to me wasn't really shocking. I think that the vast majority of pastors adhere to red pill kind of like rhetoric, even if they don't call it red pill.
Yeah.
It's
My
the
pastor is
same
good.
stuff.
No, I appreciate that. My pastor is amazing, I think. I don't know, but we'll find out later. I was very surprised at certain turns. The TLA one surprised me. I think him hearing that TLA was here made him change his tune a little bit, but I do think he's a strong supporter of the lead attorney. Um, but I think there are excuses being made, and I think he because I don't know, I don't understand it, but I do appreciate you. Um, there's a lot of people in the back, so I will move on. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye. 30 seconds, just read the super chat and then you can get into what you have to say. I'm trying to give you guys space.
Could he explain why Black men didn't sue the government so they could get back into the home and be providers?
Oh, thank you, Sinji. By the way, I saw that there were a lot of people sending super chats and they were now questions. I really tried not to look at the chat, like actually tried. So I apologize. He doesn't know any history. Oh, no. Go ahead.
So, and I know that we want to be respectful, so this is me going to be really trying. The hard part as a observer of that conversation is how much conviction he has about his goodness, and because he's talking about men who are up here, and men who are up here don't think like you do. And it's so painful to think that these are the good men that because he would recommend somebody learn life advice and values from TLA. So we're talking about the idea that we're being encouraged at church to set these type of men at a high bar as our tens. It's really upsetting, and I really felt it was very discouraging to hear. It was just, but we knew that, but just for it to be somebody who has so much conviction around things that he's so wrong about. He's so wrong about.
The conviction didn't bother me because I think we can all be wrong, but it I don't know. I wish we had engaged more with the idea of a good man. Because I'm not going to make a judgment either way, but I wish we had, because I don't think most people describe themselves as not good. You know what I mean?
I think he would have turned out the way Rolo did. Define good man. I think he would have turned out and started squealing like Rolo did, or whatever his name was.
I should have done that next time.
I mean, because, and I know that 30 seconds I'm over, but like the last thing, it's because the way that this personality that has a little bit of, well, we just gonna believe in participate in our glory, this kind of Hotep angle. Like there's this deep dismissal of the pain, and I can't trust you to be a 10 if you're not going to acknowledge that there are things we have to clean up about how Black men and Black women treat each other, and the way that Black men treat Black women is killing them off and putting their families in danger. And we can't move past that. We don't get to have a community. We're constantly being, put in situations that are often insurmountable.
I can't speak on behalf of Black women. I there were parts that I wish were wait, JD, can you could stream. I gave permission to like stream like the part where you are on. Please don't stream the entire thing. I don't know if you can hear me. I think you're still streaming the entire show on your channel. Please stop. Because I want people to be able to speak and feel like it's over here and not being streamed live somewhere else. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Bizarre.
I don't know if that's
this is turning dark. Good night, Themis.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bombastic, go ahead.
Hi, Themis. I just want to. Oh, that's super chat. So, is it this one?
Yeah.
That's on the screen. TLA also said you can cheat on your wife and be a good dad. Does the pastor agree with that? So I just wanted to say first that conversation was truly terrifying. Like the entire time I'm listening, I'm just like throwing up in my mouth a little bit because the deflection and the inability to answer a question forwardly, it was very difficult to watch. One thing that I noticed as he was pushing for marriage, I took notes and I said, by the way he's talking, it sounds like these men wanted to reap the benefits of welfare while doing nothing, because he said that men wanted to frequent the house and see the children as they pleased while a woman has welfare. So he's saying that these men need to be in the home. But then when you asked him about, what role they play in the home with welfare, he's saying, oh, well, a man should be able to come in and out of the home as he pleases, but still be able to participate in government benefits. And I think that that's why the push for marriage in the community is so strong, because these men want to reap the benefits that women obtain or that women have to give to them while stepping in and out as they please.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how to end the live stream from his end.
Oh, okay. No,
I think
you're
I
okay.
did that. All right. Yeah. Sorry, we're now in private. Sorry, I was not fully listening here.
No, you're okay.
It felt weird to not to. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that they wanted to reap the benefits of marriage while being in and out of the relationship, one foot in the door and their whole body out, essentially. And that goes into the fact, I wanted to ask, why was he so upset that women could leave whenever they chose. I don't understand this narrative that they push where they're saying, oh, women are leaving for no reason. I feel like and I was watching another one of your videos where somebody was talking about marriage losing its luster because we can just leave, and they thought it was a permanent thing. One, nothing lasts forever, and I definitely feel like regardless of the reasoning, you should be able to end a marriage. And I don't understand why they get so upset at the fact that we are able to step away. And I feel like, again, it's because they want to reap the benefits of marriage and of resources without actually putting forth any work or commitment.
Yeah, I don't understand why people are upset with no fault divorce. Like, it sounds like, honestly, it sounds like people want to um, would want to trap you. So
Yeah.
um, I wrote that down because I was taking notes just to keep my mind in sync. Because I'm trying to stop interrupting people, so I like take notes and let people talk, and then I go back and go through. But I did have that. I have a ton of other questions. Like, we didn't even get to like the beginning. Like, I noted a bunch of what was said, but I didn't get back. And then so it started feeling like got you, got you, got you, and I
Yeah.
don't know, like, I
Watching
don't
that
want to.
conversation, like, you weren't even really pressing him, and he was like scrambling to just pull anything out of the air with basic questioning on his own principles. How I don't understand why these men come to debate when they don't even
To be
understand
fair, it
their
wasn't a
own
debate.
principle.
It was not a debate.
Oh, you're right.
So, no, I just want, I'm trying to get to like some truth that I don't agree with, but see it as truth. And I'm gonna continue. My Discord and I are trying to figure things out. Thank you so much, bombastic side eye.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye. Y'all just say y'all just want to say you're in charge in the home, but you aren't really leading. Can't even support the home with your income. Child, I cannot. Yeah, well, I think that was one of the few questions that I think he was engaging with meaningfully about, like, whether or not the man should be in the home while the government take care of both. Like, there was some level of engagement there, and I think I should probably test that out with other men. Who are having children and stuff to figure out what they would say publicly. If welfare and feminism can take you out of the home, then you are not a leader. Oop. AKA, women don't, you dare not want a mediocre life. All right, you can read this and then go ahead. 30 seconds.
Okay. Hi, Kendra. Thanks for your 4.99. Did he say he was successfully married or recently divorced and a single father that only see his kids on the weekend? Where is his wife? Does she work?
He's
So,
married.
yeah, I heard that part. I'm so excited. It's my first time up. I love you, Demas.
Thank you. I
So,
appreciate you.
I just have a couple of notes, and I feel like the conversation you had is the perfect example of why I stay away from conversations with males. Like, I feel like it would be an insult to my intelligence to have this type of conversation because all of the males, they say the same thing. Like, I don't know where they're getting their information from. Like, do they have conferences or like dusty meetings that they come and together with? Because they all say the same thing. And I need to know when, where, and how are you not a victim? Where is your quote unquote masculinity? In every situation we bring up, they are a victim to women. They're a victim to the white man. They're a victim to the courts. They're like, how are you? Are you? You're my leader. This is scary. You're my leader, and you're a victim to everything and everyone around you. That's crazy. And the consistent lie I hear from them is about wanting custody of their children. Like, this is a blatant lie. Like, that pastor knows good and well if him and his wife broke up, he would not want his children 24/7. We know this. And they complain that when they aren't married to the mother of their child, they don't get custody. And it's like, of course not. You have no rights over this child because how is the state going to demand that you are the father when you're not like they can't just pick a random man and say you get custody of this child. Like you have to go to court. It takes is a quick trip to the court and a DNA test. But they won't do that because they think acknowledging paternity will make them have to pay child support. And they're not even smart enough to realize that you can be on child support without acknowledging paternity.
There was a sociological study, thank you, by the way, that says most men do not want their children. The reason I didn't say it is because I cannot find it. But yeah, most men don't want their children.
It's facts. Like, why are they lying though? Why are they lying? Like, we don't know.
I don't like that made me sad because like I don't know. There's a point at which I thought we were just like conversing. I don't know. I think ego. I don't want to put this on him because I don't know him, and that's really unfair. But um, it felt like he knew that if he gave that up, most of his argument about altruism and man's altruism goes out the window. And so I think he realized that he couldn't concede that. And I think he thought there was no way to prove it. And fortunately for him, I've been looking for like a week now for that research that talks about how men do not want their children. I have the research that says men don't engage in ways that they think women should engage with children, so they tend to give it to the mother. And I could piece together research to get to that point, but I don't want that. I want the one that directly says men generally do not want to keep their children after they break up. And there was a part of it that said when they create new lives, they generally try to detach from the previous children. Obviously, this is not true for all, and there's some overreaching and obligation that's involved. But yeah,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
the
Though.
thing is, no
No
problem.
way.
The thing is, even when they're in the same household, though, they don't do any of the child rearing. It's like clear. But that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
30 seconds. What in the world? Let me read 2 super chats and then you read one and then we go on. Ask him if he thinks black men deserve everything that white men have, and then ask if he thinks black women deserve anything. Oop. I wish I had seen some of these before. Black men think if they are a bus driver, they can get multi-millionaire attorneys. They call us average at best, but get offended when we tell them we do not want average either. So I was actually going to ask that too, because he support Kevin Samuels, but like, I feel like no one who supports Kevin Samuels should be offended by Ebony, so I don't understand how they would. But I decided not to because, again, it just kept feeling like I wasn't trying to set anyone up. I feel like I was very upfront, but like I will ask a question, and then the one time that I felt like I hid my hand was like when about King versus Smith out of Alabama regarding the man out of the household. I didn't say it right away because I was like confused a little bit that we would be talking about the man out of the home rule, and I think a lot of people still think it exists, and that's kind of interesting. Um, but I don't think rhetoric is going to change now that it didn't exist because I think a lot of his argument is predicated on that. Um, anyway, can you ask him why he thinks no fault divorce is a Yes, it's a good question. I'm so sorry. I wish I had asked. I'm tired of people pretending like it is. Like you shouldn't be trapped. Thank you. Does he really believe that women don't have valid reason for leaving relationship? Yeah, I think that's it. Anyway, go ahead. What in the world? Read this and then go with your commentary. 30 seconds.
Hi, Themis. How are you? Hi, everybody.
Doing well.
Lorenza said, thank you for the $5 super chat. WTF, I pity the fool who wants to diminish my high sense of self, nor would I stop the light of the next person.
Oh,
The
I
thing that
like
I
your
wanted to
voice.
say, the thing that I wanted to say was when you were discussing what was happening in this, you know, during the the welfare took Black men out the home era, and you were trying to kind of pin him down and say, well, should women have rejected the assistance and decided, you know, for whatever the reason, we're going to keep our man? He tried to make the men leaving as some sort of self-sacrifice.
Oh,
He
I caught
he
that.
positioned it that way. And then when you push back and said, so what was the choice? Should women not have done that? You kept pressing him, and at some point there was a little bit back and forth. You might have missed it, but he made a comment about, I think it was after you talked about women going to the Supreme Court to get that overturned. And he said, what happened after that? Why were men not in the home after that? And he said, well, the feminism happened, and they wanted what the white women wanted. Have you heard of living below your means? He said
Mhm.
that word, and immediately in my mind I was like, okay. So at the time, Black people didn't have that much in way of means, and therefore you wanted Black women not to aspire to be better. You wanted them to accept that destitute existence for the sake of being with you. Never mind, the children would be in destitute. The children that came from you would be living in destitute condition. But you wanted them to settle for that. You wanted them to accept that as a fact of life. And that was the sacrifice that was expected of them.
Yeah.
It was so bizarre. The minute he said that, it just came into my mind. The whole concept of no fault divorce. They want to be married, but they don't want these obligations. They want women not to want more. The marriage laws are against us. This whole beat down is a sort of desperation to keep the Black women mind controlled. The whole concept of this church, the church, you have to live in this religious way. And I'm a Christian. You have to live in this religious way when clearly they're not applying the same kind of pressure on men. Because we know in history, men have not adhered to the requirements of a Christian life. Even the pastors have not done that. This whole invalidation of the experiences of women and the concept of, they didn't even know the concept of consent, but somehow people around them don't engage in that. The men around him don't engage in that. If you pull the men around him, I'm pretty sure if you ask them what consent is, I doubt if they would be able to define it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure in his time, it was okay to grab a woman walking on the street because you liked her. That was okay. There was a lot of boundaries that were crossed. I'm not even going to the abuse and the rape and all of that, but just the idea of consent, they would not know. But this whole idea is close your mind and accept us, and this is all you deserve. It was so disheartening for him to say, it's not living within your means, fighting the fight while we do this. It was, do you understand the concept of living below your means at the time? Consider the time. And then he compared that with, well, because of feminism, they wanted all these things that white women wanted.
The thing is,
the white women life. And I said, when did they ever have the chance to live the white woman's life?
Yeah, no.
They never did.
We didn't even get into the feminism conversation at all.
But what I'm saying is, like, in that moment when you were having the back and forth, and it was right after you brought up that Black women went to the Supreme Court and won to get that no man in the home law basically reversed, overruled. It discombobulated him that he let that slip, living below your means. And it just crystallized everything for me. And it was so heartbreaking to see that, because, okay, forget the Black women. You want your children to live in destitute?
Yep.
It was acceptable? I just couldn't wrap my head around it. For a man to say this is acceptable.
I have to wrap this up, but I
Okay,
agree with you,
thank
and I
you.
wanted to continue. But the back chat is now full,
No,
and we have
thank you. I appreciate it. Have
no,
a
I
wonderful
appreciate
evening.
you. I will add to that though before the next person. It is there was a very strange reaction, and I really wanted to talk about feminism, but I decided to leave that alone. Um, the idea about living below your means and then switching the narrative seems oddly specific, but I think when we have discomfort, I think we just justify a lot of things. And I don't know if he was doing that or if I was misinterpreting what was happening. But he did go back on the altruistic nature of the man who left the home. And I found that odd. Um, Before you go over list,
Mhm.
JD, I tried to warn you last night in your comment section. I told you your source were not good, but you didn't take my advice. I saw you over there. All right, go ahead, read this, and then we go. 30 seconds.
Okay, Pastor, Black men have been dumping on Black women and encouraging violence against Black women on social media for over a decade. Black women are now defending ourselves against lies.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So a couple things. I guess my first question, and maybe this has been answered already, is he an actual pastor, or is that kind of like just a moniker he goes by or a
No,
title?
he said he's been a pastor for 8 years. 7
Oh,
years, sorry, 7 years.
oh, okay. Okay. I thought the conversation was interesting for what it was giving. My concern with him is he could never stay kind of like on topic. I felt like there were certain things you were pushing back, and then he was suddenly like let me allow clarification, and he would kind of move the goalpost. And I don't know if he was doing that because he was generally trying to engage in honest conversation, or he noticed that he was maybe losing the battle or whatever argument he thought he was actually making. So I particularly didn't like that part of it. I also didn't like when you were giving facts, he kept on trying to get personal anecdotes as if that was something that can be disputed, because again, we would just have to take his word on it. I don't ever think that's particularly fair. It was just me personally. I always feel like as Black women, we just really got to be cognitive on the men that's in our circles. And
I mean, I agree with her. I'm not sure what just happened. I didn't do that. I was actually trying to message the Discord. Lorenzo, welcome to the membership. Oh, Truth Teller is back there. Hey, Truth Teller. You have oh, you're muted. You have 30 seconds, but before you go, can you read that for me, please?
Sure. Instead of positioning themselves to compete with other races of males, they'd rather humble Black women to keep them on the bottom with Black men.
Nakia, thank you so much. Go ahead. Wait, let's do some more.
Okay. JD, I tried to warn you that this one came up before, that your sources didn't support your argument last night.
Lily, thank you so much for your super sticker.
Yeah, and Ruffled Feathers, thank you for your $4.99, says, he just said he told men not to get a job, but to get a trade. What's with the double talk? Good question. Kendra, thank you for the $4.99. I have lost count of the number of excuses he has produced. Facts. He literally keeps coming up with excuses for half of a group that comes from the same environment.
Last one then.
He's all over the place. I cannot. Thank you, Nurse Muriel.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You look beautiful. Welcome back. I haven't seen you up here in a while.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me tell you, I was listening to it as I went to the West Indian store to get me some red pea soup. Should let you know. So I was chowing down as I was watching. And I'm with my mom, or whatever. I'm actually at my mom's. Yeah. And anyways, as I was watching, I was literally like talking out loud, and my mom dead with laugh. She's like, "What are you?" Because I was like, "These men, the woman, excuse after excuse after excuse." I'm like, "It's the government, it's black women, it's this, it's alligator, it's everything." Like everything, it's everything except for them. And I'm really disheartened, as the lady was saying before, as a Christian woman, to see that a pastor, and this is very dangerous, by the way, this is very, very dangerous, because how is he, I was listening to what he was saying, and I was hoping there were some points where he kind of conceded slightly, but for the most part, it was giving a lot of manospheric talking points, was 90% of what it was that he was sharing. And that is a problem, particularly him being a man on the pulpit, because he's going to be biased in the way in which he engages in counseling men, young men and women that are looking to get married. You understand what I'm saying? And so this is why, like, black women especially need to be very cautious, even of men that are in the church, right? Because there are a lot of disingenuous ones that feel like just because someone is a Christian woman, and, you know, and the woman, what she says is absolutely correct. More women, from what I've observed, tend to take their faith more seriously and practicing it than that of men. And the men just make excuses for themselves and their compatriots. And that's a problem. And so that is a thing that was very, very disturbing to me in listening to him, because everything that he said, I have heard from all of them, mandem, in the Manosphere, literally, like, almost everything.
Same. But
so, and he's saying, but I'm not red pill. It's like, well, sir, you cannot say that you're not red pill, yet every other word, because every scenario that you brought forward, every statistic that you brought forward, his rebuttal were all based in the Manosphere, all talking points that we've all heard before, that has long since been rebutted by Cynthia G, by yourself, by everybody else with sense. It's long been rebutted. But he keeps bringing and hearkening back to the same old tired ass talking points.
Mm.
And it's frustrating, because I'm like, and it's disheartening, because I'm like, them money are really, like, they really, I don't know, like, there is something that, like, it is a sickness that they cannot take accountability. I have never in my life seen anything like this before. Like, it is a problem. Like, we will not, look, Black people, particularly Black men, will remain a permanent underclass in America if they refuse to take accountability. That's where it begins. Like, and when I first started coming on this panel, I said agency is something that they need to tap into, to know that they have self-control.
I literally just made a whole spill, like, in my mind, pushing not back, but saying something, and like none of it came through. But I forgot what I was saying now.
Like, it just bothers me. Like, and that's why I was like yelling in my car as I was driving home from the curve.
Yeah, no, it does feel like too many excuses.
Because it is.
But like, not just like excuses, like not valid excuses.
Exactly.
And
like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't. I honestly, it's, and it's sad because, you know, you said to him as well, it's like, I believe that they have the capacity to do better. But again, we cannot will for someone else's betterment. They have to will it for themselves.
Yeah.
And
can you read some more super chats for me, and then I'll add someone. So then you can wrap up in like 10 seconds, and then I'll add someone.
Is it Nikia? Nikia Davis? Thank you for your $4.99. Girl, don't nobody want a good man that's blue collar broke. And men that describe themselves as good usually aren't.
I think that's probably a good rule of thumb.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ruffled, what? Featherets? Well, ruffled feathers. Thank you for the $4.99. Competing with women and not other men. Kevin Samuels and Manosphere talking points. I'm afraid this man is grifting lukewarm pasta.
2 more.
Okay. Alani Farm, thanks for the $1.99. Did he go to Dusty Talking Points? Okay, so everybody, yeah, was on getting the same vibe. Gia Holmid, thanks for the $1.99. These DV rates say a little mister is in most black men. What's a little mister?
From the color purple.
Okay. Mickey King, thanks for the $19.99. What? Okay. Always interesting when anyone says to black women, you want to be treated like white women. It's clear they believe that black women should always struggle and be the face of hardship like we're mules. Internalized belief that black is less.
Oh, all right. Your 10 seconds. Go.
Yeah. I'm just disheartened. That's all. And all I want to say is, like, black women, continue to love yourselves, continue to level up, continue to know that you are beautiful and have self-respect, and set the boundaries, and, continue to elevate regardless of what these men say. And that's just on period, because we cannot save them. They have to choose to save themselves. It's done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
Okay,
Yeah, let me hear, by the way. You're killing it.
Thank you. Bye.
Vitamin. There are a bunch of people in the back. How are you? How many super chats do you want to read?
However many you want me to read, it's fine.
let's-
Can you hear me okay? Because I'm sitting on my step.
Yeah, you're perfect.
Okay. Stars Above the Emerald Forest, $1.99. Thank you for that. In a patriarchy, men always have a voice. Jenny Michelle for $9.99. Thank you. Black men literally fought to have the right to call black women bitches and
No.
hoes. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
Y'all play too much. Oh, that's
Snitches and bows in music. Y'all have always had a voice.
Thank you, Jenny.
What in the world? Thank you for the $4.99. Most men didn't even know what consent meant until recently and considered their abuse as normal.
True. This is known. This is actually known.
Lashik Mondrell, $19.99. Thank you very much. Quincy Jones, Sidney Poitier, James Earl Jones, Miles Davis, Harry Belafonte, NWA, Snoop Dogg, rap music, hood movies, Jet magazine covers, you name it. Y'all have been talking slick about black women. Stop the excuses, period. Well, exclamation point.
I mean, this is a list, and I could keep going, actually. But the idea that black men didn't have a voice when they were the voice of the black community does not make sense to me. But
Cynthia G for the $5. Thank you very much. These bandits are so redundant and it's annoying. They are all loud and wrong.
Thank you, Sunji.
Ruffled feathers for $1.99. Pastors and priests abuse and blame Jezebel.
Thank you, Ruffled Feathers.
Giggles. Thank you for the $20. Y'all got money tonight. The rap lyrics for the last 30 plus years show that black male bashing black women, not the other way around.
Agreed. Girl, no scrubs have us in a chokehold still.
Okay, every single time.
Thank you, Giggles. I appreciate that so much. All right, last one, and then you can do it. Sorry.
Phoebe, thank you for the $4.99. How can people take you serious as a pastor if you like Kevin Samuels? What in your spirit agreed with his?
I actually really like your voice. I apologize. This is the last one. I'm done.
Okay. Cynthia G, thank you for the $5. He's welcome to pull up if he has a problem.
Oh, period. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so for one, not accepting what you're offering is not downing you.
Well,
Most
period.
like most of the time it's men approaching women. So if you're approaching women and she's just like, yeah, I'm going to decline, that's not downing you. She's just going to decline and that's it. That's where it begins and ends. Second thing
That's
is,
an important note.
yeah, like I'm so tired of hearing like, oh, you're downing black men. No, they're just saying they want certain things. And if you don't fit within what they're saying they want, that's not downing you. They want something different. If they're talking about the things they want and they don't want, and you happen to fit those things, it's not specific to you. But if you fit in those things, well, I don't know what to tell you, but it's not a slight against you. Second and last thing, when he was talking about it turns my stomach, the color purpling of the society. And he was saying like, oh, everybody is acting like every black man is Mr. And I really would have liked if you would have asked him, did he believe that Mr. Now I know in the book, Mr. actually tried to make amends, towards the end of the book. But when he was in the height of his degeneracy, did he think that Mr. saw himself the way other people experienced him?
Because that's actually super important.
And like, because
everyone thinks they're the good man. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just like, if you ask Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Tory Lanez, Brian McKnight, Chris Brown, if you ask any of them what type of man they think they are, do you really think they're going to say, oh yeah, I'm pretty, they're going to say, no, they do say, I'm a good man. I could be your brother. I could be your son, like all that type of dumb stuff. So like, I'm really tired of that.
Tory Lanez is in court trying to tell the judge that he could be his son. Sir, no, you're not white.
Exactly. So it's just like this whole idea of like, oh, everyone's just putting all this stuff on black men indiscriminately. No, you guys are doing some stuff and you're not being accountable and you're not willing to, be empathetic and compassionate. And we're sick of it and we don't have to take it. We don't have to take it. So that's why you're seeing all these no-fault divorces, etc. Because we're done with that.
The fact that people want to get rid of no-fault divorce is like blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, by the way. Oh, go ahead. And then can you read the last one before you go?
Sure. I was going to say that was all I had to say. Jenny Michelle, thank you for the $9.99. Black women will work 40 plus hours a week in school online with 9 credits and be a whole mother. Meanwhile, black men won't work 2 jobs when it needed.
Ooh. Not y'all dragging. Thank you so much, Vitamin.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good one. I appreciate you. We should set up another time to discuss your book.
Okay.
Well, bye.
Bye.
Apple.
Oh, hi, Themis. Hi, everyone.
Hey, can you read this one and then your 30 seconds?
Toffee Tastic? Sell some bussy and
no,
feel
oh my God. Do not read that. My bad. Oh my God. How do I remove this? Oh my God. Why are y'all doing this? Go ahead.
Cynthia G for $5. Thank you so much. Did he explain why black women could go to the Supreme Court to get black men back into the home? Okay.
Yeah, this one. Sorry.
Okay. Beautiful Orchard, $2. Thank you so much. It's called Stealth. Men take off condoms.
All right, your 30 seconds. Go ahead. Thank you, Beautiful Orchard.
Yeah. It just made me know that anytime I feel like I am too hard on black men, I'm not hard enough and I give them far too much credit. It is disheartening to a certain extent, but now I'm at the point like, yeah, no, everything I think about you is absolutely right. Like you keep proving it over and over and over again. And I feel insanely stupid to even think that there's hope because every time you prove that you're going to, the lack of accountability is what keeps you insane.
I don't think that hope is something that you should hate yourself for. If you don't want to give it anymore, don't. But that you had it, I wouldn't. I don't know how to talk about this. I feel like hope should be among men now because I've realized that women are kind of being used to carry the burden in some ways. And even that sounds pandery. So I don't want to, like, on one hand, I don't want to be like, oh, don't give up, or like, don't give up. But I feel like we should get a different message, a message of like, do better, be better. And I feel like we haven't gotten that. I don't think we've gotten that. So maybe that's where we need to go. Just like not like coddling, but like stricter of like do better. And we're not about to cuddle. There was a study done where they put young people in schools at a charter school, and the tougher the classes got, the more the students rose to the occasion. And the idea was like tough love is good love. I don't know how forceful we should be, but I'm here for it. All right, 10 seconds left.
Okay, no, I totally understand what you're saying there, but where I'm saying the issue of the hope is I'll say for me, I won't say for anybody else. When I carry hope and I'm disappointed, it is me who feels the disappointment and,
True.
for lack of the better word, the pain. I want to be beyond that because I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
Because I don't see where it absolutely doesn't work for me. But I want to thank you for having him on because and for him coming on because it's just an eye opener. And I want us to work even more with our young black ladies and our young black girls because this is it doesn't look
Yeah.
like anything that's going to be fixed anytime soon. That's all I
I
have
might
to say.
I've been getting a lot of requests to go on people's panel. I probably won't do that. I think people come over here, they can get a fair shot to talk. If it's not too psychically challenging, I will probably, for you all, I'll probably do ask them to come as opposed to me going to their channel where everyone is just like yelling because I can't do that. But can you read this last one before you leave?
Yes, ruffled feathers. You are not the prize. You are average at best intellectually. That's
Oh,
true. Sorry.
thank you so much.
Have a good night. Oh,
You
should I read
too.
this one or no?
No, I got it.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Bye. All right.
Thank you so much.
Research.
Have a good night. Oh,
You
should I read
too.
this one or no?
No, I got it.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Bye. All right, can you turn it off in the background? I muted you, but because it's playing in the background, so can you turn it off in the background? All right, you can unmute yourself when you're ready. Thin and Tilly on the panel would be fun. It would not be fun. That would be a headache. Yeah, that would be that would be a headache. Um, I wish. I feel like TLA. I mean, he's a real attorney, right? So, like, I feel like he could actually bring meaningful research to the Manosphere if he cared, but I don't think he cared. I think he's making his money, so it's whatever it is. You're a great team. It's very fair. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Research. Are you ready? Research. All right. While we wait for research, lightning. Lightning.
Hey, how you doing, Themis?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for waiting. Can you read this super chat and then you can go into your 30 seconds.
Jada Choice. I don't know how to pronounce that. Themis, that man shock at least twice when you mentioned Cynthia G.
They're afraid. Go ahead.
So I didn't hear the conversation between you and the other guy, but I just came on here to say I feel like a lot of these women have like personalized issues. Maybe they went through relationships and it didn't go well. I feel like it's a lot of things on both sides that need to be settled. Like Black men and women need therapy.
I think so. I think you're. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you can go ahead.
I think you're right. But if all these women are going through the same things and there's research to back it up, I feel like saying you go through things is kind of putting it off as opposed to realizing it's a bigger part of an issue.
So what's something that Black women are going through that is like um so different from what Black men are going through as well?
60% of Black men aren't sex abused by the age of 18 or 19.
But it seems like there's a rise of I want to say people in the LGBTQ community. I
Mm-hmm.
think that they've been touched as well. Like a lot of Black men are being touched by their uncles.
Yeah, but the report doesn't say 16. It's over 60% by 18 and 19, and then it increases by 30.
And I can acknowledge that. I feel like women are going through a abuse as well. They've been going through that forever. It's almost like it's a part of American culture.
Yeah, but because that's it. There is also Black femicide. So I think there is also like children growing up without a father, where the mother has to like be both the father and the mother. And so I feel like I don't know if the question was disingenuous, but like, yeah, Black women are going through a lot, and that's probably why they're pissed off, and they would be righteous in their anger.
But what is it? It's not doing anything just talking bad about Black men. There are Black men that want Black women. So they need to I feel like Black women need to, when they go on dates, they need to court these men and just talk to them and see if they have the same interests as they do, and then they might be able to find someone who works with,
So you don't
with their
think when Black
lifestyle.
women go on dates, they talk to these men? What do you think they do on dates?
That's what they need to do. They need to talk to these men. It's like that's how I found my girlfriend.
Do you think they go on dates?
Who, Black women?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they go on dates.
So when you say when they go on dates, they should talk to these men, I feel like they are. Like, I don't think you just go on date and just look at each other.
I mean, I feel like some women may be going on these dates and they're not asking the right questions. Maybe they're looking at the wrong.
What should be the question? And congrats on your relationship, by the way. What should they ask?
Thank
Like,
you.
what? Give me 3 questions they should ask.
They should. Well, see, I see online. I see a lot of women saying that they want a tall guy and he has to be the provider, so he has to have a certain amount of money. Realistically speaking, in America, with things that are going on in the economy, I see. I just want to say this: I see a lot of Black women rising in college, and they have good jobs and everything, and that's great. However, it seems like the more money women make, the more they talk about Black men, as if like having a job. Well, I heard someone say something about a bus driver.
If you want to be paired with Black men and you're doing better and you're getting educated, wouldn't you feel some kind of way if your counterparts aren't doing well?
Yeah,
I don't know
I
if this
agree
is
with that.
why. Yeah, so maybe part of the issue is that like Black women are looking around and not seeing Black men, um, and not seeing Black men around them.
And it's rough out here, but that's where you come together. So
No,
if you have,
no, that's where you don't come together. You can't come together because of the drastic difference in educational level,
education level,
experiences in terms of socioeconomic status. If there's a drastic difference like that, particularly when the women is that far ahead in terms of attainment, it becomes very difficult for men and women to be together, not because the woman is bougie or whatever, but because it's very difficult for the man to adapt to that life. It's really hard for a man to not be in the woman's world and go to like the law firm event and be realize he doesn't fit in, and for the people to ask what he does and he's never been to school. Like, it's really difficult to adjust to that, even from the man's perspective. I'm not even just saying the woman is going to be embarrassed. From the man perspective, it's very difficult to adapt to that kind of lifestyle.
So you think that black women are making way more money than black men?
In the top cities for black people, yes.
Doing
So
what?
we're talking about New
Being
York.
nurses?
Huh? No, being
Like,
lawyer, yeah, being nurses actually, even opening salons and making money that way. Being lawyers, doctors. If you have you read this book, Is Marriage for White People?
I have not. No.
You should read this book. It's Marriage for White People. You will realize that black women are going to schools, and no, they're not just getting useless degrees as the Manosphere would want you to believe. In fact, at all levels when it comes to STEM, which is, I don't know why people are like, oh my God, if you don't do STEM, you don't do anything. Lawyers are not STEM. But anywho, black women, the only race of in 2018 it was, when they look at universities and STEM, literally the only group was the black group that had women having over 60% of all STEM degrees at the PhD level and the master's and bachelor's level. So when you have that drastic difference in terms of educational outcome for men and women, yeah,
Right.
it's gonna cause some feelings.
But I feel like that drastic difference comes from the fact that at first it was only men working in the workforce, and
That's
then
not
once
true.
women started to pour
I'm
into,
stopping you. I'm only cutting you off because I'm trying not to cut people off. But the reason I cut people off sometimes is because I don't want you to use a rope to hang yourself. That's not true.
you
When
don't
it
think
comes,
men were working like in the coal, like they were working in the coal mines and all that stuff.
there is no point in history, in American history, where black men, specifically black men, were working and black women, by and large, were at home. That has never existed in American history. It has
You said that's
existed
never
from
existed.
It has never existed in American history that black men were out working and black women were in the home. As a general matter, it has never happened outside of the exceptions. It was never a culture. Now, if you can provide me anytime, I would definitely. I mean, I've looked through every single period in American history to find it, but maybe I overlooked one. So give me a
Okay,
decade,
well
a
that's new.
year.
That's new information. I could take that in. However,
Mhm.
there is a lot of. I mean, the fact that we're coming from slavery and there's a lot of things that need to be dealt with in the community. You have black men that are,
Wait,
they get,
you see what you just did?
if they don't have
No,
their
no, no, no.
fathers,
Wait.
then they may become gang members.
Yeah, no, no, no. But before we get into that, you see what you just did, right?
What?
So you believe there was a time in history where black men were providing and black women were at home, and when, even if you don't believe it now, when it was said to you that that wasn't the case, you then went on to explaining why it was that black men weren't providing. All of your reasons are probably true, right?
Mhm.
But I wish you had done that kind of thinking about, oh, maybe black men actually were unable to enter the workforce. And so black women were the ones providing a lot of the times. And so
But there are
that
a
would,
lot of black men that have houses at the moment, like older men, grandfathers, and it was a lot easier to make money back then because the workforce didn't have as many women in it.
don't say it was a lot easier to make money back then when people are literally saying welfare took them out of the home.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a decision that was
So
made.
if we're making money and welfare couldn't take them out of the home, if they were owning homes, then welfare couldn't take them out of the homes they owned.
Well, I mean, it could if they wanted to be alone and they didn't want to be with the man anymore.
But if the man owned the home, welfare is not about to take him out of his own home. Unless you're saying he gave it up for his wife.
The man gave up. I thought that women were, on welfare if they were single mothers. Like,
Yeah. So how
yeah,
did
so
welfare take them out of the home?
well, I never said that welfare took them out the home. You talking about took who out the home?
Black men.
If welfare took black men out the home, it's because black women probably didn't want them in there. Like maybe they just wanted to do their own thing. I see that all the time.
Wait, so are you saying welfare did or didn't take them out of the home?
I think that in some cases welfare has I think that women probably abused welfare and child support to get money, to live on their own.
So in
There
the
are cases
19
where that has happened. I'm not saying all black women have done this. That would be crazy.
Yeah,
But it
but in
definitely
some
happened.
cases it has happened, but
A lot of
you
cases it happened.
you say it's a lot of cases it happen.
Oh yeah. I'm a
So
product. I live in the hood. I see it all the time.
all right, so you think the welfare queen stereotype around black women that came out in the 1970s is accurate?
Wait, say that one more time.
You think the welfare queen trope that came out in the 1970s in the political atmosphere is accurate regarding black women?
Enlighten me on that. I never heard about
That they
what
were
that
just
is.
abusing welfare.
I think that some women probably didn't have any choice but to do that, but I do believe that a strong majority of black women probably were tired of dealing with the issues that that came about with black men, and they
Wait,
probably tried to do their own thing.
so what
They
do you
kicked the
mean?
men out the house.
It feels like you're going back and forth. Were they abusing welfare?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so the trope was right. When you say they didn't want to deal with the issues that came with black men, are you
Mhm.
saying what do you mean?
There's hardships that comes with being a black man and women because like slavery it wasn't that long ago. Like it was still apartheid was not that long ago. So you're gonna have traumas.
What year did slavery end? Well, no, that's wrong. That's mean. Ignore that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it's not the fact that it's not about when slavery ended. It's about how black people got integrated into society where they're not accepted. Like black women still aren't accepted for some like my girlfriend, anytime she tries to do her hair or anything like that, like she has to worry about
Wait,
people at
sorry,
her
he meant
job.
Jim Crow. He was talking about Jim Crow when he said apartheid, I'm assuming. Go ahead.
We have to moving in this world where it's still brand new. Like black men and women working and trying to thrive and stuff
Black
like that.
women
It's
are
still
trying and are doing they're not doing great, but they're fighting and they're doing when given the chance they do just as well as every other group of women. Black men fall behind even when they start at the middle class. Like the study, I hate saying this because I sound like the nerd who keeps saying study, study, study. But there's a study out of Stanford and Harvard that pointed out that like black men when they start at the same socioeconomic level as white men over since the 1980s to the 2015, I think. Black men fell off and failed more, whereas black women competed and did well against white
you
women.
want to know why?
Huh?
You want to know why?
Why?
Because they had their mothers. Black men, boys didn't have their fathers. A lot of men
Why?
aren't in the
Why
household,
didn't
and
they
it
have
takes a man to raise a boy into a man.
why didn't they have their fathers?
Well, that's irrelevant because the mom can teach her daughter,
Why didn't
but
they
it's going to
have
be
their
harder to do that
fathers?
with a.
You said you were blame. Why didn't they have their fathers?
It's many reasons why they didn't have their fathers. It's many reasons.
Why?
So it's like I don't want to say one thing because that's like all situations are different. But I can. So some reasons may be maybe the guy cheated. So that's over for that relationship. Maybe he was a gangbanger or maybe he got locked up.
Whose fault are those?
Huh?
Whose fault is it if you cheat?
Okay, but also some women
No.
might get
Please
tired
answer.
of it.
No. Please answer the question. Whose fault is it if you cheat?
In that case, that would be his fault. That
All
would be
right.
the
So
black
you give
man's
an
fault. But there also
example.
are black women that
Wait.
cheat. They both cheat.
All right. I'm not going to do this. I don't
Do
do the
what?
yelling back and forth. So,
Oh,
like,
I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling.
if you say that black men some men cheated, it is their fault they cheated, then when you're talking about parents children not having a dad. If the dad is the one who cheated, then it's his fault. So when you're like, oh, why aren't black men doing as well as black women as it relates to education? And you say, oh, they got their mom. Oh, the dad cheated. I don't understand. Yeah, well, the dad cheats. So the reason the boys aren't doing well is because the dad is not there.
Yeah, okay, but women cheat too, and then they might sabotage their own relationship. So
Okay, that's fine, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be your
not
dad.
fine.
That shouldn't mean you're not a father. When she cheated, did she stop being a mother?
Well, I mean, typically custody gets to the woman. So
You guys keep coming with this argument, and that's not true. It's not custody. The men give up their children to the mother.
you think a woman's gonna want to give up her baby?
I don't care what the woman wants to do. It's what the man
That's the
does.
reality because she held it for 9 months. So
That's fine,
that's
but you gave up
understandable.
your child. So you gave up your child. She didn't take your child. 90% of the time, the custody is not even, there's no conflict in custody. The only conflict is how much child support or whether they want to pay child support. 90%
So
of
you
the time, men
you
sign over
telling me
their rights.
you haven't seen instances where a man was trying to see his kid, but maybe she
90%
tried to
of
keep him away.
90% of the time, I don't do anecdotes because they're hard to fight because I don't know your life experiences. But 90% of the time, the man give up the child willingly.
You said willingly?
Yeah, no fight at all. The only fight comes in if there is child support, and black women, by and large, do not put men on child support. But that's neither here nor there, unless they're forced to buy the system, which, yeah, they probably shouldn't have to be forced to buy the system.
Well, also there's a lot of women that choose guys that say that they don't want to be fathers. So in that case, I mean, you're gonna be stuck. So
Yeah, but you don't choose not to be father and then engage in the activity that makes you a father.
yeah, but there's also women out here that instead of getting an abortion, they choose to have a baby and literally choose to be a single mother. So what does that say about that kid?
That it means
gonna
that that
grow up.
kid is without a father who decided not to step up and be a father.
Okay, so women out here who are choosing bad guys to be who saying that they don't want to be with them and they trying to trap them, what do you say about them?
When you I say nothing about them, but when you park your car, if you're being a terrible person, then you're a terrible person, man or woman. But it seems like you're blaming the woman for how she chose.
No, I'm blaming both.
No,
This
you can't.
see,
Well, here's the problem.
because
Can you
you
blame both
okay.
for sleeping together? Yes. Can you
Yeah.
blame both after the child has come and the dad decided not to be a father? No. You blame the father who left for not being the father who stayed. You just blame him for leaving. You
See,
blame.
look, if the man is trying to be the father and the relationship in itself is not working out because things get so heated that the man and the woman all they do is argue. Now, if he's trying to be in his son's life and the mother is trying to be in the son's life or daughter, whatever, if they're trying to be in the kid's life, if they can't get along, that's where the issue lies. And then most of the time it's going to get the mom is going to have custody because that's where the tug and war comes in at, and
I
she's
don't know
going to
what you
have
just said, but when you say welfare took men out of the home, you do know that welfare doesn't actually, like, welfare is terminated if you're there, not like take you out of the home.
you said it's
The
terminated. What you
welfare
say?
benefits terminate, it doesn't take you out of the home.
If what?
Welfare does not take anyone out of the home.
Yeah, welfare is, I mean, don't you only get welfare if like you're single with kids and shit like that? I'm not
Yep.
sure.
Mhm.
So if black women want to take that route, then they can, and I mean they do that. So I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that. If
So
they
you
need help with their kids, then cool. But it's bad if you're doing it on purpose.
if you're doing what on purpose?
If you're purposefully like choosing not to be with a man.
No, our women aren't
just for
choosing not
money,
to be with a man. That was, by the
dude.
way, what Men Out of the Homeroom was in 1960, the 1960s. But you think women are just choosing not to be with men
I
when they
think
have
yes.
their
I
children?
think a lot of women. There's like half that are choosing, especially these days because their
Where
social
do you get
media.
this
Their heads are
information?
big.
Where do you get this information from?
I'm giving it to you right now. We have social media. A lot of kids have their phones in their hands and tablets, right? A lot of
Yeah.
everybody has Instagram. Okay, so when you go on the Instagram page, you see a whole bunch of girls, young girls with a lot of likes. You don't think that has some type of psychological effect on what they think and who they can attract? So let's say a
It
regular
does.
person
It
comes
does.
along.
No, 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 no. Instead of asking me what I think, you can ask the experts. It does have an effect. It's a negative effect. Most people who go
Yes, I already know.
online do not come off feeling better about themselves. They come off feeling worse. That is
Right.
not a question.
Okay, yeah. Well, I didn't know if you were aware of that, but yeah. So with that being said, if women today are not willing to be with like men who are which I call just regular men who aren't making that much money because they are out here, and
They
you want to
shouldn't
choose
be
to try
with
to go
them.
after these men that have so much money, just understand that even if you do get him, he might not have a good personality. He may break
Okay,
up
so
with
I feel
you.
like where are you coming from with this? This is not
You
true. Men
morals.
and women
You
tend to
need to
peer
find
up.
someone with. Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna stop this because men and women pair up with people who are at their same socioeconomic level. Black, white, all of them
But it
tend to
seems like
do
all
that.
these black women got so much money, right? Like,
Yeah, that's why they don't have any black men at their level.
so
I thought that
the
was
problem is because black men are broke.
yes, yeah, no, yeah. You should read this book and then come back and we can have a conversation about it.
So then what? So if women are out here having babies, but the problem is that black men are broke, then why don't they just go date outside their race? And why do they have a problem with men going outside their
I
race?
don't think they have a problem with men going outside the race.
Well, black men going outside their race.
I think the problem is that black men don't just go outside their race quietly. They make it very loud and they become very annoying about it. And talk about sweet, submissive, and all of that. The truth
Well, that's
is,
online culture. That shit doesn't exist in real
yeah,
life.
but yeah, that's true, fair. But the reality is, when black men date outside of their race, the issue is not black women because every single race, every single kind of interaction fails for black men. Like the chances of divorce when it compared to any other group is just ridiculous. The best black men do in terms of relationship is when they're paired with black women. The best black women do when they're paired is with black white men, and that's in even compared to white men and white women. They do better. White men and black women do better as a pair than every single other group. Like period. Black men do the poorest of all men paired with any group of women at all. And they do the best with black women, which rank lower than black women with white men. So the reality is go where you want. The truth is the thing is I can have a conversation about how racism affect black men. What I won't abide is the idea that the problem is black women when literally every stat indicate that that's not the case.
No, black women are definitely see black women need to start taking accountability for the things that's going on in the lower class. Like not all black women are making money. There's still black people in the hood. Like that's majority of where black people are. So why don't we talk about that? It can't just be black men down there. It's like it's even.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm saying like so there are still all black women are not making it this large amount of money that you're saying. Like some of them are, and I'm glad that they're on the rise. They're getting their educations and stuff like that. But there are black men out here who have money. I mean, they definitely are out here.
Yeah, they're
So
few and far between. But I do appreciate you. I have to keep going. I wish we can. Do you have my email, right? I don't know. Maybe you don't.
I could get it from my girlfriend. Probably she watches you a lot, so that's how I even got up here. She loves
Okay.
you.
All right. Get it from her, and we can set up another. I'm trying to talk to men, but I feel like this is a longer conversation. So get it from her. Send me some points you want to discuss, and we will set up a stream and talk about it.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. I'm gonna be looking for it between this weekend. So,
Like,
how old are you?
I'm 31.
Oh, all right, good. Yeah, just send me an email. It's actually Themis Thoth. It's so the first at gmail.com. It's my YouTube name without and at gmail.com.
Okay, got you.
All right, have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye. All right. Oh, girl, not me wreaking havoc in people's home. The moment you mentioned Finji, they got shook. Yeah. All right. Can you speak now, research?
Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Can you read like 3 of these for me before you go?
Sure. Eden Adele, thank you for the $1.99. It does not take two to wear a condom. Fact. 2 L's, $2. Oh, 2 L's, I love you. You have the best messages. So sick, but was able to set up a stream though.
Thank you, 2L.
Camille H, thank you for the $5. First, abortion rights. Next, divorce rights. Watch them fight to obtain approval to divorce.
Thank you, Tree Lily.
B. Sinclair, thank you for the $1.99. They all got a script at the Schmin Sunday service.
And the last one before you, and then you can go with your 30 seconds.
Okay. Nails World, thank you for the $4.99. I am crying. She said, Justy meetings, wahaha. Woo, child, I fall out. Meeting adjourned, Black women are tired, period. We are done. Be a man or leave us alone. The end.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I've cracked the code. They go and have a rites of passage, dusty talking point ceremony because there is no way that absolutely everyone that comes up here, from Myron with his dusty self to the pastor, and I have my air quotes up, that they say it in such strategic order, no matter what the question is. Welfare took black men out the home. No. They just wanted to be out the home. We know that. Black women abused the system because we didn't want men in there. You know, we just decided feeding our children was a much better option than being destitute. But, you know, they don't want to hear that. Books, college, the government, Goldman Sachs, it doesn't matter. They don't want to be better. And what we have to do is just step back and let them. We are too fast to get into the forefront and want to cape for folks. I was losing my mind listening to him because every time he covered a Dusty talking point, I was the one who sent the message. Did he go to Dusty talking point school? I couldn't believe that it's like another one.
Well, he said he just came in, so like that was odd because I was like, wait, we literally just had this conversation.
Exactly.
So I'm like, wait, is it gonna be me having the same conversation over and over and over again? I think that
you are Themis. No, Themis, and I will say, and we all give you so much love and grace because you literally had the patience of Job. I think I have the patience of Zen, but the way that you just handled him with such kid gloves, I would have been like, my top would have been blown by question number 3. So I give you so much props for just being like, okay. And so you live in the South. And so do you think black women and black men couldn't go to the Supreme Court? And he's like, no, because it's the South and people would have got lynched and like blah, blah. And you're like, dude, I'm trying to lead you to water, but you don't want to drink. I can't. So thank you for what you do. And I got started actually listening and watching Sin. And I tell all my family and anyone who will listen that she's the greatest. She's the GOAT. She should be a feature in Black History Month every year. Because I watch other creators, and so many of them I know have gotten into the space because of Sin. They probably will never give her props for that, but that's what's happening because the message is spreading. And also, Themis, just real quick, I wanted to say, I think I mentioned this at another live that you did, but I read the book Cast, and if anybody has not read that book, Isabel Wilkerson is a Harvard-educated Black woman who got a Pulitzer Prize for her book, The Warmth of Other Suns and Cast. Cast came first. Warmth of Other Suns came first to talk about the Great Migration. Cast came second to break down how our system was built based on the Indian system of caste. And that our system was much harsher, so much so that the South Africans used our system to do apartheid, and the Nazis even thought our system was too harsh. So that's how turned up our racism levels are, that other countries used our system as a blueprint. And Black people and Black women need to recast, because there's a portion of the book, and I think I mentioned this before, where she talks about us having been on the plantation for 276 years. And when you think about that in just sheer amount of time, that's damn near 3 centuries. And it's like, come on, Black men, you want us to believe in this Kang nonsense so badly, but you didn't buck up enough to get us off the plantation before almost 300 years. Get out of here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you email me the book recommendations? Because I definitely forgot.
Yes, definitely. I will.
Have a good one.
You too. Thank you.
Bye. All right, Cece, I think that last conversation drained me, so I'm like done. Let me put some more. We're almost done. They said Dusty. Thank you, Nelly. Go ahead.
Hey Themis, it's gonna be
Hey.
really short. No, I was just listening to the conversation. I got the butt end of the conversation. One, you have patience. So there goes that. We can see your lawyerness come out when you're having discussions with certain people. So thank you for your patience. I would say that I appreciate the fact that the guy wasn't like disrespectful. He was delusional, but not disrespectful. So what I would say is that for Black women, like, they're going to continue with these talking points. Like, they're going to go to the grave with these talking points. If they can't meet your requirements, leave them alone.
Yeah.
The end. Like, if they can't meet your requirements, leave them alone. Don't let them bait you into thinking that you deserve anything less, whether you have children or not. Because let's be honest, if it was a white woman that had children, they date them. They date Hispanic women with children as well. So it's only a requirement for you not to have children, not for other races to have children, right?
Before you go, right, can you read some of these super chats before you go?
Yes, I can. But no, that was the end. That's basically all I had to say. If they can't meet your requirements, Black women, leave them alone. That's it. They're going to have these same speaking points. As you can see, it even trickled down to the pastors, air quote. Okay, so TLA thinks you can be thinks you can be a good husband and cheat.
The lead attorney. Yep, he said that.
Okay. So the next person says, so just gonna pretend that he and his friends don't know any grapists
What?
while having been accused of grape. I still don't understand why people even know, like today they have that same mindset. They still don't know what consent is. Even in 2023, they do not know what consent is. Anyways, Cynthia G, what are the 3 questions we need to be asking a bandit? Like, what the F?
Oh, I didn't forget. I did not forget. I intentionally just like I didn't want to hold him to it because I was like, all right, like no.
Here they go telling black women what to do instead of getting their brethrens together. The lack of accountability is sickening. Today drained me.
A black, yeah,
A
same.
black woman.
No, I did, I know I should have held him to it. I didn't because I was like, the truth is, y'all already know what's gonna happen. You're gonna say this, and I'm gonna, oh, so people can't lie. Like it's, yeah, but you're right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, the last 2 for you, and then I'll go on.
Okay, so I literally just rewatched CRA and Gemma Chain's husband, and it's a perfect example of this. You cannot really teach
Acculturation.
acculturation or confidence.
Mm. I hope you can train someone though, but I'm not gonna do it. But yeah.
Welfare does not and never did take anyone out of the home. They stopped giving benefits, which should allow black men to prove that they are a better provider, which we know they won't do.
So that's the question I ask after, and so I did. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cece.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Have a good one. All right. For everyone else, I'm gonna bring you up. Well, read the super chat that is up, and then go into your 30 seconds. It's gonna be quick because I'm like actually exhausted. It's been 6 hours. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. I love you so much. I'm not gonna
Oh, I
lie.
feel love. Thank
I'll
you.
be I'll be fighting for my life in the comments for you. Um, what I have to say about the last guy. Oh, okay. Cynthia G, $5. Thank you. I love you too. Welfare doesn't take people out of the home. They terminate benefits. Okay, so what I have to say is, first of all, I find it crazy as heck that he even is in a relationship with a black woman with that mindset, and she actually watched your show. So that just proves how desperate black women are to have a black man. That she's in a relationship with a man that thinks like this.
I don't believe
Yeah.
him. I don't believe him.
Okay.
I don't believe him. I think he was saying that to like get a dig in. Like you could.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm right. I hope I'm right.
And
Yeah,
then
what are we
another.
doing? I mean,
And then another.
to be fair,
Uh-huh.
we had a whole bunch of people came up defending Chris Brown. So that go ahead.
Wow. And then another point was, every time you made a valid fact and you were able to say, okay, I can share that with you, he would always respond with, well, black women this and black women that. And you really believe black women making all this money? And if they make all this money, and it was given jealous, and it was given, okay, I know I'm less than, but instead of me admitting that, I want to do whatever I can to maneuver to attack black women to make them look bad. And that's what they do continuously. He don't want to believe that we our degrees. He don't want to believe that from nursing, beauty salons, lawyers, judges, like all of this, he undermined all of that to run back and say, well, why are they having sex with men that don't want to be fathers? What did that have to do with the point that you were making? Like, he went into a whole nother theory.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's giving ghetto, and I
It
feel like
is giving.
a lot of them come from their mothers accepting the bare minimum, and psychologically they believe that all black women should be that. And when you have high standards, it bothers them because it's like, my mama was a bottom, So you should be a bottom. And the only people that deserve not being at the bottom is if you're closer to whiteness. And that's the real issue.
That's sad. Can you read this last one before you go? I will try not to
Sure.
talk.
Afro Butterfly, she gives $2. Thank you. Why sleep raw with women that you don't want kids with? They're never gonna admit that. They're gonna say you trapped them, you seduced them, you put something, you Bill Cosby them.
Thank you so much. By the way,
You're
Singleton.
welcome.
Have a good one.
Okay. You
Bye.
too. Bye.
Tree Lily, thank you so much for your super sticker. Why do you name yourself this? Why you play like this?
Howdy.
Oh, girl.
Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. Palate cleanser. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Thank you for saving the super chats. That was actually very helpful.
Ooh, me?
Oh, was it not you?
Nope.
What is around your neck?
Oh, this is so I'm one of those men who happen to believe that women are superior to men. So when I go out with my girl, I always make sure to wear a dog collar. It's important to for the world to know that men should be subservient to women, in my opinion. I don't know how you guys work your relationships, but that's what I believe.
They ask if they can see your nails.
Yeah. Your audience was mad at me after the last podcast with Annalisa because they said I was being dusty, but they must have forgot what dusty is because I feel like we saw it here tonight, and that is definitely not me. So I don't know what the other male caller had going on, but I especially didn't like the beginning of his argument when he somehow found a way to blame the LGBT community. I have no clue where. Like I don't even. It came out of left field. It was Boosie level. I look at the heterosexual black men unaliving other heterosexual black men, and I think to myself, this has to be the LGBT community somehow. I don't know how, but I have no clue where it came from. I also think it was really telling that I don't know if you caught it, but he completely ignored what you said regarding women who use social media walking away with less self-esteem than those who don't. Like if you actually think that the average woman is going on Instagram, where everything is heavily filtered and modified to look perfect, where there are no blemishes, people are getting Photoshop, and the most liked pictures are people with BBLs and boob jobs and all this, and you think the average woman is walking away with an inflated self-worth, especially the average black woman, I don't know what to tell you. He completely did not respond to that at all, and that was like the basis of one of his many arguments was like, oh, these black women are going on. You really think they're going online and they don't walk away with an inflated self-worth? Yes, I do think that. That's what the data suggests. So whatever. Your main guest, his choice in who he listens to, I forgot his name, Jay whoever, but his choice in who he listens to and considers a good source for advice. Did he say the lead attorney and Kevin Samuels, or am I mistaken? Those are his these are some men, some black men who are giving good advice to the community. He could not have said that. The fact that these are the people that you point to is concerning to me for a few reasons. But before that, more than anything, it felt like I was listening to ignorance when he came up. And I don't mean that in an insulting way, but rather in the literal definition of the word, right? A lack of knowledge. And I don't think that's something evil, right? Because I don't think everyone knows everything about anything, and not everyone has 6 citations for every single sentence that comes out their mouth. I don't expect them to, but I kind of do expect it when you're trying to assume a leader position, whether that's a leader in the church or on YouTube or wherever have you. I expect you to not only have the data, but to be thorough in your knowledge and interpretation of it, your ability to present it. And it felt like there were several points tonight where that was not the case with him. The conversation when talking about, I think, alternatives to college, for example, he was like, oh, I tell these people you can go to trade school. College is not the way. People are saying college in the way. And that's true. There are alternatives to college like trade school. There are people who drop out of college or high school who succeed, but it feels like it would be ludicrous for me to present the alternatives as if they're the norm. Like the average trade school degree is not outperforming the average degree holder from a 4-year university, and the average high school dropout is not Steve Jobs. So I don't know why people peddle that, as opposed to telling people, hey, it's probably much more good for you to get a university degree, and if you don't make it, hey, there are alternatives to it, as opposed to like presented it on the same level. That seems weird to me.
Meanwhile, they're saying don't get married because you're gonna have to pay alimony when alimony is only given to 10% of people, and only 7% is of people who get it are women. But okay, continue.
Yeah, that can't be the Black community. Or when you were both talking about welfare, and it didn't seem like he knew that the man in the home rule was only for 5 minutes. For 5 years. Or that it was Black women who went to the Supreme Court to overturn that rule. Or the conversation where you're like, did you know that Kevin Samuel said Black women are universally unattractive and masculine, which he did publicly. I feel like it's out there, easily Googleable, or you can search it on YouTube.
I have the recording right here. I was waiting for him to say no so I could play it. But
he's like, well, I didn't know that, but I disagree with that specific part. Or the conversation with the lead attorney where he's like, he said lead attorney was a good thought leader and all this. And the last time I remember looking at the lead attorney, I'm not familiar with all his content, but he was talking about how a man can engage in infidelity and still be a good father, among other things. The only other lead attorney video I know is the one where he said the reason that Black man, the nurse who unalived his ex-wife and ex-girlfriend, is because his back was against the wall. He had no choice, and he understands why he did it. These women are driving men to kill them. Like, those are the only 2 instances where I've heard anything from the lead attorney. So for him to be, I have to believe that the men who you had on was either ignorant that these videos exist, or that the lead attorney say these things, Kevin Samuel say these things, and he don't care, or he thinks the lead attorney and Kevin Samuels are good men despite these things, or there's a hidden third option, I believe, like he mentioned, that he thinks he will just take the good from these people and ignore the bad. And I think the fact that was his position, I just take the good from these people. The fact that I can't think of even one option as a good example of someone in these YouTube streets to look up for, excluding Mr. Thoth here, of course, suggests me to believe that he's grading these men on a curve. And to me, that means we've already failed. In the examples that he gave with Kevin Samuels and the lead attorney, he's picking people who are upwards on the curve, but the curve is already a failing grade. So you're just picking the people who failed the least. And that's a problem for me. But that's all I have for him.
Period. I appreciate that, and I agree with all of it. As you were talking, I had to go into my little research bank, because the video he was playing that said, he thinks it said men in the 90s who got put on child support had to go engage in criminal behavior to pay the child support. That's not what it says. It says analysis of patterns in crime in 12 large cities, U.S. cities, where more than 10% of the population received welfare, not that they had to pay child support, but that they received welfare, indicates that the timing of welfare payments affect criminal activity. More crime occurs when more time has passed since welfare payments occurred. This finding is consistent with the hypothesis that individuals who received support from welfare payments consumed their benefits quickly and then attempted to supplement these payments with income from criminal activity. So people were getting welfare in the beginning of the month, they run out of welfare and then go do crime. They didn't do it when the welfare payment was staggered because it was hard to calculate, but for the places where it was sent at the beginning of the month was crime, and then when they spent all the money, they went to engage in criminal behavior. I understand how he misunderstood the thing, because it was presented in his video on welfare. It was presented as if men who were put on child support had to go commit crime to pay child support, but this had nothing to do with child support. It was only pointing out that there were criminal elements included after child welfare ran out. The problem with putting it in your video is that it disabuses all the notion around criminal behavior in men, in that apparently they were getting some kind of welfare, particularly food stamp in the 90s as well. And I don't know why the original video had it in there. As soon as he said it, it didn't look right because it was talking about welfare in the context of a child support argument. So I went to go read the paper. You guys should read it. It is only 39 pages. I read it like 2 hours before I came on. I'm posting it in the chat. You guys can read that. All right. All right. So we have 4 more super chat. I appreciate you. Stay up. Go ahead. Can you read these 2 and then give your 30 seconds?
Okay. Dark skinned gentle woman sent €5. That man had the accountability of a 10-year expired condom. Condolences to his girlfriend.
No, go ahead.
Black woman today sent $4.99. Another book recommendation. Disintegration: The Splintering of Black America by Eugene Robinson, if you haven't read it. Or read it, excuse me.
Oh, sir, if you don't know how to compose yourself, just don't type. Like, go ahead. Last one, and then you can give your 30 seconds.
Phoenix Soul sent $5. Themis, you are priceless. Thank you for your patience, time, and eloquence.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead. Your 30 seconds.
Okay, so I have a theory about why these men are so degenerate, and I've got a short, it'll only take like a minute to read. I want to start by saying that I haven't done any research for this topic. These are just some things that I've observed from personal anecdotal experience. Him being a pastor doesn't surprise me. It is my personal belief that Christianity is the biggest perpetrator of incel patriarchy, especially in the Black community. As someone who grew up in the Black church, they preach the religious beliefs and practices to the women and tell them that they are there to be the neck or pillar and should submit to and follow a man, while the men are being taught not to give in to the most animalistic urges. We have seen several videos on this channel alone of Christian pastors on podcasts, air quote, soft encouraging the degeneracy. They preach about how people should behave and how women should be better women to create a better man, then sit in silence while the men disparage women and themselves. They sit on the panel and allow these men to self-incriminate, simultaneously doing it to themselves. They preach that if a man is a good, godly man, leader, and provider, that they are entitled to a lifetime of submission from women and vice versa. Since Abrahamic religions view men as the most logical, they put men in the highest position of power. So when men do degenerate things, they are supported by their religion and other men because they're able to relate to their struggles. For example, their sexual troubles and why we have all of those things going on. And they make excuses for them. So now we have a society full of bandits because they're being enabled not only by their community, but the major world religion.
Ooh, period. You better have written that down. I actually like that.
I did. And then sorry. Excuse me.
Being gay is worse than being a Christian. Why are these people here? Like, I'm so confused.
Yes.
Wait, look at this one. Look at this man. This one says,
okay,
is this show gay? Someone said, how do you look like that? I'm done. I'm
It could
done.
be that he couldn't see the comment he typed. We can't rule that out.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then just a quick little side note that I had about the conversation. It was very disheartening to me to hear Black men acknowledge how much Black women have done and then turn around and just spit on our graves. Like it really hurts my heart. They're really jealous of us, and I mean, I don't blame them because we really are out here. Like, I'm so proud of all the Black women, especially all the ones who are coming into their light, who are coming to Themis' channel. I see all of you, and I just want to give words of encouragement. Like, we can do this. Don't let these men drag you down.
Si se puede. Thank you.
All right, have a good night. Thank you.
Valerie.
Hi. I just want to say my cousin just graduated with masters from pharmacy school, so just somebody else to be jealous of. Sorry. And my other cousin is touring for Beyonce as a nurse. Sorry, be jealous. Okay, next.
Wait, can you read this one before?
Um, it says, Dodie D, $20. Typically, I prefer to give Cash App, but Themis, I think you are awesome. I agree.
Before you say that, so I will do a Cash App, and the only reason is because there is no reason YouTube should be making this much money. Like no. So we'll get the scholarship program up and ready because this is ridiculous. Thank you, Dottie. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Valerie.
Okay, so I feel like the word average is, well, when he was saying the word average, I think what bothered me is that the word average usually means a mean, right? That depends on the scale of which something begins and ends. So, depending on where we were as Black people in our period of history in the Americas, that average may not necessarily be a good thing. So, yes, average can be bad and average can be good. I think our standards of where we were at in slavery was slavery standard. I think our standards in the 60s was second class citizen. Do we want to stay in that standard? No, women don't want to stay in that standard. Why would Black women want to stay in that standard? And I actually find it quite daunting that when men say that Black women want to be treated like white women, no, Black women want to be treated like women who are also human beings, not necessarily white women. And for them to say that we need to be treated like Black women only makes me realize that some Black men are very racist towards Black women and feel like we deserve less, right? Okay, and then the other thing that I had a problem with him saying was the bus driver thing. So he said bus drivers are good men. Are all pastors good men? No, you can hold a flag, a color, a profession, and not be a good person. Those are not what dictates what a good person is. If good person means someone who is fair, who has moral standing, who does unto others as others will do unto you, since he's a pastor. In addition, he didn't talk about vetting. So just because you hold a color, a flag, or whatever it may be, you may not be good. And in the Manosphere, they talk about vetting all the time. So maybe he should have brought out the point of vetting, which still needs to be done no matter where you are. And he said that it was hard for Black men, to bring things to the Supreme Court. Okay, well, by 1982, 205 Black African American mayors were present in the United States. And in 1867, sheriffs and justice of the peace existed. And by 1960s, there were many mayors who were African American, and they could have also petitioned in the states of Louisiana, Tennessee, New Jersey, and California. So no, he's wrong. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, guys. Have a good day.
All right. We have made it to the end. It is now 12:30. We've been on for 6 hours and 25 minutes. I was not planning to do this all tonight, so I appreciate you all. Petty and Annalisa will be going live tomorrow, right?
At 5 p.m. Central Standard Time.
What time is that Eastern? 6.
Yeah, I think 6.
All right. Thank you all so much for coming. Do you have your whiteboard in for Future Alive?
Yeah, it's down there.
All right. Have a wonderful night, guys. Bye. Appreciate you guys.